Okay, you are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, February 20th, 2022 at 11 p.m. I see Jonathan Warner has joined us in the chat after a brief little scare that he might not show up. Today we are playing the fourth and final crime dossier from Dennis Wheatley. Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. This one's called Herewith the Clues. And you can see I've got in front of me the first three books that we played. Murder Off Miami, Who Killed Robert Prentice, and the Malinsay Massacre. This is number 4. We'll talk about these bottom 2 in a second. If you're interested in the history of these books, go watch the first half hour or so of the first stream that I did of Murder Off Miami, otherwise known as File on Bolitho Blaine. There I talk about where these books came from and how groundbreaking they were at the time. So we're going to spend a couple minutes talking about this particular book, where it fits in, and what our expectations are of it. This will be full of spoilers. You can only play these books once before you understand the mystery. They're like novels, so we'll be spending most of our time with just me with my head down reading, but we'll also be discussing the case, etc. If you do plan to play this book, you should stop watching once we start. You can play it and then you can come back and watch the video after you play it and see where you differed from the way we played it. You can pick up these books. These are the 1979-1980 reprints of the original 1939 books. These are from from the 30s, and I have one of these. Anyway, the point is you can get these off eBay and Amazon used for about $20 each, sometimes a little less. And they come up quite frequently. They were very popular at the time. So if you're interested in this, you can pick these up. This is not going to be the best one, though. We all agreed, the 3 of us who played it here on the channel, that book 2, Who Killed Robert Prentice, and book 3, The Malinsay Massacre, these 2 here, were the best. The first one is very cool. That's the one that sort of started this whole craze, but it's not the best mystery. Anyway, so if you're interested in picking these up, you can pick them up and come back and watch this afterwards. All right, so let's catch up a bit, and then we'll talk about this book in particular. If anyone in the chat wants to, I'm assuming the audio and video are coming through okay. Last recording, I noticed I had my volume too high and it was clipping. This one, you may have to turn up the volume a little bit, but there shouldn't be any clipping in the audio. If you don't know what clipping is, you should watch my 5-hour course on micro studio design for board game video production, which is in about 16 parts, short parts, but I discuss setting up a channel and filming while you're playing. I go into audio, lighting, cameras, etc. And it's not up on YouTube yet, but it will be within the next 2 weeks. And then I will have a live Q&A, and we can talk about anything you want. Cooperative board games, filming YouTube, the emotional toll it takes on you. Other YouTubers, if you want to just talk bad things about people, we can do that. That will probably be March 1st. I'll probably schedule that live Q&A for March 1st, whatever you want. You guys can let me know what you've been up to over the weekend. I saw, with some friends, 2 movies. Licorice Pizza, which I've been wanting to see for a while, and The Cursed, which is a horror werewolf type movie. The Cursed wasn't so great. And Licorice Pizza looked to me, from watching the trailers, like it was going to be amazing. And it really wasn't amazing. It was good. It was good, but it felt to me a little bit... when I watch these movies, I either tend to find them profound, these kinds of slice of life movies. I tend to find them, they either really resonate with me and I find them profound, like there's some decisions made by the directors occasionally that I find really amazing. And then if they miss, they tend to feel a little pretentious and self-indulgent. And I guess Licorice Pizza fell into that latter category for me. It was very well done. The actors are fantastic. They're all good. The casting is great. The actual cinematography is great. But it was a little self-indulgent, like watching a bunch of music videos, which makes sense since the director, Paul Thomas Anderson, is that his name? Has directed lots of videos. So it felt a little bit like you're watching music videos, like no one was there to tell the director to, it's beautiful, but it doesn't work as a whole, as a movie. And just scenes were very good. But as a whole, it was a little empty. It was a little bit like just a little pastiche of scenes from the 70s to put you in that time and place, which was fine, but didn't have anything more to say. Something like that. Or I don't even care if it has something more to say, but the actual scenes didn't stick with me. Has anyone else seen Licorice Pizza? Have a different feeling? You know what I thought? I thought, like, if you see a Richard Linklater film, like Slacker, those movies have moments of real brilliance, and they feel special. They stick with me, but that's what I kind of hoped to get out of it and didn't. The Cursed, when I watch these horror movies in the theater, they're so loud, so I have to wear earplugs, which means I don't hear the quiet parts. I could use some closed captions. It was just very, the monsters weren't so bad. There were some parts of it that were cool, but in general, it was a little muddy, a little ugly, and not that interesting. But there were parts that were good. Jonathan Warner, let's see if this works here. Oh, good. Jonathan Warner says, I watched the scary of the 61st, the story of the 61st, the scary of the 61st horror film about two roommates who rent an apartment that turned out to be owned by Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, that must be a modern movie made in the last couple of years. That is kind of fascinating premise. That is very interesting. I'm assuming it's some low-budget movie made recently. That sounds interesting. You remind me in the way that's described of one of my recent favorite low-budget horror movies, which was called, I think They Look Like Monsters. Have you ever seen that, Jonathan? They Look Like Monsters? They look like something. I believe. I think it's They Look Like Monsters. Anyway, I really loved it. And there are some scenes in there that are great, I thought. And very low budget, but I thought really well done. Anyone else joining us tonight want to say something in the chat? Now's your chance to be on YouTube. The other thing I watched over the last week is I've been going back to my Kurosawa samurai movies, which I haven't watched in a long time. And I rewatched Sword of Doom and 13 Assassins and Harakiri. They are amazing movies. I mean, I cannot recommend those movies enough. I'm a huge fan of Akira Kurosawa and Seven Samurai and Ran and High and Low, Stray Dog. Not all of his movies, but a lot of them. But the samurai movies really work for me. But Harakiri is this amazing slow movie, and until the end, and but all those 13 Assassins is incredible. Sword of Doom, they're all really, really good, and there are scenes that your jaw drops, and so yeah. What else? Anything else for us to catch up on? I talked about the video series that will be coming soon. I was talking to Jonathan about what to play next after we finished this fourth Dennis Wheatley book. And we were talking about, should we jump back to the more modern games? There are a couple of hidden game series that I do want to get to. But I think I feel like we should play the first of the American series. So let's talk about that for a second. These are the 4 Dennis Wheatley books. And I think, sorry, these are the 4 Dennis Wheatley books. After we play this 4th one tonight, I'll make a review of the series, the 4 of them, and I'll put that up next week. And then if you watch the first playthrough where I talk about the history of the games, you know that it was Murder Off Miami, File on Bolito Blaine, was published in England, and it was so popular, so hugely successful, that American publisher started their own series, and they licensed from Dennis Wheatley his first book, that was Crime File number 1, is the identical Dennis Wheatley's, and then they produced 3 more. I only have 2 of them. I have 2 and 4 of their own, with their own American authors and their own series. So number 2, File on Rufus Ray, was written by Helen Riley, who I don't know, but these were all, and Q Patrick did produce a bunch of novels. And in fact, we've looked at a bunch of crime dossier books, these books that Dennis Wheatley popularized and invented this series. And they tend to be written by mystery novel writers, established good writers. And I believe that's the case with both of these. Helen Riley and Q Patrick, I believe, wrote a bunch of mystery books. So I'm thinking now, I would like to play this one, File on Rufus Ray. It's big. Jonathan, who discovered these books for us, says it's set in New York City, which I'm excited about. So, Jonathan, I'd like to suggest that we actually play File on Rufus Ray, next. That will give us a little bit of I think it has 2 purposes of playing this. First of all, it will give us a picture of this type of game, contemporaneous with G. Links and Dennis Wheatley, but not by Dennis Wheatley, and we'll see how that works. The other thing that I think will be interesting for us is to get a woman's perspective, point of view in writing these games. Like, you read the Dennis Wheatley, they're of their time, and from a male perspective, kind of, you get that vibe. And I'm curious to see if Helen Riley does it differently. Not that she's representative of all women, but I think it would be interesting. So that's what I suggest, if Jonathan is amenable, that we play File on Rufus Ray next. And in the period in between, I'll put up my review of the 4 Dennis Wheatley books. Jonathan says, have you seen the werewolf movie where it paused near the end and asked you to guess who the werewolf is? Absolutely not. I've never heard of that. The Beast Must Die, 1974. It's all right. Enjoyed the gimmick. That's interesting. Robert says, I recommend a movie that came out in 2010. It's called Knives Out. I've seen Knives Out. There's going to be a new one as well. Knives Out number 2. Yes, it did have a kind of a feel of a whodunit, old style. I saw Death on the Nile recently. Again, this Agatha Christie-like thing. I was not a big fan of the remake of Death on the Nile. I'm not a huge fan of Kenneth Branagh. Robert says Infocom games were great in the 80s. Yeah, well, I was a huge fan of the Infocom games, Zork and Sorcerer and Enchanter and Deadline, Planetfall. Those were amazing. In fact, between high school and college, I took a year out to program a competitor for the Infocom games, a sort of hybrid text adventure graphics thing. And I sent letters to all the game publishers, and then decided this is ridiculous. I'm going back to college. So that's my crossover. That's my flirting with the Infocom stuff. But I did love those games. those were games, if anyone doesn't know, before graphics were... The Infocom games migrated. Zork was the big one, migrated from Adventure, which was the text adventure that was on PDP 11s and stuff, mainframes. And I actually played the original Adventure on mainframe connected at my father's college, Queens College. I had a dial-in modem. You would dial up the phone, you hear the beep, beep, then you put it down on the suction cups and you're connected, and I played Adventure on that. Those are games, this is pre-internet, those are games that you would play over the course of weeks. When you got stuck and you didn't know how to solve something, there's no going online looking for the solutions. You're just stuck. And you go to your school or whatever, you talk to your friends and you try to figure it out. And sometimes you get stuck for weeks and then you figure it out. Or you ask your friends, hey, do you know anything about this subject? Those were better days when you couldn't just look everything up on the internet. It's a little bit, I mean, the modern day stuff's amazing too, but it's a little sad that we've missed some of that slowdown of the old days. What I want to know is where is in the chat MS Dasher, who said they couldn't make Tuesday, so we pushed this one to Sunday, but I don't see MS Dasher, so maybe we should have coordinated that a little better. That's okay. All right, let's talk about this game in front of us, Herewith the Clues. The consensus seems to be that the one we played, that book 2 is the best. Sorry, yeah, book 2, Who Killed Robert Prentice, might be the best, and then everyone thinks that the last two, Malinsay Massacre and Herewith the Clues, are the worst. And this one sees Wheatley getting a little bit self-indulgent, like the photos we're told are of Wheatley and his friends taken during a party at his house. So a little bit cheesy, a little bit like they've run out of steam or they're doing their own thing. It also looks like the thinnest of the books. And in the previous one, there were like 1 or 2 pieces of evidence, and apparently people got upset. So in this one, they came back and threw in tons of little pieces of evidence. And they're all in the center. So it's hard to know how good this one is going to be. But I am really excited just to play the last one and like get the full picture, the full vision of Dennis Wheatley. It's not clear why they stopped making these, but it is interesting that they all came in this bunch, like 36, 37, 38, 39. They made these in the couple year period and then they moved on. And that seems to fit actually Wheatley's modus operandi. Like he liked to try different things and then move on. And he, in fact, said in one of the fake articles in one of these books, like his approach was just do a different thing each time and you'll get a different little piece of the audience. So that's how he did it. Robert says, there's a company called Deadbolt Mystery Society. They have some great mysteries. Yes, I've seen the Deadbolt Society website. They sell these kinds of mystery games. All right. If you are interested in helping decide what games we play, by the way, there's a Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two. You can go there on Board Game Geek and find that section. There's a link to it. If you go to the YouTube channel and you go to the community tab, I posted a link to the BGG Guild, and you can go there and help decide what games to play next. I've got like a little queue of what games we're playing, what games are available to play. All right, should we take a little, well, let's just sit here for 5 minutes before and play, and then we'll start playing. Anything else anyone in the chat wants to talk about? Any other YouTube channels you're watching that you would recommend? Any other movies, books? Jonathan says, which of the classical Universal monsters do you like the most? Um, if you watch the video that Greg and I did on Horrified board game, we talk a little bit about the Universal monster movies since that's from there. For me, I don't care about the monsters, but I watched the Abbott and Costello crossovers with Dracula and Frankenstein and Wolfman, and I love Abbott and Costello. So that's the when I think of those movies, that's what I think of, not the monsters, but but Abbott and Costello. And the other thing is that the Abbott and Costello movies and some more movies of that era had this interesting thing with music where there would be these musical numbers in there. And Abbott and Costello used to work sometimes with the Andrews sisters, and you would have the Andrews sisters do a song or something, and then Abbott and Costello would be, Costello mainly would be interacting with them, and it's very sweet. I have enjoyed some of the Dracula remakes. There was a recent one that was really good. There's a recent one on Netflix. There was a recent Dracula remake, and then there was a recent horror movie remake that was kind of Dracula. They're like on an island with a preacher. Does anyone know what movie that was I'm thinking of? I'll know it if you tell me the name, if you remind me the name. It was a Netflix series. It's centered around a little church on a little island. And it was really well done. I can't remember the name of it though. It's always interesting to think of people who are who might turn on to this channel for the first time and be like, what's going on? Why are they not playing the game? We'll get to it in a little bit. I did want to experiment a little bit with this. Let's see if I can get this to work. So this is what you're seeing overlaid here is a program called H2R Graphics, which is made by a nice guy. He's got a YouTube channel. The software is free, but it lets you put things over the screen, and it's good for when you're doing chats or whatever. You can put the question you're answering up on the screen. No one knows what that movie was that I'm talking about? Netflix movie? If Rebecca was in the chat, she would know. Stranger Things Season 4 is coming out in a couple months. They just announced it was going to be longer than the previous seasons and split into 2 parts. We just got our hotel reservation for Gen Con, which is what this shirt is from. It's from 2020's Gen Con that we had online. Rebecca designed this shirt. And last year we went to Gen Con. We'll be going to Gen Con again this year in August 1st through the 4th, something like that. If you end up going to Gen Con, let me know. Maybe we can say hello. we all we go to Gen Con, we pack 5 of us in a room and we like camp out. We do it. It's like summer camp. It's quite fun. If you've never been to Gen Con, I do recommend it. It's sort of the first time you go, it's the most enjoyable because you're just overwhelmed by how many people are there in their element, playing games, just sort of geeking out at the whole thing. Then as you go multiple years, if you're going with friends and meeting up with old friends to play games, then it's just an excuse to get together. I wouldn't really go for anything other than that after the first year. All right, doesn't seem like there's that much more to say in the chat. No one remembers the Dracula type movie I'm talking about. What we'll do now is we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start reading and playing. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're ready to start with Herewith the Clues. Let's take a look here. Planned by J.G. Links again. The fourth 1930s crime dossier, uniform with Murder off Miami, Who Killed Robert Prentice, the Malinsay Massacre, but with 5 times as many actual clues. Murder at the Milky Way Club, and a den of terrorists and drug runners is discovered. How is the exotic Carlotta Cassada connected with the dubious Serge Orloff? Is it her hairpin found on the floor of the secret back room with a strand of ostrich feather? Was it the murderer who left his cinema ticket in the waste paper basket? Did Mug Masters and Scab Wilson plan the robbery and the murder? Open the sealed section to find the answers. Okay. And a bunch of photos. Herewith the Clues is the fourth Dennis Wheatley murder mystery planned by J.G. Links, now published as an exact reproduction of the best-selling 1930s original down to the last detail, including the actual clues. So here was their little thing. 5 times as many clues as in any of the previous dossiers. All right, and someone put a little dust jacket on this. Uniform with this volume. That's some term that we don't, that I don't know. Isn't used anymore. Uniform with this volume. It sounds like it's basically saying in the same series. I've never heard that term before, uniform. And here was the original cover. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. From New Scotland Yard, room 208B, October 5th, 1939, to the Assistant Commissioner, care of the Anti-Terrorist Operation. Sir, I have to report that 11:45 p.m. last night, Detective Sergeant P.M. Flanagan, who has been loaned to us by the Free State Police, recognized the terrorist Sean Connolly entering the Milky Way Club, Curzon Street, Mayfair. It was not previously known to us that Connolly was in this country, and in fact it was believed that he had retired altogether from active participation in the IRA organization. As, having become a sufferer from chronic asthma, he left Ireland in November 1937 to settle in South Africa. However, his past record as a leader of the most fanatical and dangerous type makes it highly probable that he has become active again now that he has returned to Great Britain. As he is either traveling on a forged passport or, if on his own, lacks a British visa, we could, of course, deport him at once. But in the hope that he may lead us to certain of his associates, I'm having both him and the club kept under observation. So it's interesting, no little prologue discussion. In the previous 2 books, there was a little preamble to the story with Wheatley and J.G. Links talking to each other about the book, like what motivated them to write the book this way. This one is just dropping us right in it. The Milky Way Club is now run as a deluxe bottle party by a very able Russian restaurateur named Serge Orloff. I have applied to the Foreign Department for his dossier. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, J.D. Mackenzie, Detective Inspector, Special Branch. All right, so the one thing we picked up here, though, was this guy is a chronic sufferer of asthma. Sean Connolly. And then we've got the thing. I don't know. It seems like in this game keeping notes is not that important, but I'm just going to keep notes in a book this time. So we've got Serge Connolly. He's got asthma. And then we've got, sorry, it's not Serge Connolly. already making mistakes. Sean Connolly and Serge Orloff, who's the Milky Way owner. Russian. All right, we'll just keep a little notes for fun. Don't know if they're going to be necessary. Okay, here's a follow-up letter on the 13th, 3 days later. To the Assistant Commissioner, again, care of Anti-Terrorist Operations, or IC, Anti-Terrorist Operations. Read if someone knows what IC stands for. Sir, further to my report of the 10th inst, remember we learned what inst is. It means of this same month, I believe, unless someone wants to contradict me. Further to my report of the 10th of this month, I have now ascertained that the ex-terrorist Sean Connolly is living in furnished apartments kept by a Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy at 86 Hertford Street, Park Lane, WL, West London, something. The Murphys are Irish-born but of British nationality and have been resident in London since 1932. Miss Kathleen Murphy runs the house, which has a good connection of moneyed patrons who stay there when visiting London, while her husband is a director of and agent for a firm of book match importers. His territory is the Irish Free State, so he makes frequent journeys to and from the Irish Free State, IFS, on business. Connolly paid a further visit to the Milky Way on Thursday night and was accompanied by the Murphys. They remained there only 3/4 of an hour and left as they arrived together. On Friday, Angela Sullivan was seen there in company with Captain Terence Boyd O'Dare, late of the Royal Ulster Rifles. He is on our list of suspects. And she, as you will recall, is the English-born wife of Brian Sullivan, who recently received a 7-year sentence for his complicity in the Liverpool bomb outrages. The facts above having given me good reason to suppose that the Milky Way is being used as a permanent center by a group of the IRA, I tackled the proprietor, Serge Orloff, this morning. Not wishing to arouse the suspicions of the other members of the club staff who may be implicated, I did not visit the club or have Orloff brought in for questioning, but, in company with Detective Sergeant Spigot, picked him up after the club closed, and he had gone down to do his marketing in Covent Garden. The three of us adjourned to the lounge of the Strand Palace Hotel, which at that hour is practically deserted, and over coffee I told Orloff that we knew of his association with the IRA and intended to have him run out of the country. Naturally, he denied all knowledge of the Irish terrorists and said that if any of them were using his club, they came to it by the invitation of other guests and were quite indistinguishable from them, and that he was certainly no party to their activities. Orloff is the son of a Russian restaurant proprietor of good standing. He was a student at Kharkov University when the revolution broke out, threw in his lot with the Bolsheviks, and became an ardent disciple of Trotsky's, with whom he worked in close collaboration. On Trotsky's fall in 1928, Orloff fled the country to save himself from execution by the Stalinites. He took refuge here as a political refugee and, having maintained a clean bill ever since, has been allowed to remain. When I pointed out that we were aware of his old terrorist activities and therefore had good reason to assume that he was still in sympathy with all terrorist movements, he was considerably shaken, but continued to protest his innocence. At the Milky Way, changing is optional, although it is one of the smartest night haunts in London, and for the entertainment of male guests, mainly foreigners who are sent there by the big hotels, Orloff employs a number of dance hostesses. Theoretically, these women are not supposed to leave the premises until 4 o'clock in the morning, but if any of them has a man in tow, Orloff allows them to leave any time after 2 on payment to him of a fine of £5. That's an interesting arrangement they have. at this club. Okay. I informed him that we were aware of this and that unless he came clean, I proposed to run him right away on a charge of procuring women for men's entertainment is what they mean. As a result, his place would be closed down and his permit to remain in this country would be canceled. He would then be deported to Russia where, as a known Trotskyist, he would be promptly imprisoned on his arrival and probably shot. On this, he went to pieces entirely, implored me not to take any action against him, and offered to place himself unreservedly at our disposal if only I would guarantee that he should not be sent back to the USSR. Jonathan says a bottle party is bring your own liquor. Interesting. Or IC could mean the intelligence community. Okay. I said that I could guarantee nothing, but that if he could furnish us with information and assistance, which would lead to the arrest of any members of the IRA now operating in the UK, the authorities would be grateful to him and doubtless show their gratitude if occasion arose in a suitable manner. He then placed himself unreservedly in my hands and gave me the following particulars. Early in January, a German journalist named Heinrich Hauser came to the club as a casual visitor. Orloff recognized him at once as a Trotskyist sympathizer with whom he had worked in Russia. If someone could post in the channel a little blurb about Trotsky. Okay, recognition was mutual, and Hauser confided that he still believed the British Empire to be the principal enemy of world freedom and was continuing his activities against it through the IRA. At a further meeting a few days later, he suggested that Orloff should also resume work for the cause through this channel. Orloff declares that he no longer believes in the practical possibility of a world revolution and therefore demurred, but by an offer of lavish payment, he was finally included to place his premises at the disposal of Hauser and his friends. When they first adopted the Milky Way as a rendezvous, Hauser's group consisted of his cousin Carl Finnegan, Irish-German mother, Madame Pauline Vidor, Polish, Captain Terence Boyd O'Dare, British, native of Ulster, Dennis Burke, Irish, Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy, British, Irish-born, Angela Sullivan, Irish by marriage, British-born, William Benson, British, and Henry Wilson, British. The history I don't understand is, okay, so this is 1939. So Marx and Trotsky, but if he goes back, he's going to be killed. So I don't know the history of Russia and communism well enough to understand where Russia is at this time in 39, and where Trotsky fits in. But I'd love to hear in the channel a little blurb from Wikipedia to just set the stage here for what's going on. Oh, these are revolutionaries trying to go back to communism? Is that the idea? They're trying to have a communist revolution. I don't know. I don't want to give false information. I'd love it if someone could put in the channel. Okay. Okay. So he's listed these people that are working with this cell, Hauser's group. And Hauser is a German journalist and a Trotskyist sympathizer who he worked with in Russia. Okay. So he describes the people, and then he says, their number has since been added to from outside by a Mademoiselle Ninan Delis, who's French, A.B. Masters, British, and Sean Connolly, who's Irish. Also by Serge Orloff himself. who's Russian. His band leader and part owner of the Milky Way, Tony Bendenis, who's British, and Carlotta Casado, who's Spanish, who arranges the cabarets at the club. The cell, therefore, now consists of 16 members, 11 men and 5 women. That's a large cell. Orloff states that they all visit the club singly or in couples at least once a week for the purpose of passing information one to another, and that at intervals of about 3 weeks a general meeting is held at which all 16 members are present. The only addresses of members he could give me were Tony Pendennis, 54 Gilbert Street, Grosvenor Square, and Carlotta, it's not WL, it's W1, and Carlotta Casado, 10B, Willingham Mansions, Maida Vale, W9. These must be districts in London, I think. I informed him that if he wished to secure our complete goodwill, he must obtain the addresses of the other members of the group for us, but this, he declared, it was quite impossible for him to do. In a great state of agitation, he assured me that if any of the Irish terrorists suspected that he was spying on them, they would kill him without hesitation. My considered opinion is that Orloff is an unwilling participant in the IRA organization, and that his one desire is to be left in peaceful possession of his club. Jonathan says, Trotsky did not agree with Stalin and was exiled from the Soviet Union in 1929. So these people are Trotskyists, but okay. But what is their cell trying? They're trying to spread revolution as... They're trying to do what? Who's in control of Russia in 39? That they're working against, because it said if they get sent back to Russia, they would be arrested and shot. Yes, you're right about Trotsky and Stalin having not agreeing, because it says on Trotsky's fall in 1928, Orloff fled the country to save himself from execution by the Stalinites. So these are Trotskyists trying to stir up a cell of revolutionaries opposed to Stalin and in favor of what? A different kind of communism? I'm a little confused. Okay, his one desire is to be left in peaceful possession of his club. The Milky Way is well attended, has excellent cabarets, a good reputation, and is largely frequented by society people. So there is reason to suppose that it is a paying proposition. I do not believe that Orloff would have risked its closure, the possibility of a heavy prison sentence, and, if repatriated to Russia, his life, solely for the ideals which animated his youth, or even for a certain amount of money. The probability is that his old associate, Heinrich Hauser, had something on him from the past and forced him to cooperate. If I am right, the chances are that Orloff is not regarded as completely trustworthy, in which case any special display of interest by him in any other member of the group would be fatal, as, once their suspicions were aroused, they would disperse in any case, even if they did not kill him. Realizing Orloff's difficulties, I suggested that he should plant Detective Sergeant Spigot in the club and point out members of the IRA group to him as occasion arose, as this would enable us to identify and trace them without Orloff having to act in any way that might arouse their suspicions. With considerable reluctance, Orloff agreed to this on the understanding that, in the event of a prosecution against the group, he should be regarded as having turned King's evidence, and that, subject to his continued good conduct, no steps should be taken to deport him. Orloff has promised to frame a quarrel with his doorman on Monday, and after the man's dismissal, Detective Sergeant Spigot is to be engaged in his place. Nice. Spigot will pass us full descriptions of all group members indicated by him by Orloff, as these in turn next visit the club. I shall then have them traced to their present addresses and keep them under permanent observation. It is to be hoped that we shall then be able to net the whole group directly. We can formulate a serious charge against any member of it. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, J.D. Mackenzie. Okay, so we've got a cell at this club. The owner is going to work with us. Okay, here's a little bit of history, John. MS Dasher. Oh, MS Dasher is here, good, and provides us with some history. From 1936 to 38 was the Great Purge, with Stalin removing the last influence of Trotsky from the country. Stalin is in control. There were Trotskyist purges in 1937-38. Okay, so Trotsky purged. So they are followers of Trotsky, and what is their political beliefs that they're trying to? I mean, I guess I fall into that category of the people with only very shallow knowledge, and you hear about revolutionary cells, but they're typically described as sort of so you know that Great Britain and England has a history of not just a revolutionary communist cells operating in the country, but some of them, Kim Philby had infiltrated the intelligence services of Britain and traded information to Russia as part of as a communist sympathizer and planted. And there's fascinating history of Kim Philby. But the part that's throwing me a little bit is that these are people running a revolutionary, still communist cell, but they're not aligned with Stalin and communist Russia. They're a third type. They're sort of independent. So that's the part I don't understand the background history of. But maybe it'll flesh out a little bit more. So these are people that are exiled from Russia, but still operating a revolutionary cell in England. Okay. I guess that's all we know right now. And we know this is a large group, and we're told all their names. So, I mean, maybe we bookmark this page. 16 members, 11 men and 5 women. Jonathan Warner, seems they wanted a more democratic system of government than the Soviet Union. Well, that puts a little twist on that. So there's a little more democratic, but they're still operating in England and considered revolutionaries. Okay. All right. And I like the plan. Seems like a good one. They're going to plant our guy in there. Who's our guy? Detective Sergeant Spigot is going to be the new doorman. Okay, so you can see we've got more letters. In fact, the first... Wow, okay. So it looks like maybe the first third of this book is told to us, maybe even more, is just letters from New Scotland Yard, it looks like. We're just going to be reading letters from New Scotland Yard, filling us in on the details of this investigation. Look, this whole first part, at least, is just letters from this same guy, it looks like, from Mackenzie to us, filling us in on the details. All right, let's continue then. So I thought we were in October. So, no, it wasn't October. The first letter was May 10th, then May 13th, and now we're on May 21st. Okay. Further to my report of the 13th of this month, Detective Sergeant Spigot was duly installed as doorman at the Milky Way Club on Monday, the 15th. Maybe this whole book is just letters from him. All right. Further to my report. Okay. On information received from him, we have now succeeded in tracing all members of the IRA group which is using the premises, and they are now all under surveillance. Among them is Rory O'Leary, now passing under the name of Dennis Burke, an extremely dangerous fanatic who, you will recall, is wanted by us in connection with the attempt to destroy Hammersmith Bridge. As cover, he has obtained a job with C.V. Kennett & Sons, a firm of picture frame makers in Great Marlborough Street, and he is now living in rooms at 108 Acacia Road, St. John's Wood, Northwest 8. For the time being, of course, it is expedient to leave him on a string, but it is highly satisfactory to know that we have run him to earth at last. Okay, so exploiting this cell has already found a known criminal. The Murphys, Connolly, Boyd O'Dare, Finnegan, and the woman Sullivan are all fanatics on the Irish question, but outwardly law-abiding citizens, and we have no charge which we could bring against any of them at the moment, except possibly in some cases for passport irregularities. An interesting historical note is that this was quite common for some period of our history where these revolutionary groups would work with each other, would trade members and put members in each other's cells because they could operate with less suspicion, and they thought of themselves as part of a sort of a web of interested groups that had the same basic revolutionary desires. And so it's quite interesting to read some about the history of some of the Palestinian terrorist groups, and the German. There's some good Netflix movies about is it Meyer Badoff? I don't remember the exact names of some of the groups, but these revolutionary terrorist cells would trade members, and experts in certain explosives, whatever, they would trade members to each other to help them do things. And it looks like that's going on, and we've caught them. So there's some tie-in between the IRA terrorists and the Russian terrorists. Okay, so where we are. They found this guy. Okay, all fanatics on the Irish question, but outwardly law-abiding citizens. We've no charge which we could bring against any of them at the moment, except possibly in some cases for passport irregularities. We've got a little bit of filling in here. I think Trotskyists believe in the working class leading the revolution without any help from any other social classes. They did not believe the upper class could be trusted in setting up socialist society, I believe. Okay. All right, continuing. Madame Vidor is living with Finnegan in a furnished flat at Queen Charlotte's Mansions, SWL, Southwest London, and is doubtless acting under his influence. Finnegan's German cousin, Heinrich Hauser, is attached to the London branch of Dragenberg's World Press Agency, and his permit is in order. Too much weight must not be placed on the fact that he was a communist when he worked with Orloff in Russian and still appears to be pro-communist. Many Germans have seen good reason to change their politics in the last 12 years, and I do not believe that Dragenbergs would be allowed to employ any German with anti-Nazi sympathies. As you are aware, we have good reason to believe that the IRA are being largely subsidized by secret grants from foreign governments whose objective is to create trouble here. Hauser's apparent communist leanings would give him some cover from the attentions of our anti-espionage people, but I consider it highly probable that he is actually a foreign agent and supplies the funds of the IRA that meet at the Milky Way, having contacted them through his cousin Carl Finnegan. We should remember also that it's 1939 now. We're leading up into World War II, and all of the stirrings of World War II are going on now in real life. And that may be partly why these books ended, because I think Dennis Wheatley starts working for British intelligence at some point. doing something, propaganda work or something. So if I'm remembering some of the discussion of the history of these crime dossier books, it is that the World War II German Nazi stuff started focusing the world's attention, and maybe the idea of writing these games lost some of their interest, or Wheatley starts working for the government. But it's interesting that we're getting a politics story right up leading into World War II. All right, so he's continuing. Nina DeLise is a recent recruit to the group. She is a professional dancer of some standing and, until a short time ago, was appearing at the London casino. Boyd O'Dare is a man of unusually strong personality and appears to have taken her fancy to such an extent that she now seems to be completely under his influence. She has a considerable number of important male acquaintances, and in my opinion, Boyd O'Dare is using her as a stool pigeon to secure certain information that he requires. Boy, there are a lot of names in this one. Henry Wilson turns out to be our old acquaintance Scab Wilson, the safe blower, who has done several spells inside and was last released from Dartmoor Prison on November 4th, 1938. When Scab is outside, his less spectacular activities consist of stealing sticks of dynamite from legitimate stores and indulging in the dangerous practice of converting them into soup. Some explosive material. The IRA have apparently taken him on owing to his expert knowledge of explosives, and it may reasonably be assumed that his interest is a purely commercial one. It doubtless pays him better to make bombs for the IRA and limit his risk to their manufacture than go the whole hog and indulge in further safe blowings. But for some reason as yet unknown, he appears to have a deadly grudge against Orloff. Spigot reports that on one occasion he saw them meet. They were like cat and dog together. Is this whole mystery not a murder? Is it going to be terrorist related? A.B. or Mug Masters is another old wag. He is a cat burglar of some proficiency and has, in the past, worked in conjunction with Scab. His tie-up with the group is also almost certainly upon a purely financial basis. He again is a recent recruit, and doubtless Scab was responsible for roping him in because the group needed someone of his peculiar abilities. William Big Bill Benson is an international adventurer. He fought in the Great War, took to bootlegging from the West Indies afterwards, fought again in the Paraguay-Bolivian War, and in the Far East. Between wars, he has been concerned in gun running to various countries, and for some time he ran a shell-filling plant in China. His participation in the activities of the group is doubtless to be accounted for by his lifelong craving for excitement and a desire to make quick money. When he last returned to England, he was virtually broke, and the IRA people would find his knowledge of explosive gained in China invaluable. Okay. It is probable that the Scab Wilson and Mug Masters are employed to steal dynamite, gun, cotton, etc. from engineers' stores, and that Benson assists them in converting the raw explosives into infernal machines for the use of the terrorists. This accounts for the motives which have actuated all members who have joined the group except Tony Dennis and Carlotta Casado, but to them I will refer later. Orloff has informed Spigot that a full meeting of the group has been called for the night of Tuesday the 23rd to plan a further series of outrages. He also made an important disclosure about the club premises. The Milky Way backs on to number 94 Shepherd's Market, which is an empty shop. The flats above have a separate entrance, number 94A, sketch plan enclosed herewith. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at this. There's Shepherd's Market. Here's the Milky Way Club. Okay. Storeroom. It's got a passage, a cellar, staff, water closets, and kitchens. And 94 is an empty shop off the market. And there's a secret room in the back, and it looks like a passageway from the Milky Way to the secret room on the empty shop. Here's Curzon Street, which we've encountered in some Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. So Orloff's premises are thickly outlined. So Orloff owns all of this, including this, it looks like. And here's the main entryway, a cloakroom, a hallway, and then you go into the club. Okay, so the flats above have separate entrance 94A. Okay, shop and then entrance to the flats 94A. Number 94, which consists of the shop, a room in its rear adjacent to the club storeroom and basement, is held on a 7-year lease by Orloff. At the end of a passage to the left of the club storeroom, there is a masked door by means of which access can be had through the partition wall of the club to the rooms in the rear of the shop. Orloff states that all group meetings are held in this secret room, which he cleans up himself every time after it has been used, and that it is there that the terrorists manufacture and store their bombs. Sorry, Jonathan says, can you give a brief summary? There been distracted having to read about Trotsky. Okay. And also, he says, another difference between Trotsky and Stalin is Stalin wanted to just focus on strengthening Russia, while Trotsky wanted revolutions around the world. Okay, that helps a little bit. All right, to summarize, this person, Mackenzie, has been writing to us about his operation discovering this cell. And he's basically giving us background on all these different people. First, he gave us this introduction to how they stumbled upon this cell, and now they've turned to the owner of the club on our side. We've planted a detective in the club, and the owner is now telling the undercover detective about different people. And I don't know how we're supposed to remember any of this. 16 people that we think are part of this Trotsky cell. The core of them are IRA people, but then there are a bunch of sort of just underworld people, a safecracker, an explosives person, who are being pulled in for money. And we're told a little bit about these different people. We've just recently been told about the safecracker who uses explosives, and this other guy who constructing explosives. And he's basically said, okay, I think I've basically accounted for most of the motivations for the people in the cell, except for these two, this dancer and this other guy. So he's basically saying some of the people are just in it for adventure and for money, like the criminals, the safe blower. One of them was a person who they've been looking for a long time, who escaped jail. So there you have it. It seems like the core of this cell is IRA and different revolutionaries. So we're just being told about information about their backgrounds, and we've just discovered that the owner of the Milky Way, Orloff, also owns this shop. There's a secret passageway into a secret room in the shop, and that's where they're building their bombs. So this cell is an explosives carrying out bombings, presumably in Britain. And that's where they're meeting. Okay, so we've just learned that. Okay, and we're told that Orloff, the owner, is responsible for cleaning up. And if you remember a few pages back, this detective who's writing these reports, Orloff has told him, look, I dabbled in communism in Russia and was kicked out, but I don't really care about it anymore. And he told us that he fell in with this group eventually when they offered him enough money. The inspector who's writing these reports says to us in his report, he doubts that. He thinks it's more likely that he wouldn't do it for money, but that he's being blackmailed to participate, and that someone has something on it. So keep that in the back of your mind. All right, so now we're continuing this discussion about this secret room. He says the group meetings are held in this secret room. He cleans up himself after every time it's been used, since it's being used to build bombs. The shop in Shepherd's Market is boarded up and its entrance is locked and barred. So the only means of reaching the secret room, which has no windows, is through the club by way of the masked door. Hidden door, I guess they're saying. Orloff alone has a key to this and passes each member of the group through it as they arrive, locking it again after them and entering himself with the last comer. Questioned by Spigot as to his reason for relocking the door each time he has passed one of his friends through it into the room, his answers were vague and unsatisfactory. But I believe this gives us the key to the reason for Orloff's having become involved with the IRA. He has the shop premises in Shepherd's Market for close on 3 years, and I suggest he was using the back room as a dope store. If I am right in my assumption, the following probabilities emerge. 1. When Heinrich Hauser arrived on the scene in January, Orloff was probably confided to his old associate of his that he was running dope and took him to the secret room. Hauser saw at once that the Milky Way and its concealed annex would make an excellent center for the IRA group, of which he was a member, and, by threat of laying information with us that Orloff was a dope trafficker, forced him to place his premises at the group's disposal. Orloff agreed under pressure, but refused to surrender the key of the store or have duplicates made, fearing that, if he did, certain habitual criminals among the group, such as Scab Wilson, might pillage his stock of illicit drugs. This would account for his caution in conducting each member of the group to the masked door, letting them through and locking the door after them. They cannot get out through the locked shop entrance in Shepherd's Market or back to the club until he lets them out after each meeting. In this way, he is able to keep an eye on his stock and assure himself that nothing has been stolen before they leave the room. 3. This brings me to the probable reason why Tony Pendennis and Carlotta Casado have been drawn into the IRA group. They are Orloff's principal assistants in running the Milky Way, and he has assured Spigot that they are the only two members of his staff who know of the existence of the secret room. Pendennis, I now learn from records, was tried but acquitted on a dope smuggling charge in Marseille in 1936, and the Casado woman is the sister of Spanish Joe, who was deported last month for being concerned in a similar affair. Both of which facts tie up with my theory that Orloff was using the room for the purposes of trafficking in illicit drugs. So it's a complicated web of criminals here. I suggest that when Hauser learned that the two knew of the secret room, he realized that they would prove a danger to the activities of the IRA group, and to counter this, force them to join it by using similar threats to those which I postulate he employed with Orloff. Pendennis earns good money as a band leader, so it is unlikely that he would willingly risk a heavy prison sentence for a nominal financial gain, and normally he is not the type who would be the least interested in political movements of any kind. So obviously some form of pressure must have been exerted to rope him in. Carlotta Casado, on the other hand, is a Spanish refugee, an artistic visionary and intellectual, and was at one time a prominent Barcelona anarchist and member of the FAI. FAI is going to be some Spanish terrorist organization. Anarchist group. She therefore probably met the overtures of the Irish terrorists with immediate sympathy. 4. A further act that points to the secret room having been used as a dope store is that Orloff made no mention of the room until he told Spigot of it yesterday. Orloff saw the absolute necessity for giving us the fullest possible cooperation if he wished to escape deportation at my interview with him on the 13th. He must have realized then that as soon as we had collected sufficient data about the IRA group, we should raid the club and his secret room would almost certainly be discovered. To keep in with us, therefore, it was of the first importance that he should disclose the existence of the room to us himself. He has now done so, but he held up the information for a week in order, I suggest, that during that time he might remove any dope he had stored there, since, had it been discovered in a raid, we should have been compelled to prosecute and deport him. Now that we have identified all members of the group, I propose to carry out a raid on the Milky Way when they have all assembled in the room behind the club for their meeting on Tuesday night. I have instructed Spigot to install a concealed camera in the reception hall of the club that night and to take photographs of all the members of the group as they enter the premises. In the event of any of them eluding the raiding party, we shall then have up to the minute portraits of them for immediate circulation with their descriptions. It is to be hoped, therefore, that we shall net the whole group, and it is now quite clear that these people are by no means an ordinary cell, almost all having money and position, are most probably the central organization of the whole IRA movement in Britain. If we are fortunate, the presidents of Rory O'Leary, alias Dennis Burke, in their midst, tied together with their being assembled in a room used for illegal storage of explosives and the manufacture of bombs, should enable us to get them all sentences ranging from 3 to 10 years and thus root out once and for all. 3 to 10, that's what you get for terrorist manufacturing of bombs? 3 to 10, really? That's a pretty light sentence, that seems to me. Root out once and for all the brains of this subversive movement which is causing us so much trouble. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, J.D. Mackenzie. Well, this is kind of interesting how we're, at this point, they're ready to raid it, wrap it up, put them on trial, lock them up, tie the whole thing in a bow, all done. So it feels like it's over. They're going to arrest them. So what is going to happen that's going to cause us to have to come in there? It's a very colorful description, long description of these different people in this group, 16 of them, and this guy's theory of their motives and how they're involved. But I like this ending. He's like, this is not just an ordinary cell. This is the cell. This is like the mother lode of the IRA terrorist operations here. All right, here we go. May 24th. Sir, I regret to report that last night's raid on the Milky Way Club was a failure. When you are informed of the circumstances, I trust you will agree that this was in no way the fault of myself or my subordinates. An event which could not possibly have been foreseen occurred 15 minutes before the raid was timed to take place, which resulted in the club prematurely emptying of its occupants. I refer to the murder of Serge Orloff. Okay, so the owner of the Milky Way Club was murdered. Orloff had informed Detective Sergeant Spigot earlier in the day that the IRA group would be fully assembled in the secret room for their meeting by 1 o'clock a.m., and that the meeting would last at least an hour. Accordingly, I made arrangements to raid the club premises from the front at 1:10 a.m., while a strong force of police was to cover 94 Shepherd's Market in case any of the group endeavored to escape by way of the shop at the back. This is the 24th, day after they were going to meet. To avoid arousing suspicion, no concentration of police was ordered to take place in the area until 1:08 a.m., when sections of Curzon Street and Shepherd's Market were to be closed and the vans containing the raiding party were to drive up to the club. At 12:56, Detective Officers Goddard and Brent, who were on observation duty in Curzon Street, report that a commotion started in the doorway of the Milky Way and people began to stream out from the club to the pavement. The two detectives hurried up to investigate, but were forced back by the crowd, which was further panicked at approximately 12:58 by a loud explosion, to which I will refer to later. Waiters and kitchen hands now mingled with the club guests who were fighting to get out of its entrance. Goddard was knocked down and trampled on, and by the time Brent got him on his feet again, the entire mob had rapidly dispersed, mainly towards Piccadilly. Goddard and Brent then entered the club, where they found Detective Sergeant Spigot lying unconscious in the hallway. Otherwise, the club was empty except for the body of Orloff, which was lying in the passage leading to the masked door. He had been shot twice through the back and was dead when they found him. A few moments later, I arrived with my raiding party and was informed of what occurred, and also that an explosion had taken place in Shepherd's Market, wrecking the shop front of number 94. The masked door between the club and the secret room was locked, and the key to it lay on the back of Orloff's hand, being attached to his body by a strong steel chain which went round his middle. I enclose a photograph of the body herewith the clues, and it would appear that Orloff was shot down just as he was about to admit one of the group to the secret room. The chain ring is not the ordinary type upon which keys can be slipped on and off, but especially welded so the key cannot be removed from it, and the chain was secured round Orloff's body by a padlock. The slack of the chain measures only 17 inches, and so was too little to enable anyone to insert the key in the lock, which is 34 inches from the ground after Orloff fell shot. To lift up his heavy body and get the key in the lock that way would have been too difficult and cumbersome a task for the murderer to perform in the very limited time at his disposal, once the people in the club and adjacent kitchen had been alarmed by the shooting. It is certain, therefore, that the murderer did not pass through the door into the secret room and escape via Shepherd's Market, but must have bolted back and, mingling with the alarmed crowd in the club, left with them by the Curzon Street entrance. Not wishing to move the body until the police surgeon had made his primary examination with the usual photographs had been taken, I went round to Shepherd's Market at once, as the only means of reaching the secret room open to me. The door of 94 was still standing and secured. I found that it had actually been nailed up on the inside as well as locked and bolted. But the boarded-up window of the shop had been blown clean out, and ingress or exit over the exposed window display shelf presented no difficulty whatever. I found the shop unfurnished, also the basement, which I visited later, but the back room was fully furnished. It had obviously been recently occupied, and its occupants had bolted from it in such a hurry that they had left a number of their possessions behind. John says, I like how he's like, I arrived and was informed of an explosion. You'd think if he was already on his way, he would have heard explosion or seen some smoke. It's true. Okay. All right, so they blew out the window. They could have escaped, but they were meeting in that room, and they left their possessions since they left in a hurry. A full list of the room's contents will be forwarded later, but it includes a number of sticks of dynamite of the type used for quarry blasting, a number of handmade detonators, 14 complete bombs of amateur construction, empty tins and cheap fiber suitcases for containing the same, a packing case 3/4 full of alarm clocks, 2 automatic pistols caliber 3mm. 3mm pistol? Can that be right? That can't be right. A 9mm pistol is common nowadays. 3mm pistol? That doesn't seem right to me. 108 rounds of ammunition, collection of maps, mainly of London, and tracings of various plans, one of which I identified as that of Lots Road Power Station. It is of first importance to establish as far as possible which members of the group were in the secret room at the time the murder was committed, and with this in mind, I'm enclosing a photograph of the table around which the occupants of the room were presumably sitting. Regarding the items shown, the woman's bag is of gray crepe de chine. It contained a handkerchief without initial, £2 7.4 in notes and cash, a compact filled with magnolia shade powder, a bill from Selfridges for stockings, 3 pairs at £1.9, a Guerlain lipstick, 5 cuttings from the Liverpool Post and Liverpool Echo regarding the recent bomb outrages there, a 20 packet of Players with 11 cigarettes remaining in it, and a particularly used book of matches bearing an advertisement for the Hungarian restaurant. The top hat is a brand new one supplied by Scott's of Bond Street, size 7.5. The cigarette case is engine-turned silver with a raised RUR crest in gold and enamel and contains 4 Gold Flake and 3 Balkan Bayram cigarettes. Okay. An RUR crest, is that a Royal Military crest? The remaining contents of 8 glasses are 5 whiskey and soda, 1 gin and soda, and 1 neat Jamaican rum, and 1 plain soda. So this definitely is an interest. It feels like it's setting us up for us to figure out all the different people in the room. Of the exhibits which I dispatch herewith, A, B, and C were recovered from the table. So we're going to see real evidence, and this is a description of where they were found. A, B, and C, and D were recovered from the table. E, F, G, and H recovered from the waste paper basket. I was dusted from a leather chair seat. J was found caught in a small split in the woodwork. K, L, M were recovered from the floor. Everything is so smothered in fingerprints, old and new. We're going to look at all those A, B, C, D, E. These are all going to be here, which we'll look at in a second. They're all smothered in fingerprints, old and new, that we cannot hope for anything from this source until the experts have had several days to analyze them. But their conclusions may prove useful as corroborative evidence later. On my return to the Milky Way by its proper entrance in Curzon Street, Police Surgeon Dr. A.C. Entwistle reported to me that his preliminary examination of the body had shown that Orloff must have died almost instantly from a bullet that entered his heart. A shell from one of the 2 bullets with which he was shot, Exhibit O, was found in the passage and establishes the fact that the murderer had used a .22 automatic. The small caliber, suitable for carrying in a handbag, suggests the possibility that the murderer may have been a woman. Dr. Entwistle handed to me a small screw of paper, Exhibit P, found in the dead man's right-hand trouser pocket. This carries a warning message, which obviously comes from one of the group and makes it quite clear that we may rule out any suggestion that one of Orloff's staff or a casual guest at the club killed him on account of some private quarrel. Detective Sergeant Spigot recovered consciousness at 1:03 a.m., but on my first arrival at the club was still severely shaken, so I sent him back to the yard to write out his statement and insert it here in order to preserve continuity in the report. Does anyone think that Sergeant Spigot could be involved? I'm not sure. Jonathan says, it does look like there were 3mm pistols. I think they were very small so they could be hidden. It looks like it was referred to as Kolibri, which is German for hummingbird. Wow, I thought 22 was small. Okay, wait. It says 22 is a .22. So maybe 0.3 is actually small, but still, I don't really understand. I have to admit, a 22 and a 9mm. 22 is the smallest, but maybe a 0.3 is bigger than a 22 since it says .22. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding. Okay, so he sent Spigot, when he recovered, back to Scotland Yard to write out a statement, and we're going to read it right now. 1:40 a.m. So he's caught his breath, he's come back, and he's writing to Inspector Mackenzie, whose name actually is J.D. McKechnie. Sir, having been detailed for special duty since the 15th of this month as door porter at the Milky Way Club, Curzon Street, I arrived there in accordance with routine at 9:30 p.m. last night. The club was then empty except for waiters preparing tables and kitchen staff at their work inside. I therefore had ample opportunity while unobserved to secret a camera as I had been instructed to among the gear at the back of the desk. Remember, this is the undercover guy giving us his report. Orloff arrived at 9:55. He appeared well and cheerful, but only exchanged a few words with me, as it had been agreed that, to avoid arousing suspicion, we should never talk except as boss and man while on the club premises. I did not take a photograph of him, as I knew that we had a number, including several recent snaps already in the possession of records. A few moments later, the band came in, the last of them to do so being their leader, Tony Pendennis. He is always a nervy customer, but last night he appeared particularly agitated and asked me at once if Orloff was there yet. Remember, Pendennis is involved in this cell. Upon my saying that he was, Pendennis gave me his usual charming smile and hurried inside, but not before I had been able to get a picture of him, photograph number 1, which we'll look at. I don't know, do you think it means for us to turn to these as we're reading about them, or only read them when we get to them? It seems like in the previous books, evidence is inserted right where it's written. If this one, I wonder if for cost reasons, to make it easier to assemble, they didn't put everything in the center, and we aren't made to look at it when we read it. So we'll have to decide that when we finish this section. Do you think we should be looking at these? It makes sense that we should be looking at these as we're read to them. All right, let's read this guy's report, and then I'm going to look at the photographs now. Seems like we should be looking at them as we read them. So here's photograph 1. So here's the photograph of the band leader. Photograph number 1, Tony Pendennis. Now, a little background story. You remember I said that from some of the blogs writing about these books, they mentioned that they think Dennis Wheatley took all these photos like at a party at his house. So let's read what it says here. The particulars regarding Tony Pendennis, which are given in the script, have of course no reference whatsoever to Lord Paulet, who very kindly posed for this photograph. So this was one of the complaints that was made of this book. Like, in the previous books, they're taking photographs they don't say anything like that, and doesn't take you out of the game. This time, we took all these photographs, and he's like saying, "Hey, here's my friend, Lord Paulet," and I took his photo, and this is who it is. Like, you're going to see pictures of Wheatley's friends and Wheatley being used, and it sort of takes you out of the game to read this little aside that reminds you that this is not the real photograph. So we're not going to read this part, I guess. Okay, so that's photograph 1, the band leader. The dance hostesses, 6 in number, then turned up, and Carlotta Casado immediately after them. She would have passed me without speaking if I had not said, "Evening, miss. Know anything good for the Gold Cup?" I don't know what that means. Oh, he's asking her about a race. Racing is not her line, so she only shook her head. But she paused long enough for me to get the picture of her I wanted, photograph number 2. Okay, Carlotta Casado, photograph number 2. Here she is. Photograph number 2, Carlotta Casado. The particulars regarding Carlotta Casada, which are given in the script, he's saying this person is actually Miss Doris Zinkson. Miss Doris Zinkson is his friend. All right, well, I guess we're getting a picture into these real people who are now dead, but whose children may have these books and read them and saw how fun this was. Okay. At 10:10, the first guests arrived, excluding Orloff, Pendennis, and Carlotta, but including the other 13 members of the IRA outfit. All members of the outfit arrived at the club. That's interesting. Jonathan says, apparently the 3mm is a very weak bullet and could also not be fired accurately because could not get the bullet to spin. Interesting. Okay, so all members of the group arrive, including the other 13 members of the IRA outfit. 82 visitors entered the club and signed the book between 10:10 and 12:54. Most of them were in couples, but there was one large party of 9 and 3 lots of 4. Okay, our guy's keeping good records. That's good. About 2/3 of the guests were regular patrons of the club, whom I had seen at least once before during my tour of duty there. Only 5 of the strangers to me were foreigners, a French couple who had the appearance of honeymooners, and 3 Swedish gentlemen. The latter inquired if dance hostesses were available, and, on being informed that they were, passed inside. Both these parties produced the hotel introductions usual in the case of foreigners, and had all the appearance of being on the spree. Both of these parties produced the hotel introductions usual in the case of foreigners, and had all the appearance of being on the spree. Don't know what that means, being on the spree. And why you would produce hotel introductions. Does that mean you're supposed to say what hotel you're staying at? Why would you tell that information to someone? None of the other guests presented any special peculiarities, and I feel confident that Orloff would have tipped me off if any of them, apart from the IRA people, were anything but normal nightlifers. At 11:14, Heinrich Hauser and Angela Sullivan arrived. To cover the click of the camera, I cracked a joke with them just after they had signed the book, and it made them smile. Photograph number 3. Okay. Heinrich Hauser. There he is, smiling with Angela. Photograph 3. Angela Sullivan and Heinrich Hauser. And it's just telling us that you can read the particulars in the book, and that these real people are Lady Ampel and Sir Malcolm Campbell. These were all real, those would be the names of real people. Okay. At 11:21, Carl Finnegan and Madame Pauline Vidor arrived. He seemed to be very angry with her, but they were talking together in a language I could not identify. It was not German, but possibly they were speaking in Polish, as that is their nationality. I cracked the same joke, which caused them to break off their quarrel, and they both laughed. Photograph 4. Are we going to hear this joke? All right, let's look at the Polish couple. There they are, Carl Finnegan and Pauline Vidor, who were arguing, but the joke made them smile. This is Mr. Charles Birkin and Miss Eve Chaucer. In parentheses, Mrs. Dennis Wheatley. So is that Dennis Wheatley's wife here? I believe so. Look at how they're dressed. Okay. At 11:26, Terence Boyd O'Dare and Ninan Delis arrived. They were very gay, came arm in arm, and were laughing together. Without a doubt, she has fallen for him, and he could twist her round his little finger. On passing into the club, she remarked, "I don't know when I've enjoyed a flick so much, mon chéri." So I just got back from the movies. Number 5. Let's take a look at this French woman. Okay. Pretty heavily made up. Ninan de Lees and Terence Boyd O'Dare. And these are Miss Diana Younger and Captain E.H. Tattersall. Okay. There was an interval of just over an hour before any further members of the group came in. The 3 couples referred to above had supper in the restaurant, while the latter comers only arrived in time for drinks before the meeting. At 12:28, Scab Wilson, this is the safecracker you'll remember, arrived and was followed immediately by Mug Masters, another one of the criminals. They were both spruced up for their visit to the club, but as soon as they opened their mouths, anyone could tell that they'd spent most of their lives in Limehouse. I think that means prison. The two having greeted each other, Masters said, "What would you do, Scab, with a Jane? What you'd taken to the races for the day? Given dinner at the Truck, stood 5 bob seats in the pictures, and supper at Corner House. Wouldn't let you inside the door of her flat when you sees her. When you sees her home." Wilson replied, "I'd thank me stars I had the time off to play such games and hope for better luck with the next piece of skirt. How'd you like yours truly job mucking about in them quarries day after day, then having to jog up from Weymouth by a stop at all stations because I missed the proper train?" So the 2 criminals are joking with each other. But it sounds like maybe he's saying, they're giving us like his alibi for before he got to the club. He took some woman out to dinner, to the club. They got there late, remember, 12:28, and she wouldn't let him in his flat. Okay. Photograph 6. Here they are, the two the 2 criminals. Scab Wilson and Mug Masters. And that is going to be Dennis Wheatley. I recognize his face. So let's see what we've got here. It says Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. Okay, so here we got the authors of these books. We finally got them, and there they are together. Dennis Wheatley, the author of and J.G. Links, the people that have written these first 4 books for us. It's kind of fitting that the last book shows them, and they've taken the pictures of the 2 criminals who spent their lives in jail mostly. Okay. At 12:35, Dennis Burke, alias O'Leary, arrived. He gave me a surly, suspicious look as he signed the book and hurried inside without speaking. Photograph 7. Okay. We know he's a cigarette smoker. Dennis Burke, alias Rory O'Leary. Real name, Lord Donegal. Okay. At 12:42, Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy and Sean Connolly arrived together, all 3 very friendly. Murphy looked at the clock above my desk and remarked, "Just in time for a round of drinks before we get down to business." Connolly replied, "Now take it easy, Pat. Isn't it the best part of a bottle you've put away already? If you don't do as I told you at exactly the right moment, the whole lot of us may be for it." "Sure, and I'll take it easy," says Murphy. "What time is 0 hour?" "Just as soon as we're all set," answered Connolly. I repeated my comic line. Connolly gave me his genial smile, and Murphy looked faintly amused, but I don't think the lady got it. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy and Sean Connolly arrived together. Okay, so there's 3 of them there. Photograph 8. Okay, there they are. Patrick Murphy, Kathleen Murphy, and Sean Connolly. And these are Mr. Gilbert Frankow, Lady Stanley of Alderley, and Sir Harry Britton. The whole of the above conversation took place in Erse which I speak a little and understand quite well, as I lived in Western Ireland for over 5 years when I was a young man. I see, that's why they're talking so openly about you got to do something at 0 hour. If you don't, we're all done for. It's because they're speaking a language that they think no one will understand. At 12:48, William Big Bill Benson arrived. He appeared thoughtful and preoccupied. As he signed, he threw a 10-shilling note on my desk without even glancing up. The entrance fee is 7.6, so I produced 2.6 change, but he impatiently waved it aside and strode into the club. Photograph number 9. So this guy's rich. A Page and William Benson. Okay. Mr. Peter Cheney, and the kid gets no credit. That poor kid. And it's a Page selling cigarettes and stuff at the club. Cigarettes, gum, etc. And notice they all sign in when they come into the club. It's not typical to sign into a club, is it? His arrival completed the assembly of the group, all 16 of its members then being somewhere inside the club. At 12:54, the band had just stopped playing, and I distinctly heard 2 shots and a scream in the interior of the club. I immediately ran to the door of the restaurant. Most of the guests were on their feet, and all present, including members of the staff, were staring in the direction of the storeroom. A military-looking man in white tie and tails and a young girl who looked like a debutante were standing up at a table near me. Suddenly, he seized her by the arm and cried, "Come on, I must get you out of this." Upon which the 2 of them ran towards me, and this started the stampede. I attempted to close the restaurant doors, but everyone inside seems to have taken fright at the same moment. They came at me in a solid mass, and I was bowled over, striking my head on the corner of my desk as I fell, which caused me to become unconscious. I guess I don't suspect this guy anyway. In my brief glimpse of the restaurant and the oncoming crowd, I did not actually see any members of the IRA group, but one or more of them must have left by the Curzon Street entrance among the mob after I was knocked down. I remained conscious at 1:03 a.m., or 1:30, I think it's 1:03, to find Detective Officer Goddard sponging my face. He later accompanied me on Detective Inspector McKechnie's instructions back to the yard to make this report before going into the sanatorium hospital. Having been informed that the shop front of number 94 Shepherd's Market was blown in with the explosives at 12:58 while I was unconscious, may I suggest that since this occurred within 4 minutes of the shooting of Orloff, it appears to have been planned beforehand. In this connection, I would draw attention to the conversation between Murphy and Connolly reported herein. The right moment referred to by Connolly may have been the shooting of Orloff, and the job Murphy had to be ready to do have been the blowing in of the shop front in Shepherd's Market. In my view, the explosion was planned with a double motive. One, in order that it would cause a panic in the restaurant if the shots failed to do so, and enable the murderer to get away, unnoticed in the ensuing confusion. 2, to enable those members of the group who were already locked in the secret room to get clear of the premises before the police could come on the scene. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, E.D. Spigot. Okay, so he overhears this conversation between these 2 Irishmen. He's saying, at the right minute, you have to act decisively, otherwise we're all done for. This guy's saying the explosion came mere minutes after the guy was shot, so it had to have been planned. He thinks the 2 people planning it were the 2 explosives. The 2 Irish guys. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll, having read the Undercovers report, we'll come back and we'll continue reading our report. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've just read the report from the undercover officer who thinks that the two Irishmen might have been planning to blow the window right when the person was shot or lost. I think maybe we should go back and look at some of these exhibits. Before we do, any other comments in the chat that anyone wants to or questions. I think maybe we will have to write. For almost all of these games we've played, we haven't had to take real detailed notes. It hasn't made it hasn't been important or been needed by us. It's interesting that there are 16 people that were sort of specifically told about different habits of them, and explicitly, it feels more than other games. It feels explicitly like this is the 10 men in a room and we're trying to figure out which is the one that could have done it. I'm tempted to make a little card for each suspect, but maybe we'll just put that off for now. Anything else in the comments before we start looking at these? Well, actually, let's just start looking at these, and if you've got comments before we resume, now would be a good time to ask them. So here are some exhibits that the McKechnie found and has given us to us, in addition to finding these hats and stuff. I guess the idea here is that he's telling us these items that were found in the room because we think there are these 16 people in this cell, right? 16 people in the cell. Some of them were locked in the room and some of them were out of the room. And we think the person that shot him in the back was one of the people that was out of the room. So I guess by looking at the evidence in the room, we might be able to surmise which people were out of the room and could have therefore been candidates to shoot him. Although I'm not sure why we care that much. Like, we want to round them all up and lock them up for being in this terrorist cell. Do we really care that much about who shot him in the back? Assuming it's one of the 16. All right, so, but here are the things that were found in that room. He's like a woman's handbag, some hats, cigarette case, and then some exhibits. A, B, C, and D were recovered from the table. Okay, so let's see if we can't find A, B, C, and D covered from the table. So we've got cigarette butts. These look like real cigarette butts to me. Can you see this? You can't see this. Let's close up. Let's get really close up. All right. These look like actual cigarette butts. Just flattened. 3 cigarette butts. Are we supposed to open... Oh boy, the cigarette tobacco is leaking out. I mean, do we need to look at these? Do these have labels on them? Ugh, I hate to do this, but I think... What a mess. Ugh. It's actually going to be a mess on the table here, but... Alright, let's take a look at this. I mean, we're here to play this. Okay, it's an actual cigarette butt. No label, though. Might smell a little bit of tobacco, but I don't see any writing on it, or if we're supposed to know what brand that is, but okay, I kind of created a mess. The previous things, these were sealed up tight. This one, not so much. All right, Exhibit A, also found at the table. Looks like a matchbook cover. Okay, I don't need to be that close up. I mean, I suppose you want to see this if you're somehow watching this stream. I think the least you could do is see the evidence. So here it is. Okay. Regina Pauest, Munchau, German. I believe it's a DHAG. It's actually not a matchbook cover. Regina Pauest, Munchen. It could be like a ticket stub or something that was found on the table. All right, Exhibit C. What's happening here? Exhibit C is a folded up drawing of some sort. Look at this. It's just someone's doodling. Look at that. It's just someone's doodle. Well, what do we make of this? I see Milky Way, dot, 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 Milky Way. There's like a owl or a bear. A woman. Looks like almost a swastika, but I think it's going in the wrong direction, but whatever. And then a kite, it looks like. And then will, va, or vav, or something, will, vav. And then more dotted writing that looks like it says... maybe... There's dotted writing here that says Milky Way, which makes it... This looks like a word. It looks like it might be NBRP or N8 or RI. It's hard to tell. All right. Well, so let's see again. A, B, C, and D on the table. What's this? What on earth is this? I should have got a little tweezer. It's hard to see what this one is. Okay, this one looks like a photograph of what? What is that? I have no idea what that is. Does it say in the... Does it say in the text what these are? Exhibits at the table. A, B, C, and D recover from the table. E, F, G, and H from the waste paper basket. Doesn't really say what that is. Okay, well. So these are in the waste paper basket. I really needed a tweezer for these. Okay, let's see what this one is. So this is in the waste paper basket, we're told. Oh boy, this one looks like it used to have writing and it's worn out. So maybe if someone can see what this says. Okay, this will be good. So MS Dasher says, one of mine says players on it. So good. So MS Dasher has a copy of this book. And he's saying when he looked at the cigarettes, they had writing on them. Some of them are. I'm going to dump these out here. Okay, my cigarettes have no more writing on them, if they ever did. But MS Dasher says, any lipstick on the cigarettes? That's a great question, says Jonathan. MS Dasher says, one of mine says players and another honey rose. Okay, so we're going to make a note to ourselves here that for the cigarettes, the cigarette butts, one says players. We're told who smokes players. And one says honey rose. Okay. This is going to leave a mess on the table. That's okay. Can you tell MS Dasher? Boy, it's good MS Dasher was here then. Can you tell what Exhibit E found in the waste paper basket says? This would be a good time if you had the hardback version, because the hardback version has photographs of these. This is just nothingness to me. It looks like this could have been like a blotch of lipstick. It looks like a little red blush. And regarding the doodle, Jonathan said word dots and doodle, yes, for sure. So I don't know what Exhibit E is, and this looks like some lipstick or something, or used to be writing. I can't tell. If MS Dasher, you can see what Exhibit E was, let us know. F, also found in the waste paper basket. Let's see what we can make out F. You know, the fact that these have degraded is not like, it's okay. That's from 1939. It's okay. Okay, so MS Dasher just says yes, pink smudges, no wording. Okay. All right, let's look at what F is. It's a card, and it's got nothing on it. But it's from some stock. I see OBD stock, but no. I wonder if this is what you would fold up the heroin in. But can you see anything with F exhibit, MS Dasher? I don't sell anything but moldy paper. I can see there's bond on the paper stock, but there's nothing else here. We might be told in a subsequent report how these. Remember, most of this game, one of the hallmarks of this game that makes it different from the more modern mystery suspect games is that when you're looking at evidence in the Wheatley games, there's almost always a police report that is talking about how they make sense of them. So you rarely have to figure this stuff completely out on yourself. MS Escher says, mine says Ford if you hold it up to the light. Well, this one doesn't say, this one says ORD, like it's the bond of the paper. The watermark seems to say ORD. I don't think it says Ford. I think it just says ORD. Yeah, mine actually says OBD, it looks like. Or I guess, yeah, if you read it this way, it could say ORD. Could say Ford, I'm not sure. But it looks like the watermark of the paper manufacturer, nothing else. All right. And can you make anything out, MS Dasher, about Exhibit D? It looks like it. We're going to be told in the book, I'm guessing, what this is. It looks like it's either a piece of jewelry. Maybe we are told in the text what Exhibit D is. Let's see. If we're not told now, we are going to be. Maybe one of these is the... No, it's not the cigarette case. All right, well, we'll get to it. It'll explain it. Okay. So these were all found in the trash. Okay. We don't know what Exhibit D is. But then we've got more. It says E, F, G, and H were found in the trash. All right, let's see what we've got here. G is a cinema ticket for the night that it happened. And we heard people talking. There's a certain couple that came in. I think it was the French woman. Oh, 2 tickets. The French woman who came, she was talking about the movie they just saw, and here's the cinema tickets at the Royal Circle, seat B19 and B20. Okay. Then we've got another thing. H, where was H found? H in the waste paper basket. Okay, so we've got another letter here from the waste paper basket. This feels like it's got like gunpowder in it. Or something. Oh boy, it's some handwriting. Oh, it's not normal handwriting. It's some secret code. Or written very oddly. Can you see that? Get a screenshot of that if you're playing at home. That's not normal handwriting. It also feels like there's kind of gunpowder in there or something. Look at this. Oh, it's in one of these things is gunpowder. There's real gunpowder in this book, it seems. Alright, so G and H were found in the trash. I was dusted from a leather chair seat. So this is gunpowder dust, it seems, from a leather chair seat, and it's spilling out into the book. Then we've got some human hair here of some sort. I'm going to switch over here. Let's see, can I turn that off? Get some tweezers here. All right, I've got some tweezers to help us. All right, so what have we got? I dusted from a leather chair seat. All right, so they just found some unusual dust on a chair seat. They dusted that in. Okay, J found caught in a small split in the woodwork of one of the chair backs. So some woman got her hair caught here. We're told the color of the hair. This looks like it could be gray, grayed hair to me. Okay, we'll just put that back in there. Gray or black. K, L, M, and N recovered from the floor. Okay, so let's see. What is K? K look like some fibers of some sort. Okay, feather. K is a feather. Can you guys see that? K is feathers of some sort. The book is gonna tell us how they analyze these. All right, feather, that's dissolving. L, I don't even want to take L out, but can you see the L is like a little, it looks like a little plant, a little flowery thing, like the twig of a plant. Yeah, there you can see it. All right. K, L, M, and N on the floor. Okay, so let's see. What is M? What on earth is that? All right, let's see if we can get it out of there. It looks like I was gonna say the fur of a animal, but it looks too cut for it. So like a little piece of, it's not human hair. Could be a tuft from something. Could be some explosive packing thing. Okay, here we have a hairpin. This, I believe, is the shell from the bullet. This one may need to get cut out, but I believe that's the shell from a bullet. See if I can open this up. Is there really a bullet shell in this book? Yep, that's a bullet shell. A very small caliber bullet shell. I think there might even be an initial on the back of it or something. Yep, there's a little E on the back, and actually it looks like a strike. A firing pin strike, possibly, off to the side. All right, so there's an E on this bullet, on the back of it, on this bullet shell. That's kind of crazy. So that was Exhibit O. Where was that found? A shell from one of the 2 bullets with which he was shot. Okay. These are 22 caliber, they say. Okay. And then a small screw of paper found in the dead man's right-hand trouser pocket. That's this. Okay, this is the warning that he got that made them think that he was killed for some reason. So let's have a look at this. It says, watch out. This afternoon, I overheard 2 of them say they think there's something phony about the new door porter. Remember what the big boy said he'd do if we played him any tricks. If they convince him that they're right, he'll rub you out. Watch out. This afternoon, I overheard 2 of them say they think there's something phony about the new door porter. Remember what the big boy said he'd do if we ever played him any tricks. If they convince him that they're right, he'll rub you out. So they suspect the door porter, and maybe that's why he was killed. We don't know who gave him that message, but we do have handwriting. All right, well, that's all the evidence we've now looked at. And that was found in his pocket. Any questions about that evidence? I mean, I'm hesitant. We don't have to really study it yet because we're going to be told more about it, I'm guessing. E or 3, could it be 3 mil? It's definitely an E. Okay, so let's go back to our case here. So we read the report from the undercover. And now here's McKechnie disagreeing. I cannot agree with the Detective Sergeant Spigot's deduction from the Murphy-Connolly conversation. Why should the IRA group chief plan to eliminate Orloff on a night when there was a full meeting of the group and thus expose them all to possible capture? It seems to me more probable that Orloff's connection with us was only discovered when the majority of the group had already gathered in the secret room. Possibly the murderer had even learned that a raid was imminent and shot Orloff not only out of revenge, but to create an alarm which would ensure his associates getting clear of the club before the police arrived. In any case, I feel that the murder of Orloff was decided upon as an emergency measure, and there was neither time nor opportunity to warn the people already in the secret room, and that these, alarmed by the shots which they took as a signal that the club was being raided, and finding themselves trapped, decided to force their way out via the shop by blowing in its boarded-up window, in spite of the big risk that by doing so they might have detonated their whole store of explosives. This is what Jonathan was saying. Fortunately, Spigot's camera was not damaged during the melee in the entrance of the club at 12:55 to 59, and as reported, he had succeeded in taking a complete series of photographs of all the members of the club as they entered the club earlier in the evening. These have been developed and prints are forwarded herewith. Also, all particulars we have to date of the originals. Orloff being dead, the group is now reduced to 15 in number. In view of the warning message found in his trouser pocket, it is clear that he was killed by one of his associates, because one or more of them knew that he was squealing to us. Moreover, the warning message indicates that his murderer was the leader of the group. Unfortunately, as Spigot was knocked out in the first rush of guests from the club, he is unable to inform us which members of the group left among the panicking crowd, and we have no means, apart from the clues secured, of ascertaining which members of the group were already in the secret room at the time of the murder. In consequence, we have at present no evidence upon which we can formulate a charge against any member of the group, with the one exception of O'Leary, alias Burke, who is wanted in connection with the Hammersmith Bridge outrage. Our problems, therefore, are: A. To identify Orloff's murderer, which, as we have good grounds for believing him to be the brains behind the group, would in all probability break it up. Aha. So that's how they're motivating why it's so important for us to solve this murder, because they think the murderer is the leader, and that would tell them who the leader is. B. To establish the identity of those members of the group who were in the secret room at 12:54 a.m., as each individual who can be proved to have been in that room can be charged with conspiracy and complicity in the manufacture of infernal machines for felonious purposes, which would result in our being able to put them away for 3 to 10 years. He's like boasting about 3 to 10. Having traced all 15 members of the group on information supplied by Spigot since his installation of the club, we were able to bring them all in for questioning before 3 a.m. All admit to have visited the Milky Way last night between the hours of 10 p.m. and 12:50 a.m., but all declare that they left the club by its proper entrance in Curzon Street among the panicking crowd that rushed out on hearing the shots that killed Orloff and the subsequent explosion. Further, all 15 deny ever having been in the secret room, forming part of 94 Shepherd's Market and all knowledge of its existence. Unless, therefore, the signatures of the suspects taken at the yard, photographs taken by Spigot, and latest information secured to date regarding the members of the group, all of which are enclosed herewith, can be construed as positive evidence against any or all of the prisoners, we shall be compelled to release them. I am, however, holding them pending your instructions. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, J.D. McKechnie. So they've been arrested, brought in for questioning. We're going to see their signatures, so we have their handwriting, and now they're asking us to figure out how we can prove who was in the room, how we can prove who did the murder. Okay, well, here's the signature sheet. I'm going to put a mark on that. Let's look at these 16 people, and I think we should make cards for each of them. Okay, let's take a look. Carlotta Casada, Dennis Burke, Kathleen Murphy, Patrick Murphy, Sullivan, Heinrich Hauser, E.B. Masters, Henry Wilson, Nissan DeLeese, Carl Finnegan, William Benson, Sean Connolly, Tony Pendennis, Terrace Boyd O'Dare, and Pauline Vidaz. So those are our 16 people with their signatures. Okay. And there's our exhibits. So I think it's probably worth, I mean, if we're going to enjoy this game seriously, it makes sense that we make a card for each person. So let's do it. So we've got, going back. Okay. So we've got Sean Connolly. He's a terrorist. He's the one that started this whole organization, operation, because they recognized him coming into the club. All right. I'll keep notes on them later. I mean, we'll fill this in later. But Serge Orloff, he's the Milky Way owner who was shot in the back. Okay. Who do we got next? Murphys. So we've got Patrick Murphy. This will be good because then we'll have place to put information about people as we learn it. Patrick Murphy, he's Mr. Patrick Murphy, and then Mrs. Patrick Murphy. Does she have a first name? Kathleen. Okay. Then we've got Angela Sullivan. All right, maybe as I'm writing these, I'll remind you who they are. Sean Connolly was the terrorist that they first saw coming into the club, who they've been hunting for, and when they realized he was back in England, they realized something was going on. Serge Orloff, he's the owner. He got blackmailed into participating in the cell group because he was dealing drugs. Patrick Murphy and his wife Kathleen are Irish-born of British nationality. They run a house in Ireland. Director of agent of book match importers. So let's just put book match importers. And she runs a house. Okay. Angela Sullivan was seen in the company of Captain Terence Boyd O'Dare. Okay, he's in the Royal Ulster Rifles. That's the RUR crest we saw on one of the cigarette cases, so we know he's there. Okay, what does she do, though? Angela Sullivan was seen in the company of Terence O'Boyd. He's on our list of suspects. He's the she is the wife of Brian Sullivan. The bomber. So she's the wife of a bomber who's in jail. Okay. All right. Who's next? Spigot. He's the undercover officer, undercover police. All right. Who else we got? It's probably going to sum up all these people somewhere in a nice list soon. Okay, next up is Heinrich Hauser. He is the journalist, Trotskyite. Okay. More group. We've got Carl Finnegan. He's Irish. We've got Madame Pauline Vidor. Polish. Terence Boyd O'Dare, we already got him. Then we've got Dennis Burke. He's Irish. We've got the Murphys, Angela Saul. Okay, so So that's the original group. William Benson. William Benson is British. Then we've got joined by Madame Ninon Delis. She's French. Nice if I didn't have to use different cards for each of these. Okay. And then we've got A.B. Masters. A.B. Masters is British. Okay, then we've got Tony and Dennis. British. And Carlotta Casado is Spanish. We can fill in more details as we get them in. The cell is 16 members, 11 men and 1 woman. Okay, let's see if we got 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 and our detective makes 16. So there we go. All right, now we've got them all. Wait, 16. Where's our 16? Who am I missing? Let's look at the signatures. Who am I missing? Carlotta we got. Did I have Dennis Burke? Got Dennis Burke. I've got Carlotta. Where's Carlotta? Do I have Carlotta? Maybe I didn't write Carlotta. Dennis Burke. We've got the McMurphys. Patrick and Kathleen. Who am I missing? Heinrich Hauser. A.B. Masters. I'm just going through this list. Angela Sullivan. Henry Wilson, I don't think. Who's Henry Wilson? Okay, Henry Wilson is the one I believe I'm missing. Henry Wilson. Let's look at these others. Delise, we have Carl Finnegan. Carl Finnegan, William Benson, Sean Connolly, Penn Dennis, Terrence Boyd, and Pauline. Yeah, so it was Henry Wilson. Now, where were we told about Henry Wilson? Let's just see. Oh, Henry Wilson here. William Benson, British, and Henry Wilson, British. Okay, so there we go. It's unfortunate that they're on different card stock, but we'll just put them all over here. I guess I'll leave Spigot in there just in case. Wheatley was Wilson. Yes, okay. So we'll want to put more details here as we remember who they are. But maybe we can just do that as we come across it. Madame Vidor is living with Finnegan in a furnished twat and is doubtless acting under his influence. So Vidor is the woman who's around the finger of Finnegan. She's around finger of Carl Finnegan. All right. Heinrich Hauser is in the World Press. That's his newspaper, I guess. World Press Agency. Okay. He was a communist. He worked with Orlov in Russia. It seems to be pro-communist, for whatever that's worth. Okay. He met them through his cousin Carl. Nina de Lees is a recent recruit, professional dancer. All right, let's write that down. She's a dancer. She's the one that she's very politically involved, I believe. Boyd O'Dare, it says. Boyd O'Dare, Captain Boyd O'Dare, his strong personality. He likes Neenan DeLeese. Says here he's completely taken an under. Wait, she's appears to have taken her fancy. Oh, she likes the captain. Okay. Henry Wilson is Scab. Okay, let's write this down. His nickname, Henry Wilson, is Scab. He's the safe blower, which, as Jonathan points out, is played by Dennis Wheatley. Okay, and then A.B. Masters, who's his friend, is the cat burglar. And his nickname is Muggs. Okay, so they're friends. William Benson. William Benson is the international adventurer. So he's in it for money and excitement. So one person I don't have much on is Pendennis. Does anyone remember what Pendennis' deal is? Pendennis earned goods money as a band leader. Oh, he's the band leader. He wouldn't risk a heavy sentence for phenomenal financial gain. He's not in type who would be interested in political movements, so some pressure was put on him. And it says, so he got sucked in because he knows about the drugs or something. Carlotta Casada, she's an anarchist, so she is involved in the politics. Member of the FAI. FAI member. Okay. Okay, well, those seem to be our main people. All right, so we've got our people. We can add notes to them. That's a lot of people to keep track of. All right. Now we're back to new information. All right, well, we had to. All right, so we've got their signatures in case we want to match them up. We've got the note written by someone who's friendly to our guy, friendly to Orloff, warning him. We don't know who that is. Since everyone has signed it, I'm not sure we can use any information except perhaps if we... Was there... No one signed that note, right? There's this one here. A warning note to him. Okay, do you see anything? It's just all in caps. So it's not hard to find any signature identification here. I'll put it back here, but maybe so we can access it again. All right. So here's the weird part. Like we're well over halfway through this book. It's a very short book. It's never been opened. And there are some pages of where you fill out your answers, something different from previous games. So we're almost done with this. Could try to match the handwriting to the warning or the doodle. Yeah, I didn't see any way to match it to the uppercase warning note, but maybe the doodle. All right, so the rest of this document looks like it's the interviews. This is a very thin, short game. All right, let's see what we got here. Seems like it may be purely boiled down to matching up people with evidence and stuff. So let's continue here. Here's Tony Ben Dennis. Particulars: age, height, build, hair, light brown, slightly wavy. So this is just the report on these people. Is it just the report of each of the 16 people? Is that like this? The rest of the evidence is just that? Wow, that's really kind of bizarre. The entire rest of our evidence, that's it. The entire rest of the evidence is just the intelligence reports on these people, and that's it. And then from that, we'll have to figure out who is in the room, who is not in the room. Emma Stasher says, is this just going to be elimination then? I believe it is. I believe this is just going to be pure cross-referencing evidence with what's in the room. All the evidence in the room, we're going to link up to different people and put them in the room, and then the rest will be, maybe only one person will be outside the room, and that'll be the murderer and the boss. This looks like it's going to be pure boiling down to totally different fourth book. All right, let's read this here. So here's information on Tony Ben Dennis. Born at Horsham, Sussex, the only son of Andrew Pendennis, JP LLD, educated Milton and Sandhurst, but left military college on father's death in 1928. He's 30 years old. He inherited money, but lost it in 1930, slumped through bad speculations. Meanwhile, had been studying music, first appeared in a band at Ciro's in 1930, worked under Raymond Hicks on tour, 1931, 1932, 1933, 1935, ran his own dance band for private engagements. 1936, toured continent, arrested in Marseille in June 1936 with Emile Carat and Lucille Verlaine at the Restaurant des Réserves. All three were charged with dope smuggling. Carat received a 3-year sentence, the woman Verlaine 18 months, but Pendennis was acquitted. Shortly afterwards, he sailed for the United States, where he remained until April 1938. On his return to England, he went into partnership with Orloff and has since been responsible for the band at the Milky Way. And that's where he lived. So, Pendennis, the band leader. We don't seem to have much on him. He's 30 years old. I'll write that down. 30 years old. Light brown wavy hair. Maybe the hair we found will be relevant. All right. Next up, Carlotta Casado. Let's find her. Comes from a good Spanish family who are natives of Catalonia. Her father was professor of physics at Barcelona University, held strong liberal and separatist views, on account of which he was imprisoned by Primo de Rivera in 1928, was released and reinstated in his professorship on the dictator's fall in 1930. Carlotta early became interested in political movements, prominent personality among a group of young intellectuals. In 1931, she joined the CNT. In 1935, was elected a member of the FAI, the inner ring which controlled the policy of Barcelona anarchists. Her brother Joseph was a bad lot, and after being disowned by the father, left Spain in 1934. He has since lived in Paris and London, mixing up with a rather dubious crowd and picking up a precarious living in various night haunts as a professional dancing partner. Carlotta was largely instrumental in organizing the Spanish People's Ballet, which held its first season in 1932. It was through this that she met Orloff during its fourth season at San Sebastian in 1935, when he was temporarily running the San Antonio restaurant there. The two appear to have had a love affair. Carlotta was never married. There is reason to suppose that she is still in love with Orloff, so that makes her a good candidate for the one warning him. Spigot reports that Orloff is keeping Nerina Joliffe, one of his dance hostesses, and that this was not known to Carlotta until the night of the raid, when high words passed between the two women. In the Spanish Civil War, Carlotta worked in a Barcelona hospital and organized entertainment for the troops. 3 days before the city fell to General Franco, she left it as a refugee and came via Marseille and Calais to join her brother in England. Orloff then engaged her to run his cabarets at the Milky Way, and she has worked there ever since. Okay, so she works there. The brother, a very good-looking man of 28, who is known among his friends as Spanish Joe, was deported on the 10th of April last on suspicion of being concerned with the traffic in illicit drugs. Okay, so what we want to note about Carlotta is she might have loved Orloff and discovered he had a girlfriend that night. So that would give her possible motive to kill him or to warn him. She's got black hair. Okay. Next, Angela Sullivan. Angela Sullivan. It says Angela Sullivan left. What does that mean, left? Photograph 2 on the left. Okay. Okay, Angela Sullivan. Says golden brown hair. Born in Littlefold, Hampshire, England, only daughter of late Canon H.T. Brentwick, D.D., served as V.A.D. in the last year of war, that's the volunteers. While nursing, met Brian Sullivan, a wounded officer, whom she married when still only 17. After the armistice, the couple went to live at Ballyvaughan, County Clare, Ireland, Sullivan's home. He was fanatically anti-English on the Irish question and narrowly escaped being shot in October 1919 by the Black and Tans. He fled to the hills, where he operated with a band of irregulars for some time. For further particulars of his anti-British activities, which have continued ever since, see his dossier, the last entry of which is found guilty of participation in the Liverpool bomb outrages and sentenced to 7 years penal servitude on February 10th, 1939. The Sullivans are the most devoted couple, and she married so young she quickly became imbued with his fanatical ideas. Except for occasional trips to this country and abroad, she has lived in Ireland for the past 20 years. She was in Liverpool for her husband's trial and has remained here since. Okay, and then it gives the addresses, which might be relevant if we find certain, like this, she's at the Rembrandt Hotel. If we find a Rembrandt Hotel matchbook, then we know that could be her. Okay, so Angela Sullivan is involved because of her husband. Okay. Heinrich Hauser. He's the journalist. He's got dark brown hair. Hauser is a native of the Rhineland, born near Koblenz. He was gazetted to the 16th Ulhouse in 1909 and served with his regiment up to the latter stages of the war. He was mentioned twice in dispatches, received the Iron Cross second class, and in 1916 promoted to the rank of captain. Most of his war service was on the Russian front, and the division to which he was attached was among those immobilized in the Ukraine on the outbreak of the revolution. These troops were so corrupted by Bolshevik propaganda that they would not be withdrawn for service on other fronts for fear they would contaminate loyal divisions. Wow. When food difficulties arose, many of the units disintegrated, became independent robber bands, or took sides with either the Reds or Whites in the Russian Civil War. As the Whites were supported by the Allies, Hauser joined the Bolsheviks and led a detachment of Reds against General Yudenich in Estonia. He then disappeared for some time, doubtless preferring not to return to his own country after the war was over, and he reappeared again in 1920 as a member of Trotsky's staff. It was about this time that he met Orloff, and the two worked together until 1924, when Hauser returned to Germany. He settled in Berlin and earned a precarious living by writing articles for a number of socialist papers, at once identifying himself with the same political movement. In 1933, when the tide had turned definitely in favor of the Nazis, Hauser immigrated to the States, where he continued to earn his living by journalism. In 1937, he joined the Dragenberg Press Agency's organization there, and in January 1939 was transferred by them to their London office. Okay, next up, Carl Finnegan. Carl Finnegan's father was a landowner with an estate. He's got dark hair with snow white at temples. We did see a hair that looked like it was black with some white. So that could be his hair. Finnegan's father was a landowner with an estate outside Dublin, where he bred large numbers of horses. His principal customer in the late 90s and up to the outbreak of the Great War was the German army. For the purpose of negotiating sales, he paid frequent visits to Germany, where he met and married Fräulein Greta Hauser, Heinrich Hauser's aunt. He joined the rebels and was killed defending the Dublin post office in the Easter Rebellion of 1915. Finnegan, then a boy of 14, was adopted by his uncle, Clancy Finnegan, who had settled in America some years earlier and went to live in the States with him. Carl was educated by his uncle at Gretna and Yale. He has published 4 books of poetry, and for the last 17 years has divided his interests between the artistic set in which he moves in New York and the American Societies for the Maintenance of Irish Independence. Owing to the manner of his father's death, he is extremely bitter against the British. He has paid 7 visits to Ireland in the last 6 years, and it was during one of these that he spent a night in a haunted house, which resulted in his hair turning prematurely white overnight. He presumably contacted his cousin Hauser when the German went as a journalist to the United States. Note: Spigot has telephoned from the sanatorium to add to his report that up to the 23rd, Finnegan wore his hair long and full in the fashion of an Edwardian poet, but that he had evidently had it cut to moderate length that day, as seen in the photograph taken that night. Had it cut that day. So that's why maybe some hair is on his shoulder and stuff that had been cut. Interesting. All right, I'll just put note, hair cut that day. That does seem to be a clue to us. I think that he had his hair cut recently. Okay, next up, Pauline Vidor. Madame Pauline Vidor, born in Poland. Her hair is blonde going white. Blonde going white. Born in Poland, married 1924 Count Ladislav Vidor, whom she obtained a divorce in 1930. Went to live in Paris in 1931, where she became a prominent figure in literary and artistic circles. Removed to the United States in 1935 and settled in New York. Has many friends among American artists, poets, and painters, and thus presumably met Finnegan. How long they've been acquainted is unknown. They arrived together from America in the SS Washington on November 24th, 1938, spent 3 weeks in Dublin, and on reaching London, took the furnished flat where they are now living together. Madame Vidor is a crack shot and frequently goes down to Bisley to practice revolver shooting. So she's a crack shot, and then she's with Finnegan. And we should say Finnegan is with Pauline Vidor. Okay. Were there other groups of people? Yes. Finnegan is with Pauline, and Angela and Hauser are together. I guess we should maybe write that down. She's with Hauser, and then Hauser is with Angela Sullivan, in some sense at least. Okay. That's Pauline. Next up is Nina DeLise. Her hair is natural blonde. She's 20 years old, appears older owing to use of makeup. Ah, there's our makeup woman. Lots of makeup. Her build is very slim and supple. Okay, 5'4", gray eyes, lashes heavily blackened. Heavy black eyelash. Makeup. Born at Sable-d'Or, Brittany, studied dancing at Children's Academy Dinard from age of 6, toured France with the troupe Petit Belles de Bretagne, 1931-1932, joined École Terpsichore in Paris, 1933, made first solo appearance at Biarritz in summer of 1936, was an immediate success, many good engagements on the continent since. First visit to England, May-July 1938, returned for further engagements, January 1939. Recreations are riding and flying. Has acquired, among many others, the following friends here. Air Vice Marshal Fulchard, Lord Hudderstone, R.C. Bigden Brown, Wing Commander Roland Roylance, and Mr. G.B. Lake of Malden Manor, Leicestershire. She is not suspected of espionage activities, but is believed that Boyd O'Dare may be obtaining information through her from Bigden Brown and others. So she may be an intermediary with some British official. I'll just write down here, is she a middleman? And right, so she's attached to Boyd. She likes Boyd. All right. And then Boyd okay. 42 years old, 6'1", strong, straight, fair hair. Boyd O'Dare comes from an old Ulster family, having long associations with the army, but his mother was a Donnelly from County Kildare. The mother being a Roman Catholic, the boy was brought up in that faith, and he spent most of his youth with his mother's people in southern Ireland. His father insisted, however, that he should go into the family regiment, the Royal Ulster Rifles, and he was gazetted to it straight from the OTC of his public school in January 1915. He served in France and was wounded on the Somme in July 1916. Evacuated to England, he spent a period in the hospitals and convalescent depots, after which he was sent out again, this time to the Salonika front, and was promoted to the rank of captain. He proved a keen soldier and was popular with his men, but his caustic wit, which he often exercised at the expense of all things connected with Northern Ireland, proved a constant irritation to his brother officers. This developed into a definite antagonism during the after-war years as the tension between Northern and Southern Ireland increased. The sympathies of the regiment were naturally with the North, while Boyd O'Dare, becoming more and more under the influence of his mother's relatives, espoused more strongly than ever the cause of the South. In July 1926, there was an open quarrel in which Boyd O'Dare struck a brother officer. At the court of inquiry which followed, he urged extreme provocation, but was severely reprimanded, upon which he sent in his papers. This abrupt termination of his military career has since been regarded by him as grounds for a bitter grudge against Britain. By 1928, we found that he had become involved with the IRA, and his dossier will prove particulars of his activities in the movement since. So he's an IRA guy. IRA and military. Okay. Next is Henry Wilson. And Henry Wilson, this is Scab. Henry Wilson and A.B. McMasters are together. Okay. So his hair is straight, dark brown. Okay. Let's read about Wilson. Wilson, no, I'm wondering if the people in the channel aren't busy like skipping ahead, ruling out people. I hope you are not. You gotta follow with me when I'm reading, and then we'll do all of our constraint satisfaction and rule people in and out of that room. Okay. Wilson, known among his associates as Scab, is a habitual criminal. He was first arrested on pickpocketing charge in 1909. Subsequent offenses led to his being sent to Borstal. From the institution, he went straight into the army as a volunteer shortly after the outbreak of the Great War. Although then still under 18, he showed considerable ability and achieved the rank of company quartermaster sergeant 3 years later. In 1918, when his battalion was in the Ypres sector, it was discovered that he was selling surplus army rations to the Belgian civilians behind the line, upon which he was court-martialed and reduced to the ranks. In March 1919, he was demobilized and acquired a tobacco and newspaper shop in Stepney. In January 1921, the business failed, and with it apparently ended any attempt on Scab's part to go straight. The following April, he was arrested for complicity in a burglary and received an 18-month sentence. From this time on, as his dossier will show, he has been constantly in and out of prison. Hitherto, all the charges made against him have been in connection with burglary, and for some years past he has specialized in safe blowing. As one of the few crooks who have a thorough knowledge of explosives and the courage to employ them, he gets a big cut after each successful robbery. When out of prison, he spends lavishly. Last released from Dartmoor, November 4th, 1938. He seems a good candidate to be the person who actually blows open the escape of the boarded up door. Next up is A.B. McMasters. A.B. Masters. And did Terrence Boyd, we did that. Okay. Okay, he's the cat burglar. He's got thick, black, wavy hair. 34, 5'9". McMasters is known among his associates as Mug, which is a short name of his original nickname, Handsome Mug. He first came to our notice in 1927 as a racehorse crook and soon after became a member of the Rossini gang, which levied blackmail on bookmakers. At Lingfield in 1930, the Rossini boys received a particularly bad beating up from their rivals, the Levinsky gang. 2 deaths resulted and a number of serious wounds from razor slashings, and after this, Masters apparently decided that the race game was not worth the candle. As a member of the Cock-a-Hoop Athletic Club of Whitechapel, he had already won several prizes for gymnastics, and he now proceeded to adapt his physical abilities to his criminal career. A series of cat burglaries in the Richmond and Cheam area in 1931 to 33 he entirely defeated us until a Colonel Bingewell, returning to his house late one night after an old comrade's dinner, found Masters in his bedroom and laid him out with a whiskey decanter. Masters has been inside on 2 similar charges since and was last released from Dartmoor on February 9th of this year. He has a peculiar fascination for women and treats those in whom he becomes interested well, but he never married. Okay, that was J.G. Lynx. J.G. Lynx was the author of the book who was in that photograph. Okay, next is Rory O'Leary, a.k.a. Dennis Burke. Okay, so this is a.k.a. Rory O'Leary. Okay, dark brown straight hair. Dark brown straight hair. Okay, he's a native of Cork, so he's Irish, we knew that. His father was a merchant of good standing in that city, and he lived with his wife and family in a commodious mansion outside it. During the Troubles, after the war, O'Leary's sheltered several nationalist gunmen who were on the run there. The Black and Tans raided the place, and in the ensuing gunfight, O'Leary, his wife, and his eldest son were all killed. Young Rory disappeared, and it was later learned that he had run away to sea. For 7 years, he served in numerous ships, during the latter period as assistant ship's carpenter, but there is no doubt that witnessing the massacre of his family left an indelible impression on his mind. He returned to Ireland in 1929 and at once associated himself with the more reckless elements of the old anti-British factions. A record of his activities, as known to us, will be found in his dossier. His hobby, learnt at sea, is wood carving. I'm just going to write that down, wood carving. Don't think we have any use of that. And he has fashioned some remarkably good reproductions of fine 18th century furniture for his home, which is outside Cork, about 2 miles from his parents' old residence. He is believed to marry a girl named Maureen O'Shea in 1934, but we have no actual proof of this. In any case, they parted in less than a year, which caused him to become misanthropic. He is shrewd, daring, and unscrupulous in what he considers to be the cause of his country. It is believed that many of the tube station outrages were planned by him, and we have definite proof that he was concerned in the Hammersmith Bridge affair. So he plans bombings. All right. Could he be our Mr. Big? Next up, Patrick Murphy. I'm just going to put that he's with Mrs. Kathleen Murphy. She is with Patrick Murphy, so these two tend to be together. Okay, so we're starting with Mr. Patrick Murphy. He's brown going gray hair. Murphy was born in Limerick. His father, a doctor, sent him to Trinity College, Dublin, but he failed to take his medical degree and entered the old establishment houses of Fillmore Flannery, general importers, in 1910. He showed such promise that his firm sent him on a tour of Australasia it says, and the Far East in 1913. His movements during the Great War are obscure, but he was in New Guinea when the Australian forces landed there and joined them as an irregular in their attack on the German colony. We next hear of him in German East, where he offered his services to General Smuts, but for some reason they were rejected. This appears to have soured him against the British, as he then joined von Litauen and fought for the remainder of the war on the side of Germany. Shortly after the armistice, he married a German girl in Tanganyika and returned to Europe with her in 1922. They settled in Bremen, where he entered the business of her family, the Deutsche Kunst Allgemeine Gesellschaft. But in 1927, she was killed as a result of a motor accident, upon which he returned to Ireland. During a series of visits to London, he utilized his German connections, also German, to negotiate an arrangement with Acton Goddard's Sons, fancy goods importers of 24 Mincing Lane, EC3, becoming a director of the firm. He's remained with them ever since, taking out British naturalization papers in 1930. He settled in London. He is responsible to his firm for the marketing of their goods in the Irish Free State and has doubtless used this to cover his IRA activities. In 1932, he married Kathleen Delaney. That's his wife. Okay, so he is he works for importer. In case we see anything. Fancy goods importers of 25. Okay. All right, let's see about his wife. Miss Murphy, she's got chestnut hair. Miss Murphy is the only child of the late Major Markham Delaney, Lowlands Hall, Tipperary. In the post-war troubles, the hall was used as a headquarters by the rebels and burnt down as a reprisal by the Black and Tans. I think maybe someone could look up what the Black and Tans were. It was the Black and Tans and then the Whites and the Reds. These are Irish Civil War groups, I guess. Major Delaney, a Black and Tan is also a drink. Major Delaney was absent abroad at the time and does not appear to have been a strong partisan of either one side or the other, but the event doubtless made a lasting impression on his small daughter, who was only rescued from the fire with some difficulty. From 1922 to 1924, the Delaneys lived in Dublin, but in the latter year, Kathleen was sent to school in Bournemouth, and shortly afterwards, her father bought a hotel, which he ran until he died in 1936. Kathleen was married from this hotel in 1932 to Patrick Murphy, and as his wife assumed British nationality. It was doubtless on account of her father's hotel interest that Kathleen decided to run furnished apartments in London, and the large house in Hertford Street was taken for that purpose. Her father was able to send her numerous clients from Bournemouth, and others were secured through their Irish connections. Okay, Sean Connolly. We're almost done here. Straight, brown, graying hair. Connolly was born in Liverpool of Irish parents. He's 62 years old. His father, a lawyer, had strong Fenian sympathies, and Sean was brought up in the belief that every interest in his life should be subordinated to the struggle for Irish independence. He's Irish loyalist. Okay. By 1897, he was already active in the Home Rule movement and openly declaring his hatred of everything British. He soon developed a remarkable gift for oratory, and between the late 90s and the outbreak of the Great War, addressed thousands of meetings on Home Rule both in Liverpool and Ireland. He was often in hiding from the police, from both in the Liverpool and in Ireland. He was often in hiding from the police, fought in the Easter Rebellion, and after its suppression led a band of irregulars against the British. In the following years, he was reported again and again as the organizer of surprise raids. We know he's an organizer. In which the Black and Tans sustained many casualties, but he was never caught. He was an intimate friend of Michael Collins, but later they quarreled and Connolly continued his subversive activities. Only failing health brought his long career of fanatical patriotic violence to an apparent conclusion when he left Ireland to settle in South Africa in November 1937. Bad health. The state of his return to Europe is still unknown, but his health seems to have been much improved by his stay abroad. Okay, he's the terrorist. All right. Two more. William Benson. William Hugo Benson. He's got fair hair, whatever that means. Benson was born in London, but educated in Canada, where his father had big timber interests. On the outbreak of war, he returned to England, was granted a commission in the Rutland Light Infantry, and proceeded to France in May 1915. He was wounded and invalided home the following October and not fit for active service again until August 1918, when he went out once more as a captain. After the armistice, he joined the White Russians. For nearly 2 years, he fought with them against the Bolsheviks until he was captured during the sack of Rostov, tortured by the Reds, and narrowly escaped with his life. Returning to Canada in 1921, he quarreled with his father through refusing to settle down and go into the timber business. Instead, he engaged in bootlegging across the Great Lakes and later took to rum running from the Bahamas. In 1925, the Federals sank a steamer he had chartered with its whole cargo, and this put him out of the business. A year later, he was arrested for gun running in Morocco, but he escaped from prison before his trial. Between 1929 and 1931, he participated in several Central and South American revolutions and civil wars. In 1932, he appeared in China, and it was there he became known as Big Bill. He fought for several prominent Chinese warlords. He's 6'2", by the way. In the ensuing years, and ran a munitions factory at Hankow from May 1936, out of which he made considerable profits until it was destroyed by the Japanese. In October 1938, he returned to England with a bank balance of less than £200 to show for all of his years of adventuring. He is, however, now in clover again, as last week his father died and apparently relenting left him the bulk of his estate, which is estimated to produce over £250,000. And he's in the Wellington Hotel. All right. Lastly, Serge Orloff. 5'11". He's got dark chestnut hair, wavy, and a beard. Orloff was born in Kharkov. His father was a restaurant proprietor. His mother comes from the lesser nobility. As a boy, Serge showed unusual brilliance, and his parents were ambitious for him. He entered the university of his native city before he was 17. There, he soon became a leader among the more radical students and was arrested as part organizer of an anti-government demonstration at the end of his first term. The revolution broke shortly afterwards, and he immediately joined the Red Guard. In 1918, in spite of his youth, he was elected to represent his unit at a council of workmen and soldiers in Moscow, where he met Trotsky, who was then organizing the Red Army. The warlord took young Orloff onto his staff and sent him on numerous special missions during the many months of the Civil War that followed. Orloff was at different times Trotsky's personal representative with the 2nd, 4th, and 10th Armies, and was present at the taking of Odessa, Rostov, Simbirsk, and Orenburg. After the war, he held a post in the supplies department of the Russian War Office until Trotsky's fall from power. Orloff succeeded in escaping the purge that followed by slipping over the Finnish border. He then made his way to England, arriving here in October 1928. Joseph Toscani, an old friend of his father, gave him a job at the Cordon Bleu, and in 1930, on the head waiters leaving, he became head waiter there. During 1934 and 35, he held several temporary posts on the French and Italian Rivieras and in Spain. He then returned permanently to London and opened his own place, the Milky Way. Okay, so I think we stop there. Let's take a break for 10 minutes, but first let's read the chat. I think there are 13 pieces of physical evidence, so I guess each one is going to correspond to one of these people. John says, don't worry, I haven't tried to figure out yet. Black and tans, MS Dasher say, were the British introduced into the Irish police force pre-Irish independence to strengthen it. I see. Okay, so the black and tans are the British people against independence in the Irish government. All right, so it looks like that's the end of the case. It's just going to be about solving it. We're going to read how this book introduced a new sort of sheet that you fill out for your guesses. This is a huge departure from the previous cases. It looks like this really is going to be ruling everyone out by the evidence, really focused on the evidence and ruling people out. And then we're going to figure out who's in the room, who's out of the room. Looks like we're going to get rid of some people by hair, some people by their items, and then we'll try to figure out who could have killed him. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start going through the evidence. So I'll see you in 10 minutes. You are watching Co-op for Two. We've now read the bulk of Herewith the Clues, a very different book than the previous three. Much more of a boiled down, here are 16 suspects and evidence, and now cross them off, and by excluding those who were in the room, you'll find the one that's left. Let's just recap the groups of people we're trying to deal with. We're trying to identify the people that were in the room and therefore couldn't have been the person to shoot him. Then hopefully there's only one person left outside the room and we can conclude they're the person that shot him in the back. It's possible, though, that we've got another person within this group that warned him. So it may be that that person is in the room or outside the room, we don't know. And to help set the stage for why we're motivated to solve this murder, we're told at some point, I forget if it's in the note, warning note or not, I believe it may be, that the person who's going to kill him is going to be the boss of this whole group. So the detective writing to us, the McKechnie, is hoping that if we can identify the people in the room, they can be locked up. But if we can identify who actually shot him, we'll know who's the boss of this whole operation. And Jonathan is doing his normal proposal of conspiracy. He's saying the person who set up the raid is the person. I don't think so, but it's an interesting theory. Okay, so I think it looks like we've made our 16 cards for the different suspects. And I was thinking it was the doorman undercover operative, but I don't think it is. Now that we've got our 16 suspects, but Serge Orloff is dead, so he's probably not in our consideration. We've got 15 more, I believe. We've got details at the end of the book on their physical nature and stats and their hair color. And then in the beginning, then we got photos of them, so we can see which ones are smoking and which ones aren't. And then we've got descriptions from the doorman of them arriving. And we know, for example, some of them smoke certain brands. We can see in the photos who had hats. And he tells a joke to some of them. One person, he comments the woman didn't understand it, so she could not have written the note. So remember, as we go through these evidence, we're going to go through the evidence. We're going to try to put people in the room when we can by the evidence found in the room. We're also going to be, we've got their signatures, their handwriting. We're going to be trying to identify who could have written him the warning note. So we've got photos, we've got stats at the end, their police information. Then we've got descriptions of them coming into the club and other details about them. So I think maybe the way to do it is to go to the evidence all found in the room and see if we can use our evidence to tell us something. So I'm thinking maybe what we'll do, since we're doing cards this game for fun, I think maybe what we'll do is we'll make a card for each piece of evidence. A, B, and we'll use this to track who we can associate with every piece of evidence. E, there isn't that many. F, G, H, up to L, I, J, K, L. Okay. Is that all? No, it goes up to O. Where is it? Oh, yeah. L, M, N, and O. Okay. So there's our evidence, and we're going to try to identify people by their evidence. So let's start with A. This is one that we didn't understand. So Regina Palast. What do we even think this is? Is this a matchbook? Is this it's Munchen, so it's German. Is this mentioned as one of the hotels of one of the people in the back? So in the back, let's just remind ourselves. It's got where people are staying. So Tony Pendennis is staying at mansions, Rembrandt Hotel. So if you find something of the Rembrandt Hotel, we know it's from that person. This is Westminster Mansions, Charlotte's Mansions, Albert's Gate Court. And it's just got a flat, a flat, a flat. So that's not very useful. There was just one, oh, well, so someone's staying at the Wellington Hotel. Someone's staying at a different hotel. Wellington Hotel and the Rembrandt Hotel. So if you see anything about those, we've got that. Anyone want? Oh, Jonathan says, do we want to read the instructions? Yes. Sorry, let's do that. Author's note on how to fill in readers' mark sheets. The joint authors, Messrs. Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Link, suggest that readers should now fill in the yellow form with their reasons for eliminating as many suspects as possible. 7 suspects can each be wholly eliminated by 1 reason apiece. 7 more can be wholly eliminated by 2 reasons apiece, or partially eliminated by 1 reason apiece. For each suspect wholly eliminated, you score 2 points, and for each only partially eliminated, you score 1 point. If 14 suspects are eliminated correctly, but some of them only partially, the murderer can be identified as the only remaining suspect, and 5 points should be added to the score. If 14 suspects are wholly eliminated in complete accordance with the Assistant Commissioner's findings, and the murderer definitely identified, a further 7 points should be added to the score, the maximum score being 40. 8 solution sheets are provided so that each member of the family may fill in, if they wish, before the sealed page is cut. No peeping now, and I hope it will give you a lot of fun. Okay, so let's take a look at what this form looks like. All right, so this is, if you've been following around, none of the other books have anything like this. Totally new. I eliminate the following suspects for the reasons stated below. Use 2 lines only in cases we have more than 1 reason for eliminating a suspect. Okay. So the first 7 for 1 reason each. The next 7 for 2 reasons. And then you should be able to identify Orloff's murderer. Score 2 points for each suspect correctly eliminated by either 1 full or 2 partial reasons. Score 1 for each suspect only partially eliminated by 1 correct reason. So you're supposed to list the reasons. If the murder is correctly identified, add 5 points to the score. If the score now totals a maximum, add further 7 points. So if you get everything perfectly, you get a further 7 points. All right, let's make sure we understand this double thing. It was a little confusing. It tells us 7 suspects can be eliminated wholly by 1 reason. So 7 people, we find the 1 reason, we've completely eliminated them from being the murderer, being outside the door. Or couldn't be the murderer for some other reason. So 7 more can be wholly eliminated by 2 reasons. So for 7 of them, 1 reason is enough. For the other 7, they either can be wholly eliminated by 2 reasons or partially eliminated by 1 reason. If you wholly eliminate 2 points, if you only partially, you get 1 point. Okay, so it sounds like it's like a score thing. If you can find both of the reasons to eliminate them, then you're getting 2 points. But if you only find one of the reasons, you're only going to get a point, but you still eliminate them. All right. and you have to give the reasons. Following suspects for the reasons. So what we're supposed to do now is for 14 of the 15, we're supposed to give why we eliminate them, either one or two reasons. And then there's a score. Maximum score you get is 40. So this you could actually play with your group and each come up with your own sheets and see who got the most points. It's pretty cool. Okay, back to our evidence. So let's keep track of this. Our A card is Regina Palace Munkin. So we don't know what it is exactly, unless someone can guess. It kind of looks like a matchbook cover, but it's not a matchbook cover. It says DKAS on the bottom. DKAS, the initial DKAS. I don't know if you can see that. DKAS on the bottom. And this is going to be Germany. Munkin. I wonder if we've got information about one of them being from... Who was the... What happened here? Is there a picture I didn't look at? What's this? Oh, so we didn't see this before. Here's the table in the secret room. I guess I must have overlooked this photo. Let's see what we can make out here. So here's the table with all the evidence we found. The piece of white paper near the large circular ashtray on the table is Exhibit C, a doodle, but the markings on it failed to come out in the photograph. The small irregular white patch between the top hat and the triangular ashtray is Exhibit D. So the triangular thing is Exhibit D. Oh, that's that weird photo that we couldn't understand. How can that be? I don't understand that at all. The small irregular white patch between the top hat and the triangular. So it's a small white patch. I wonder if it's like a fuse or something. I don't know. We'll have to figure out what that is when we get to it. Okay, so this just shows us the layout. And maybe for this we should... Oh, it does tell us how the drinks. Did we look at the picture before the secret room? There's a corpse. Oh, I see. There's Serge Orloff, who's dead. Okay. Boy, I must have skipped both of these. All right, here's the picture of our dead guy. He's got the key. It was around his waist or his arm or whatever, and there it is just lying there. He fell and hit his head after they got shot in the back. Mr. Van Gielgold is his real name. Serge Orloff. Okay, so he was killed, shot in the back. All right, so, but we're told the drinks also around the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 if that's one. Let's find in the text where it told us about the drinks. This will tell us how many people at least we think were there. Okay, regarding the items, let's look at this again. The most important thing is to establish which members of the group were in the secret room at the time it was committed. Okay, so we've got different stuff. In the woman's bag, is a gray crepe Tin handkerchief without initial, 2 pounds note, compact with powder, a bill for stockings, lipstick, 5 cuttings, regarding recent bomb, a packet of players with 7 cigarettes. So I guess let's make another card for the purse. So it's got players' cigarettes in it. "11 cigarettes, partially used book of matches bearing an advertisement for the Hungaria restaurant." Matchbook. Okay, then we've got a top hat. I guess this is another piece of evidence that isn't in our list here. So we've got a top hat. New from Scots of Bond. Size 7.5. We don't know if that's a big hat or not, but maybe we'll see it in the photos, but that might be useful to know. Okay. And then another piece of evidence we have is cigarette case, it says. We know who that belongs to, right? Because it's RUR crest. And we know who was a member of the RUR. It's got 4 gold flake, 4 gold flake cigarettes and 3 Balkan Barum cigarettes. How many cigarettes are supposed to be in a case, in a pack of matches? 20 packet normally. Okay. All right. So I think we know who that is, but let's leave that for a minute and finish this here. Okay. So we've got 8 glasses at the table. All right. And it says 5 are whiskey and soda, 1 gin and soda, 1 Jamaican rum, and 1 is plain soda. Well, we're hoping to find 14 people in that room, but there's only 8 glasses. That's a little bit of troubling. And the rest, I believe, is in our evidence. So these are the evidence things. The cigarette case, the purse, and the top hat are not on our sheets, but and the glasses. Everything else is. All right, so am I right that we don't quite know what A is going to be for? Regina Powist. Okay. It could be a cigarette case, but it could be a ticket of something. Regina Powist. I mean, that might be, we might be able to look that up. It might be that we could identify our German person from it. Who's our German person? Hauser is a native of the Rhineland in Berlin. Where does he work? All right, let's just go through the ones we know first. I'm going to make a note that if this is German, is it Hauser? I'll just put a question mark, but we don't know. All right, let's look at these dreaded cigarettes. MS Dasher, you're the one who says you can read writing on them. I'm going to get them out again just in case we can read some writing on these. Can you imagine if we were making this game in 1938? Would you even imagine that people could be playing these books in 2022? You wouldn't. You wouldn't even consider it. You wouldn't care. All right, I'm just going to see if I can see any writing on these. There's just no writing at all that I can see. None. Whatever, if there was anything on there, it's completely faded. All right, but MS Dasher tells us that we've got one that says players and one that says Honey Rose. All right, so where did we read about who smokes what? Okay, well, we know the purse has, that's what it is, right? We know the purse has players in it. The purse has players. All right, now let's identify whose purse that is. We've got how many women? 5, I believe. Let's look at photographs. Who has a white purse? Okay. All right, here we go. Carlotta Casado has a black purse. So it's not going to be Carlotta's purse. And let's maybe, while we're doing this, look for who's smoking cigarettes. Okay. Carlotta has a black purse. Angela Sullivan, I don't see any purse. Pauline Vidor, that looks like a little clutch on her side. Do you agree? And Carl Finnegan is smoking. Anyone smoking here? Okay, so I'm going to write down on Carl Finnegan that he's a smoker. All right, and that looks like she's carrying a black clutch. All right, here we go with Nina DeLise, heavily made up. Can't see any cigarettes or purses. Scab and mug, no sign of cigarettes. Okay, here we go. Dennis Burke, aka Rory O'Leary. He is a smoker. Not only that, but he's got a lighter, for what it's worth. Okay. Buttons on his sleeves. Okay. And now we've got Patrick Murphy. Patrick Murphy, Miss Murphy. Okay, so Patrick Murphy is a smoker. He looks like he's smoking out of a little cigarette holder. Do you see her carrying any bag? Is that a dog she's got? That's a dog. Did everyone notice that before, that she's got a dog? That could have been dog hair. That's what it was. It was dog hair, I think. I think that was dog hair that we found. Okay, so I'm just going to write there that she has a dog hair. Do you remember that little white tuft? Speaking of animals, there's a creature behind me. Sarah, really? All right, just behave and I'll leave you there. Okay, she's got dog hair. And she's also got a weird hat. I guess we should be looking for bowler hats too, right? Because look, there's a hat. Okay, who's that? William Benson. William Benson has a top hat. No sign of cigarette that I can see. Oh, and there's our guy. Well, no one is seen with a purse. So we're gonna have to identify that purse some other way. What else is in the purse? Magnolia shade powder, stockings, lipstick, 5 cuttings from the Liverpool Post, Liverpool Echo, players with cigarettes, used book of matches bearing an advertisement for Hungary restaurant. I mean, all the makeup makes it sound like it could be our French woman. And we can't really see. Oh, he's got a hat too. Can't really make it out what kind of hat it is. But let's make a note that Carl Finnegan has a hat. The page boy was selling cigarettes. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, William Benson. So we should mark down that William... Good catch, Jonathan. So William Benson might be a smoker. Good catch. Who was our Royal Ulster guy? Because we know the cigarettes belong to him. I wrote it down. That's a lot of suspects. Okay, Captain Terence Boyd O'Dare is the RUR. So we're going to say that his cigarette case in room. Okay, so that's definitively him. That one piece of evidence definitively puts Captain Terence O'Boyd in the room. Now, I'll note that one woman really liked him, right? Who's the woman that likes him? Madame, the French woman. So it seems likely they arrived together, right? Where are they? There they are. It's his cigarette case in there. It seems very likely that she's the woman. She's in white. We can't see her purse. It seems likely that it's her purse. Let's see if they were sitting next to each other in the photo. Okay, so there's the purse, right? There's the top hat, which definitely could belong to Captain Terence. Where is the cigarette case? Can't really see it in this photo. But the top hat is next to her, and we know Captain Terence... Well, did I record that Captain Terence has a cigarette top hat? No, I didn't. So he might not. Okay. But is that the cigarette case? Doesn't look like it. Hard to know. Well, we've got her makeup So, I mean, it's filled with makeup. It's filled with what else? Has it got anything French in it? Guerlain lipstick. Is that a French lipstick? Oh, feathers from her wrap. That's a good point. We did find some feathers. And it does say here, is it her hairpin? The ostrich feather. Okay. Now let's look at our photos again. Who else is anyone else wearing white feathery? She's got fur. There's the feathers. That really looks like her feathers. Okay, that's going to be her feathers. There's no other... Well, no, that's the dog. She's not wearing feathers. Okay, so that's that. Let's find out what piece of evidence is that. That was the feather. Okay, Exhibit K. Exhibit K was found on the floor. Okay, so Nina we've got her feather, her white feather, and maybe her purse. Okay, so that puts her in the room with her boyfriend. Okay, and that gives us, where's our evidence pile? Okay, we don't know what A is, but we know B is the cigarettes, Players, and Honey Rose. So, sorry, getting carried away here. The ostrich feathers were K. No, Sarah, no. So K is our white feathers. White feather. And we know these belong to Nina. We believe. Okay, so I'll put that aside since we know that's Nina's. I'll put that with her so you can see. We'll put, trying to organize everything. We're going to say that it's Nina's white feather, and maybe I'll put the purse with her and her makeup. I think it's Nina's. Okay. And then Captain Terrence, we found his cigarette case. And do we know what cigarettes was in his case? Cigarette case, 4 Goldflake and 3 Byram. So he's not the smoker of the Honey Rose. Okay. MS Dasher says the cinema. Yes. Who was at the cinema? Which two came to the cinema? He describes when they come in, them talking about it. We need the discussion of the night it all happened. Where is that? Here. Put a little mark here. Okay. No, that's not it. Okay, so here he is talking about the people that arrived. Okay, so he says, Orloff arrives first. Okay, a few moments later, the band leader comes in. He was agitated. Charming smile. Okay. Carlotta Casado comes in later. He asks her about the horse race. Doesn't say anything. Okay. Most of them are in couples, regulars, Finnish people. Heinrich Hauser and Angela Sullivan arrives. So maybe we should note that Hauser and Angela arrive together. I'm just going to make a note in case they're going to go into that room together. He makes a joke, they laugh. Carl Finnegan, Pauline Vidor arrive. We know they're together. He was angry at her. They're talking a language I couldn't identify. It was not German, but maybe Polish. They laughed at the joke, so they understand English fine. Terrence Boyd and Nina arrived, arm in arm. On passing the club, she remarked, "I don't know when I've enjoyed a flick so much." Okay, so Nina and Terrence, who that we already know are in the room, they are the people that went to the movie theater. So we're going to give them Exhibit G. We assume it's them, right? And I don't see any reason to think that it's not them. It's from the night of that. It's at 8:30. And they're coming in at, let's see, after 10. They're coming in at 11:28. So yeah, they saw the movie first. So movie tickets, which is Nina and Terrence. Boy, we've got overwhelming evidence on the two of them. All right. Jonathan says, didn't one of the two characters played by Wheatley and Winks talk about taking a girl out to a movie? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. To a show. What would you do with a Jane you taken to the races, given dinner at the Troc, stood 5 bob seats at the pictures, and supper at the corner house? I wouldn't let you in the door of her flat. Stood 5 bob seats. I think he's saying had $5 seats at the pictures. Okay, good catch, Jonathan. So they saw $5 movie at the pictures. So do you think, is there any way to tell that these are expensive seats or something? Or are we supposed to just know that? So it's at the Royal Circle Carlton Cinema at 8:30. Okay, so those could be, good catch. So I'm going to write down at our movie tickets, Nina or Muggs. Okay, good catch. I wonder how we could decide which one it is. Went to the races, they went to dinner, then they went to the movies. Okay. And then the other two went to the movie. Where do they say that? Terrence at 11:26. They come arm in arm laughing. She remarked, "I don't know when I've enjoyed a flick so much." So, do we know anything about that movie? Does someone want to look up is this the name of the movie, you think? Royal Circle? Because I wonder if we could tell by where they live if that's the movie theater they went to, where they were staying, Southwest 1. Let's just write that down. I mean, we might want to delay this a bit, but so the movie tickets were at Southwest 1, Carlton Cinema. And it's Royal Circle. I think that's the name of the movie. And it's at 8:30. It seems like that would give them both time to see it. They're coming in at 11:30. That's 3 hours. So yeah. Although, perhaps if she's saying when she comes in from the theater, I don't know when I've enjoyed a flick so much, that might suggest they're coming directly from the cinema. And 3 hours later, I wonder if that's too long for a cinema. Jonathan says, I didn't get any hits for Royal Circle as a movie. Let's check address. Let's see if any of these people are staying near there. So it's Nina or Muggs. Let's see. Nina, Terrence, or Muggs. Let's see. Neenan is living at Southwest 1. So Neenan is in the same neighborhood as this movie theater. Terrence also same neighborhood as the movie. A.B. Masters is in East neighborhood, and our other guy, which one is our other guy? Scab is in West 2. So if you had to guess, you would say that Nina and Terrence live near that theater. But then are you overthinking it to say that if they lived right there, were movies 2 hours long though, back in those days? Jonathan says back then they might have shown newsreel and a serial. All right, well, let's consider. They are in the same neighborhood, so it would make sense that they would be seeing a movie there. Okay, let's put that on hold. All right. Let's do the dog fur. The dog fur was M, found on the floor, I believe. Okay, I think looking at it now makes sense that it is dog hair and white dog hair. So it's a little tuft of dog hair. Who is our person with the dog hair? It's this woman right here, Kathleen Murphy. Patrick Murphy the smoker, Kathleen Murphy with the dog. Okay, so let's find Kathleen Murphy. You would assume she'd be in there with her husband. So let's put dog hair and dog hair was M. Okay, let's find our M. M is going to be dog hair, which we're tracing to Kathleen Murphy. Okay, there's Kathleen Murphy. Probably with her husband, you would guess, right? He is a smoker. One guy has a flower in his lapel. Any flowers left at the table? Well, there's definitely that little piece of plant at the table. let's see. That looks like his little laurel of flowers, maybe, right? He's got a flower. He's got a flower, but without laurel type stuff. He's got a white, what do you call that? Carnation or something. He's got a triangle. She's got some kind of flowers, but not really. No flowers. No flower. He's got some flowers, but they look a little different. He's got flowers, they look different. It does look to me like this guy's little flowers is what that one weird piece of flower was. Here, this one. Curved little laurel with tiny spikes. I don't know how well you can see that. I think you're right, though. I think L belongs to Pendennis. I'm gonna put it tentative here. Laurel, flower, stem. I'm gonna put Tony Pendennis. Okay, let's find him. Okay. Let's put these together somewhere on the table. All right. What do we got next? The makeup lipstick. Gunpowder. Hairpin. I don't remember. The front cover tells us something about a hairpin. Is it her hairpin found on the floor? All right, let's look at the photos. Let's see if we see anyone with hairpins. Okay, let's see. Does she have, I mean, she's got her hairpin back. I don't see any hairpins, but she's got her hairpin back. She's got her hairpin back. Could be her. She's got her hairpin back. Could be her. She's got her hairpin back. Could be her. Every single woman has her hairpin back. I don't see how we can know whose it is. What shall we look at next? Did you note about the guy who got a haircut? Oh yeah, good. Okay, who got the haircut recently? Haircut that day, dark hair with snow around the temples. That's Carl Finnegan. He's got a top hat and he's a smoker. Okay, so dark hair with gray at the temple. So, and he had a haircut that day. So that's, here, let's take a look at this. This looks to me like it's dark hair that's graying, but curly. So I don't know if it's entirely consistent with him. That's a little tricky. But it does seem like if he had his hair cut that day, that's probably him. Okay, so let's find Exhibit J. Dark with gray hair. I'm going to put curly. It's not super curly, but it's curly. Okay, so we think this might be Carl Finnegan. This might be his hair. Let's just put that aside for now in case that's him. I guess I should put the evidence over here. And we'll put the people that we matched over there. Okay, so here are our matches so far. All right, what else? You've been wearing it long like a poet. Yeah, you're wearing it long, got it cut that day, is what it said. That's the warning note. What's this other note here? Oh, this was the crazy writing note. What do we make of this? There are two people that that speak in a language we don't understand. That's kind of crazy, though. Unless they're writing backwards, is there something fishy about this? I mean, it doesn't even look like a language. I see a quote something. What do you make of this craziness? Almost looks like it's backwards, but it's on a different bond than the other paper. Any theories about this? It's interesting because the date is from today. Boy, that's weird. It really looks like it's kind of written backwards to me. Something. Is it signed with an R? How strange this one is. Very strange. That looks like signed with an R maybe. So we do have a Rory. All right, I don't know what to make of. Does the date mean anything? Well, no, it's the date of that night. I don't know what this says. That's a strange one. Maybe I'll just write some notes on this. Like this is the H is the strange writing note. And I is the gunpowder on seat, right? On seat. F is, what was F? This was the completely blank piece of paper. MS Dasher, did your paper have anything on it? That's kind of bizarre. That's kind of bizarre. Could be drugs, but I'm just going to put F is the blank folded card. E is the lipstick card. D was the mystery object. No idea what that is. C was the doodle. Shall we look at that again? Let me just finish doing these, I guess. N was the hair clip, or bobby pin, I guess we'd call it. Bobby pin. Hair clip. And O was the gun shell marked E. All right. Let's look at the doodle. Might be shorthand. Would a journalist know? Interesting. Just the watermark, yes. The mystery card with the watermark. And do we see that watermark anywhere else? Let's look at the doodle. So here's the doodle on a different stock. We know it says Milky Way, tree, there's a pig or an owl, will, VAV or VAW, and then some other writing up here that looks like it might say either RIB, 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 ribbit, is that what it's trying to say? Hmm. WIL, will Vav or will Vaw. Is it someone daydreaming about another person? Who do we have? Does it say no, no? I don't think so. That looks like it to me it looks like it's, oh, I see. It could be NO. No. It could be NO, although that doesn't really look like an O to me. It's hard to say. Who was the woman that loved Orloff? Carlotta Casado, Spanish anarchist, might have loved Orloff. Pauline Vidor, Polish. Could have been Polish writing. Henry Wilson, W. Dennis. William. We do have a William. William Hugo Benson. Otherwise known as Big Bill. International adventurer. So that could be our will. But we've also got Henry Wilson. It's a safecracker. Jonathan says, I think MS Dasher is right about the weird writing being shorthand. Yes, I think that's a pretty good guess. So you think that might be our journalist? All right, let's make a note on our weird writing. We'll make a note that it could be shorthand. So journalist, maybe? Okay, and I'll put this then with Hautzer, Heinrich Hautzer. He worked for World Press Agency. He's with Angela Sullivan. I'm going to put this with the shorthand guy for now. And I will make a note that the doodle could say will, does say will. So is it maybe William Benson? Maybe. That does not I mean, maybe if we read more about him, we'll hear about people with kites and stuff. Like, I don't remember reading anything about that. It does seem like this word up here is our key. No, I don't know what the rest of that says. M-I-B. I'm going to put this over here. What else have we got? Who do we think the lipstick card belongs to? Is it just more evidence of the woman? We've got 2 evidence of her in there. And what are we supposed to do with this? With looking at their handwriting? You would guess that the explosive stuff would belong to one of the 2 explosive people, right? And we've got one guy who's the explosive guy. So what if we say the gunpowder explosive on the seat is probably in the pocket of the guy who blows the safes? That's at least partial evidence of him, right? Which one is he? It's Muggs or Scab. I think it was Scab. He's the safe blower, Henry Wilson. I'm going to put him with the gunpowder. He's also... Jonathan says, I hope we're not supposed to translate the shorthand. You know, I'm going to put the gunpowder with him. We should also point out that who has motive to kill this guy? Not the 4 hire people, right? The 4 hire people, Scab and Muggs, they're doing it for the money. They're not going to, they have no motive to kill anyone. Carlotta has a reason to kill him because she loves him and she knows he's got a woman that she just found out about. The cat burglar shouldn't be him, but we don't know why. Dennis Burke is the planner of stuff. And aren't we told that they're planning to blow up? I think that shorthand. The shorthand had some dates on it that made me think, did it have a date of the planned bombing? Oh no, that's the warning message. Do I not have an entry for P? What was I looking up? Oh, the shorthand. I wanted to see that note because, let's see, which one was it? This one. So the shorthand, I thought I saw another date somewhere. Maybe I'm wrong. Was there a date here? Can't tell. Maybe not. 26th. I think that, or 20th, I don't know. I think you're right. I think that's shorthand. That was MS Dasher that said that. R. I wonder if that's signed R, though. All right, well, let's put that aside again, since we don't know how to read shorthand, but yes, we could look it up. I can't tell. It kind of looks like it does say the 20th. Who else was smoking the honey rose cigarette? Could we use handwriting to find out who wrote the warning note? Do you think? All right, let's see if we can make any sense of the warning note and the handwriting. So there's the handwriting. And here's the note. Now, rub him out. That sounds like the language that the prison person might say. It's all caps. We know one of these people doesn't speak English. It's not going to be her. E.B. Masters is one of the guys that's in prison. And who's the other one? E.B. Masters is one of them. And Scab is the other one. Do we already have evidence for him? Where's our I've got a bunch of people eliminated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people eliminated. Possibly 8. Where's our Scab we eliminated from with the gunpowder. Possibly that one's a bit of a stretch. Okay. And then A.B. McMaster is Muggs. So I'm trying to think who could have written this note. What does this note tell us? I heard 2 of them say they think there's something phony about the new door porter. Remember what the big boy said he'd do if we played him any tricks. If they convince him that they're right, he'll rub you out. When he's telling his jokes, to everything. Oh, evening miss. First guests arrive. Okay. Speaking in a language I couldn't identify. They both laughed. I'm wondering if anyone exhibited suspicion of the doorman. He's talking about one of these guys says, how'd you like yours truly's job, mucking about in them quarries day after day, then having to jog up from Weymouth by a stop at all station because I missed the proper train? Is that possible that this is a train ticket? This one we don't know how to identify. Is that a train ticket? I don't think so, is it? Regina Palace, Newfoundland. Here we go. Look at this. Dennis Burke, alias O'Leary, arrived. He gave me a surly, suspicious look as he signed the book. So I wonder if... I overheard two of them say they think there's something phony about the new door porter. So I think I'm going to write down a new clue thing. It says two are suspicious of door porter. And I think one of them is going to be Dennis Burke, aka O'Leary. I think he is suspicious of the door person. And I'm going to cite Exhibit P for that. You'll have to stick around to hear our thoughts in the review or at the end of this one, Duke of Zill. This one's weird. Quarry dust, not gunpowder. Huh. That's a good point. Okay, let's see. Scabs, A.B. Masters says, mucking about in the quarries, then having to jog up because I missed the proper train, says Wilson. Scab Wilson. Okay, so guess what? Scab Wilson is the safecracker. So whether it's gunpowder or quarry dust, same guy. So that's definitely him. Maybe that was added just in case people didn't get it. That's kind of clever. Okay. Anyone else suspicious? How about this? At 12:48, William Benson arrived. He appeared thoughtful and preoccupied. He signed, he threw a 10-pound note, or 10 whatever note. It's interesting. He says a military-looking man in white tie and tails and a young girl, looked like a debutante, was standing up at a table near me. Suddenly, he seized her by the arm and cried, "Come on, I must get you out of this." Oh, that was when after the shot came off. Okay. I thought he pulled her out before. All right, I think we need to take a break here. So we'll take another 10-minute break, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Try to think of stuff I might have missed. And I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we've been trying to match up evidence with suspects to eliminate them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 or 8 maybe people that were of varying degrees of confidence are excluded, are in the room, and thus couldn't be the murderer, who's Mr. Big. But we've got a bunch of the evidence that we don't quite know how to match up. Yeah. I did bring up on the tablet here Greg's shorthand in case we want to see if we think that's it and try to make sense of it, but maybe we'll leave that for last. It may have information on it. It may that we want to read, or it may just be a clue that it's the journalist, etc. Jonathan is talking about the bullet casing, one of our pieces of evidence. It's got an E on the back, which seems like it might be significant. But to remind you of what the bullet casing is, a shell from one of the 2 bullets with which he was shot was found in the passage and establishes the fact that the murderer used a .22 automatic. The small caliber, suitable for carrying in a handbag, suggests the possibility that the murderer may have been a woman. But just remember, it could be in a purse or in a pocket. So it could be a woman or it could be a man. And then in the when they examine, let's see. When he examines the place, they see guns, right? What does he see? Oh, he sees the 3mm guns or something. Where's the discussion of the... I'm trying to find the discussion of what they found in the room. Stockings, lipstick, an advertisement for the Hungaria restaurant. A hat, top hat is brand new, size 7.5. Here's an observation for you. They find 5 whiskey and soda, 1 gin and soda, 1 neat Jamaican rum. Like, this seems like we should be able to match one of these with a woman. I'm thinking maybe the woman is drinking Jamaican rum or someone with history in Jamaica. But look, one of plain soda. Remember when two of them come in? He says, you've been drinking all night. You got to take it easy. Remember that? I wonder if that's the person just drinking a plain soda. Okay. Let's see. Connolly replied, okay, Miss Patrick Murphy and Sean Connolly arrived together. Connolly replies, take it easy, Pat. Isn't it the best part of a bottle you've put away already? If you don't do as I told you exactly at the moment, the whole lot of us may be for it. Sure, and I'll take it easy, says Murphy. What time is 0 hour? Just as soon as we're all set, answered Connolly. I repeated my comic line. Connolly gave me a genial smile, and Murphy looked faintly amused, but I don't think the lady got it. Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy and Sean Connolly arrived together, all three very friendly. Murphy looked at the clock above my head and remarked, just in time for a round of drinks before we get down to business. Connolly replied, take it easy, Pat. Isn't it the best part of a bottle you put away? If you don't do as I told, I'll take it easy. Sure, and I'll take it easy. So I think I'm going to make a new evidence card for the clue. The clue of pure soda water. I'm going to put it under Patrick Murphy, taking it easy. What do you think about that idea? How convinced are you by that? He's also a smoker. I'm going to put it under here under our maybes. Jonathan says it makes sense to me. Okay. All right, what else have we got? We know who's smoking Players, but we don't know who's smoking Honey Rose cigarettes. We don't know whose bobby pin it is, whose hair clip it is. How would we figure that out? Dennis Wheatley has done a little twist at every other book. You could could you use a bobby pin to get in the door? The blank folded paper, we don't know what that means, what that's about. Okay. The lipstick card. Who would have used their lipstick? We're only told one person is heavily make-upped. The gun shell marked E. The mystery object. Do you want to take a look at the mystery object again? If I had to guess that warning message, I would think it would be one of the prison people because he's talking like rubbed out. But I guess if they're all sort of terrorists, maybe they would use that term. I'm going to put the movie tickets with, because it's in their neighborhood, I'm going to put it with the two. Which one was it that was also from the neighborhood? Southwest one, yeah. This was Terrence. I'm going to put it with Terrence and stuff. They seem to have an abundance of evidence pointing to them. I'm going to put the movie tickets with them. I'm not sure that it doesn't belong to Muggs complaining about his... You wouldn't put a light colored pin in dark hair. It would show. That's an interesting idea. it's possible that we, you know, that those pictures would have been easier to see back in the 30s or the 70s. Let's look at the pictures again and see if we can spot anything jumping out to us in pictures. I'm going to zoom in super close for you so you can... Okay, so we think we've pinpointed some of the laurels from his jacket. Don't see anything else jumping out at me. Okay, so we've got Carlotta. Gun could be in her little handbag here. She could be wearing a hairpin. I don't see it, but that's the point. You wouldn't see it, I guess. Remember, she's the one that could be in love with the guy who got shot, and she could have heard out. She did find out tonight that he was seeing one of the dancing girls, but that doesn't seem like a motive to kill him. All right, next up is this woman with fur, Angela Sullivan and Heinrich Hauser. We think he might be the guy with the shorthand. That would mean he's in the room. We've got no evidence on her. Carl Finnegan. Okay, so I think Carl Finnegan is the guy. He's the hair. Yes, he's the guy with the salt and pepper hair that we think we may have found his hair because he just had his haircut. So we think he's in the room. Pauline Vidor. She came with him, so it would be logical for her to be in the room. But we have no direct evidence. M.S. Dasher was making a point about how you wouldn't put a hair clip in her hair, in her white hair, because it's a brown hair clip that would show. That's an interesting theory. That's certainly possible. Next up, here's Nina and Terrence. I think we put them definitively in the room. We've got her ostrich, her fur. We've got his cigarette case. They are in the room for sure. She's heavily make-upped. And I wonder if we're supposed to see that she's actually got a more elaborate thing pinning her hair back. Like it's not a hairpin. It's some sort of hair clip of some sort. Here are these two criminals. One we're sure is in the room because of the gunpowder or quarry dust. The other one we're not sure. However, don't forget, we don't have evidence. We may not have evidence pointing to him being in the room, but he's hired help. He's hired, paid for this job. The person who killed them is the Mr. Big running this whole thing, so it couldn't very well be him. John says, what's the piece of jewelry around the woman with the man? Yeah, okay, let's see. Here's our jewelry. She's got a little, looks like a small pearl necklace with something hanging down. A little medallion of some sort. She has a clutch. So I don't know the evidence for this guy being in there, but I don't see how he could be the big guy. Now, Dennis Burke, aka Rory O'Leary. What do we know about him? He's a smoker. He's got a lighter in his hand. We don't know what he's smoking. I don't see anything else jumping out. Patrick Murphy, he's the guy, I think, he's the guy who was trying to take it easy that evening. So and we have his wife in there, so it makes sense that the two of them are in there. Sean Connolly is the terrorist. Don't see anything there about him. William Benson, he could be Will. He could be the guy doodling. Maybe we go back and read more about him. He could be buying cigarettes. We don't know what kind. And that's the guy who got killed. And then, let's read what we got here. The piece of white paper near the circular ashtray is Exhibit C. So the doodle is here. I wonder if we're supposed to tell what other drinks they were having. The doodle's here. The white patch between the top hat and the triangular ashtray. I don't see the top hat. Is it on the table somewhere? Oh yeah, is it over here? There's the triangular. Is Exhibit D. What's Exhibit D? Exhibit D is this mysterious one. All right, let's take a look at this together and see if we can't make sense out of what this is. I'm getting it out now. What is that? What's going on here? All right. What is this? What on earth is this? Is it a photograph of a piece of jewelry? I can't tell if it's meant to be a photograph. I don't. Let's leave it here. Let's read in the description of what it is. It's told us that it's Exhibit D, we're told, is between the small irregular white patch between the top hat and the triangular ashtray is Exhibit D. It's a small irregular white patch. Here? Yeah. So is this not a photograph, but what they actually found? This piece of paper is not a photograph, it's an actual thing? What would that mean? What on earth would that mean? Is it a photograph of a tie clip, or is it the thing? Like it says, look at what it says. It says, the small irregular white patch between the top hat and the triangular ashtray. So here's the triangular ashtray. And I think it's saying that this white patch is this. So it's almost like this is the actual thing that was found on the table. It's not a photograph of what was found on the table. It's the actual thing. And if we read where it describes it, let's see what it says. A, B, C, and D were recovered from the table. That's all it says. How strange. Emma Stasher and Jonathan are both saying tie clip, hair clip, but is it a piece of paper that was found? Like it's saying it's white, this small white, irregular white patch. What are they talking about, irregular white patch? That's very confusing. It does kind of look like a tie clip to me, but it looks like a photograph of a tie clip. Why is it being described as an irregular white patch? That's just bizarre. And I can't tell if they're saying this or this. Where's the top? Here's the top hat right here. There's a top hat here. So this is the irregular white patch they're talking about. Is this? What? What? How is this this? That makes no sense to me. Yeah, it's right here. It's gotta be. Here or here? Here. Between the top hat and the triangle is this thing right here. How is that this? And why, if it was a piece of jewelry or a tie clip, it would be described as such. That's just bizarre to me. Let's see if we can identify any of the men with the tie clip. They're all wearing bow ties. No one's got an actual tie on that you would have a tie clip with. They're all wearing bow. Well, these two are. But not that you'd see it. I guess these guys are. Well, here. Is that? That's it. That's gotta be it, don't you think? It's Patrick Murphy's tie clip. That's gotta be it. Boy, I'm not happy with that one. But I think that's gotta be it. What do you guys think? That's unfortunate. Tie clip. They should have said something differently about that. We already eliminated Patrick Murphy anyway, so that does not help us much. Except we weren't sure, but now it was. Okay. All right. So let's put this one back. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Just very unfortunately described. It could be a case where they originally planned to put in an actual tie clip and just never did it. I don't know. All right. Let's, for lack of a better idea, yeah, maybe the reprint couldn't afford it or something. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Although why it describes it as an irregular white object, that's not pleasant. Oh, that's just that's the card with nothing on it. I wanted to look at the H, the one with the shorthand. Okay, let's look at this for a second. Okay, here's the shorthand. What we think might be shorthand. And I don't think we want to try to figure this out, but I thought what we could do is we could look at some shorthand and see if we can identify that it really is shorthand. It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? It has that flavor. Here's common stuff. Dash line, bunch of circles. But, yeah. I don't know how we would be. I mean, if it is shorthand, definitely looks like shorthand to me. I think MS Dasher was right, but I don't see a good way for us to decode this. All right, so I think you're right that it's shorthand. That was Greg's shorthand. There were competing versions of shorthand as well, obviously, so it might not even be that one. Let's read the history of our journalist guide to see if there's any hints there about shorthand. It was the only one that really studied, right? Iron Cross. About this time that he met Orloff, the two worked together until 1924 when Hauser returned to Germany, settled in Berlin. He wrote articles for a number of socialist papers. Oh, he's not a reporter. He's just writing articles. But he did emigrate to the United States. He continued to earn his living in journalism. He joined the Press Agencies Organization, transferred to their London offices. Who else do we not know about? Poets, painters. Pauline Vidor is the crack shot in revolver practice, so she's a candidate to be shooting him in the back. So, Rory O'Leary, aka Dennis Burke, he served on ships. He was the ship's carpenter. His hobby, learned at sea, is wood carving, and he has been fashioned some remarkably good reproductions of fine 18th century furniture for his home. No evidence of him. Sean Connolly has a gift for oratory. His health. William Benson, educated in Canada, tortured, bootlegging, gun running, worked for Chinese munitions, and then came into lots of money. Well, let's see. Someone, It would make sense that possibly MS Destrick says, could it be Polish rather than shorthand? I really think you were right the first time. It doesn't look like a normal language. It looks like shorthand. Like there aren't chunks of words. They're like more standalone symbols. But I was thinking the person that warned him rather than being killed, rather than being killed by Carlotta Casado, right? We're told that she loved him. She found out that he might have been seeing someone. But maybe it makes more sense that she was the one who warned him, and she wrote that note. Is it possible that we can trace that note to her? Watch out. This afternoon I overheard two of them say they think there's something phony about the new door porter. Remember what the big boy said he'd do if we played him any tricks. If they convince him that they're right, he'll rub you out. I mean, is anyone else friends with Orloff? There's Carlotta. Who else knows Orloff? Never married. There's reason to suppose that she's still in love with Orloff. But Spigot reports Orloff is keeping Norina Joliffe, one of the dance hostesses, and that this was not known to Carlotta until the night of the raid, when high words passed between the two women. I'm just looking for someone else who knew Orloff who would have reason to warn him. Because the rest of them aren't warning him. Well, here's Heinrich Hauser. Says he met Orloff. The two worked together until 1924. So I suppose it could be him. Sergei Orloff. And if I had to guess, I would guess that Carlita is writing this note, but I don't see what evidence we have for this based on their handwriting. However, it would make sense that only people who were friends with Orloff would be candidates for writing in this note, and that seems to be only two people, either Carlotta Casado or where's his other friend? Let me just write it down. Heinrich Hauser. All right, I'm just going to write down the two friends of Orloff. Jonathan says, what could the blank folded cardstock be about? Yeah, it's a really good question. Let's look at the handwriting again. Where is the handwriting? Here. Well, let's see for a second. I'm just stuck on this warning thing. Some of them are writing uppercase letters when they sign their name. So, are there any C's here? So Carlotta Casada's got 2 C's. I don't see anything special about them. The R looks very particular, though. The uppercase R. It's a very particular R. And a very particular D. Let's see. And a very particular B. Well, B is written very much like A-B Masters B. A line and then a... Sorry, let me show you this. I mean, A.B. Masters is writing his B. Let's see if I can bring this up. Very much like the B's in here. A line and then a B, the rest of the B disconnected. What about the A? Oh, the A is different. The A is strong on the second line down, and his is strong here. The A's look a little different. What about his B is different. His P is very different. His B is very different. Carlotta Casado, who I think it must be, did not give us enough. Oh, Dennis Wheatley, why are you doing this to us? Is it the same bond watermark? No. I don't know. I don't know how, this whole page of signatures, I don't know how that matches to this note. Could we match it to the shorthand? Or the doodle, I guess? Jonathan says, we never seem to agree with these games when it comes to handwriting. So I'm not sure this is the best use of time. I think you're probably right. Yeah, okay. All right, well, what evidence don't we know what to do with? The blank folded card, we don't know what that's about. The Regina Palace, München, Germany, we don't know what that's about, but we might be able to... Maybe you would know what that is if you bought it at that time. But we could probably cut it down to the couple people that are dealing with Germany. The lipstick card. We could just assume is another piece of evidence that it's the makeup woman. The doodle says well, so we could assign it to William Benson. Who's the German person? There was someone who does trading in negotiating sales, frequent visits to Germany. This is the Settled in America, 4 books of poetry. I'm gonna make some notes next to the German one. So Carl Finnegan was in Germany. His principal customer, that's his father. Finnegan, then a boy of 14. 7 visits to Ireland. He contacted his cousin Hausler when the German went as a journalist to the United States. So he's cousin with Hausler. Oh, maybe he's not been in Germany. Where's the import-export guy? Fancy good importers. Offers service. Jonathan says, can we sort of, we think we have one piece of evidence we need versus the one where we have one and might need another. Okay, let's do that. Let me just finish this and then we'll do that. Confusing. Okay. Dog hair, Miss Patrick Murphy. One clue. That's all we need from her. Henry Scab Wilson is the gunpowder or the quarry dust. One clue. The laurel flower lapel is Tony Bendenis. The dark gray hair, Carl Finnegan. He's also got a top hat and he's a smoker though, but if we think that's his hair, that's him, although the dark hair with gray could be a double clue thing. Like that could be one clue and then something else confirm it. So I'm not sure about that. Heinrich Hauser, if we believe the shorthand is his, he's a one clue person. I don't know how you, I mean, we've got a couple people that we feel like we have multiple pieces of evidence for. And if I understood the game, it was saying some people you only have one piece of evidence, some people you need one partial and two confirming. So I don't know how to read that. Like the people that we... Am I explaining it right? Like the cigarette case for Terrence Boyd is all we would ever need of him, surely. So even though we have multiple clues possibly for him, he's got to be in the category of one. And then Nina, her white feather seems for sure hers, but we also think it's her purse and her makeup. But surely the feather is the confirming proof for her. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the hair that's dark with the gray, with gray in it, are we considering that the confirmatory one? Jonathan says, I read it as 7 with one piece of evidence, 7 with two pieces of evidence. For 7 with two pieces, finding one of two gets you some points. So Jonathan, are you saying that the people that we find two clues, either of which makes us certain of them, those are still people in the two clue category? Like the guy who's got his monogrammed cigarette case and additional evidence, the movie tickets say, do we consider him the group of two or a group of one? It's just weird because the thing is like 7 suspects can be wholly eliminated by one reason apiece. 7 more can be wholly eliminated by 2 reasons or partially eliminated by 1. Like I feel like we have some people that are wholly eliminated by 1, but we also have some extra information about them. So I'm not sure what category to put them in. For example, Patrick Murphy, we've got the tie clip, which seems to be certainly his one thing. But then we've got the soda water that we think he's drinking. So do we consider him a 2 evidence person or a 1 evidence person? His date, Jonathan, is the woman with the ostrich feather and the purse. And the makeup card, potentially. So she's potentially got 3 pieces of evidence, although it's not certain that the makeup card is hers. Certainly the lipstick card is for one of the women. Are any of them described as having or being overly makeup? It could be that in the photographs there's stuff we could see. If we could see the photographs better, like could we see one of the glasses has lipstick on it? Carl Finnegan and Pauline Vidor arrived. He seemed to be very angry with her, but they were talking in a language I couldn't identify. It was not German, but possibly Polish. He told them the joke. They both laughed. You could be right about the movies being for Scab, even though it's in a different neighborhood. But he had to, yeah. Oh, that's for, sorry, that's Muggs. Taken to the races, given dinner at the truck, stood 5 bob seats at the pictures, and supper at the corner house. What do you make of this? If our detective is right, can we try to guess the lipstick shade from the photos? I don't see how. But what do you make of this? Our detective says that the undercover guy says the discussion about them being ready at the right time he thinks they plan to blow out the window. And then the detective in charge says, no, that doesn't make sense. It makes more sense that when they heard the shots, they panicked and blew out the thing. If that's true, then what do you make of this? Patrick Murphy, Sean Connolly arrived just in time for a round of drinks before we get down to business. Connolly replied, now take it easy, Pat. Isn't the best part of the bottle you put away? If you don't do exactly as I told you at exactly the right moment, the whole lot of us may be for it. He says, sure, I'll take it easy, says Murphy. What time is 0 hour? He says, just as soon as we're all set, answered Connolly. So the question is, what are they talking about if they didn't plan to blow out that window and escape? What is 0 hour? What does he need Patrick Murphy to be doing? I mean, Patrick Murphy is in that room. We're sure of it. We've got double information on him being in there. Jonathan, I don't see how we're going to guess any lipstick shade from these black and white photos. She's wearing lipstick, yes. She presumably is wearing some white lipstick. She's wearing lipstick. She's heavy lipstick. All the women look like they're wearing lipstick. And we can't really see what shade of lipstick it is from the evidence, as far as I can tell. Let's see, where was it? Here. I mean, who knows how much it's faded, since it's like the barest of stuff on there. It's not actually in the shape of a lip, so it could just be blush, but you'd have to guess it was lipstick bitten down, you know, to get rid of it. I think it's more likely that if we could see this photo better of the table, one thing we haven't been doing is saying, well, who sat with who? And it's possible if we could see this photo a little better, maybe we could see that there was lipstick on one of the glasses. But I don't see how. The other thing that's a little confusing is that there are 8 glasses, right? But we think that there are 14 people in there, so it's not like we can match them up. They weren't all sitting at the table. It's really troubling to me that we've got this signature page and no use for it. John says, do you want to keep going? Do you have any idea who you think the murderer is? I'm a bit skeptical about us really figuring it all out with the evidence. We often did not really agree with evidence explanations. Well, it's true. None of the previous games have trained us for this situation. All of the previous games have trained us to not expect to find all the evidence to prove things. But this one feels different. This one feels like there's solution to things to me. I'm going to put I think I want to spend a little bit more time with this, but it's frustrating. It is frustrating. Let me just see here. Terrence Boyd, who was his date? I saw a picture of him with who his date was. Terrence O'Boyd is dating Nina De Leon, the lipstick person. Okay. I'm going to give him... I'm going to put the tickets with them. All right. Now, if the person who killed them was the boss, as they say, then it can't very well be the cat burglar who's here for money. So I'm going to put him off to the side. I'm going to say that Carlotta, the person who liked Orloff, gave him the warning. Because I don't know who else would give it to him. The only other person that would give it to him would be... Where did I put that note? The warning message. The only other person that would give him the warning message would be his friend. Oh, where did I put the warning note? All right, I'm going to put the warning note with Carlotta. I think the only thing that makes sense to me, the only person who would have given it to him was that person. I did write down someone else. Oh, here, the friends. Warning note. The only other person would be Hauser, who could have written it, because he was Hauser's friend. I'm going to put her down with this for a second. The gun shell marked E is a different kind of clue. That doesn't tell us about anyone in the room. It just tells us who shot it, and it's just a clue about the caliber of the gun being small. So I don't think that helps us that much. Dennis Burke, aka Rory O'Leary, is very suspicious of the doorman. And the warning note says that I saw the two of them talking about how they were suspicious of the doorman. So warning note. So I'm going to put Dennis Burke as not being the big boss, because I'm going to put him as being one of the people suspicious. That leaves Angela Sullivan, Sean Connolly, and Pauline Vidor. One of them is the crack shot, Pauline Vidor, the Polish woman. But the warning says, right? The warning says about a man being the boss. If they convince him that they're right, he'll rub you out. Remember what the big boy said. I overheard two of them say they think there's something phony about the new door porter. So that means that the big boss is a man. Well, that only leaves one person left from my list, because I've got only 3 people unaccounted for. Angela, Pauline, and Sean Connolly, the terrorist who just arrived. So for me, that puts Sean Connolly as the boss. And then Angela, Pauline, and A.B. Masters, the cat burglar, are the people that I don't have any evidence for. And you could include Dennis Burke too, because he's just the warning note. Okay, MS Dasher says, does the E mean anything? Like España, for example. We don't know. We don't know if that E means anything. Jonathan says, is the idea that the crack shot would only need to shoot once? How many times was he shot? He was shot twice. find that information. Okay. Examination of the body shown that Orloff must have died almost instantly from a bullet that entered his heart. A shell from one of the 2 bullets with which he was shot was found in the passage that establishes the fact that the murderer had used a .22 automatic. The thing is, he was shot right from behind. He was taking someone into the room. He was shot right from behind. So you don't have to be a good shot to shoot someone basically touching the back of his jacket. So I think the cracked shot is a red herring. Partial evidence could be the top hat stuff. Who's drinking the Jamaican rum? Pauline Vidor, Angela Sullivan. Which of those 2 spent time in Jamaica? I don't think any of them did. I'm just... Angela Sullivan, Ireland. Fled to the hills, Ireland. Liverpool, found guilty of participation in the bombing. Just pure Ireland is Angela Sullivan. What about Pauline Vidor? Went to live in Paris. She was a prominent figure in literary and artistic circles. Moved to the United States, to New York. Spent 3 weeks in Dublin. Came to London. Now they're staying in a flat. She's a crack shot. Goes down to Bisley to practice revolver shooting. Nothing about being Jamaican. Or Caribbean or anything like that. Well, Rory O'Leary, Dennis Burke, is a sea guy. He'd run away to sea, numerous ships. What if we said that the sea guy, Rory O'Leary, Dennis Burke, is drinking the Jamaican rum? I'm going to give him that clue. Oh, I guess I should put that on a card. Rum running is Benson. Oh, really? That's better than my theory. Let's see. Join the White Russians. White Russian is a drink. It may have Jamaican rum in it. I think it might. Can someone look up a White Russian drink? Took to rum running from the Bahamas. That's it. You got it. MS Dasher. Well done. Okay. And I was about to give it to MS Dasher. Okay, so we've already got information on him, but where have we got him? William Benson. Where is he? Dennis Burke. Murphy. William Benson. I've got him down as the doodle that says Will, but we're going to have him down now as the Jamaican rum. So maybe the doodle and the rum are William Benson. Those might be two pieces of partial evidence for him. I like that. What do you guys think about that? Those are two partial. The rum is definitely a partial. And the doodle maybe as well. What do you think about that? I like it. I mean, I definitely like him for the Jamaican rum. Okay, good. Making some progress. In the doodle, the one thing we can see for sure is it says Will, right? So it's either Will or someone who likes Will. We've still got Sean Connolly as the boss, which is my theory. But it doesn't necessarily mean the boss killed him, but let's see. I mean, it makes sense that Sean Connolly is the ringleader. His cousin, Carl Finnegan. So we should write down that Orloff's friends include his cousin. Who I've already placed in the thing. So it might, so Carlotta might not be the person who left him the note. We've still got, the cousin could have written it to us. And part owner of the Milky Way is Tony Bendia, so I guess he should also go on the list of friends. So I ruled out Carlotta based on my guess that she wrote the warning note, but really that's a little flimsy. It does say Will on the doodle, so that's why I was thinking it would be Will, but we just have to remember there is someone else named Wilson Scab. That's the one of the criminals, but it does make more sense that it's William Benson, and that's part of his double crew. So I like that. They've got addresses for everyone too. This guy's guessing, this cop is saying the probability is that his old associate Heinrich Hauser had something on him from his past. That would suggest that Hauser might not be the guy who would be telling him to be careful. Orloff is not regarded as completely trustworthy. So the true believers probably wouldn't be trying to help him. Picture frame makers in Marlborough Street. We still have a couple of clues that we don't understand. The bobby pin. I'll bet the bobby pin can rule. We can rule out one of these people. This Regina Palast Munchen. Does someone want to look up Regina Palast Munchen to see if that gives us a clue? Rory O'Leary works at a picture frame maker. Murphy's, Connolly, Boyd O'Dare, Finnegan, and the woman are all fanatics. Okay, here's a little bit of a clue. For some reason it says he appears to have a deadly grudge against Orloff. On one occasion he saw them like they were like cat and dog together. He's talking about here Scab, the safe blower. So he wouldn't have been the one to write him a note, if that's true. And we also know that Muggs is a recent recruit brought in by Scab. He's not the big guy. Part of the thing where it says there's a Regina Palace Hotel in Munich. So the question would be, which one of these people was last in Germany, in Munich? Dennis. Carlotta Casado is a Spanish refugee, an artistic visionary intellectual, and was at one time a prominent Barcelona anarchist member of the FAI. All right, let's. I thought we looked for who was from Germany. A bunch of them have some ties in Germany, but Spanish family, Carlotta, Marseille. She was in France. No, Germany. Occasional trips to this country and abroad. She's lived in Ireland, Liverpool for the trial. She lives in Chelsea. It's Hauser who's the German. What have we got on Hauser? We've got the shorthand. Anything else? Hauser, we just have the shorthand, so maybe we want to also add him to the German thing, possibly. That would make sense that those would be two partial evidence, right? Like, assuming we can't read the shorthand, finding some shorthand is not 100% conclusion of that it's a journalist Hauser, but it's partial. And then the German, whatever it is a second piece of information. So 1924, returned to Germany, settled in Berlin. 1933, he emigrated to the United States. So, but he hasn't been to Germany since 1933. Carl Finnegan. Four books of poetry. We're going to find out that that little card from Germany is something that people might have known what it was back in those days, but not us. Born in Poland. We next hear of him in German East, where he offered his services to General Smuts. Shortly after the armistice, he marries a German girl in 1922. They settle in Bremen. Sounds like he's still in Germany. 1927, he goes back to Ireland. During a series of visits to London, he utilized his German connections to negotiate an arrangement with Acton, Goddard and Sons, fancy goods importers. He has remained with them ever since, taking out British naturalization papers in 1930 and settled in London. He is responsible to his firm for the marketing of their goods in the Irish Free State. So that could be Patrick Murphy's also having some German stuff. I don't quite get it. I'm not quite sure. Here's more France. Turn to England, Japanese. I don't see any German there. This guy's Russian. Sorry, I should have this so you can see it too. Spain. Murphy works for a German company. Yeah, I was just saying he's the other person that could be German related. I mean, let me write it on that. So German, we've got two people, either Hauser or Murphy. Either way, we're putting both of them in that room. We just don't know what evidence goes for what, but we've already got two evidence for Murphy. That would be our second evidence for Hauser, so that makes a little bit of sense. I wonder if I was just thinking that blank card was a dope card for one of the other dope dealer guys, the band leader. We should keep in mind that Wheatley has always played a little twist and trick for us. So just because this guy tells us that the boss was in the room or out of the room doesn't mean it's necessarily so. The only thing that's taking Carlotta Casado out is me thinking the warning notes for her, but now I'm having second thoughts about that. I'm looking for which people were brought in because they were true believers. Raid was not a success. He shot. I mean, don't you think there's going to be a little twist here? But I guess it's not asking us when we fill out to solve the twist. It's specifically asking us to name the people with two pieces of evidence and people with one piece of evidence. So I guess whether there's a twist or not, we're still being asked a very specific question. Mention of strangers. Angela Sullivan comes in with Hauser. Pauline Vidor comes in with Flanagan. Yeah, I'm fairly sure I know who that is, but I don't know what evidence we have of them. Like, I've got people that I'm sure weren't the boss, but I don't have good evidence for them. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give the movie tickets to the other criminal, even though it's not in his neighborhood, just because it just seems like from a game standpoint that was hidden and you found it. So I'm going to give that to him. That rules him out. And I think for the same reason, I'm guessing the lipstick belongs to one of our other women here. But surely it can't be a double piece of evidence. How about, okay, is it possible that the purse belongs to someone else? The purse has, okay, help me with this, if anyone's still awake. The purse has handkerchief without initial, 2 pounds note, compact, filled with magnolia shade powder, a bill from Selfridges for stockings, 3 pairs of stockings, Guerlain lipstick, 5 cuttings from Liverpool Post and Liverpool Echo, a 20-pack of Players cigarettes with 11 cigarettes remaining, and a partially used book of matches bearing an advertisement for the Hungarian restaurant. Hungarian restaurant. Okay, so we're told actually that some of the people who came in must have had dinner, and some of them came too late for dinner. Let's see where that is. There was just an interval of over an hour before any further members of the group came in. The 3 couples referred to above had supper in the restaurant. Heinrich Hauser and Angela Sullivan had supper in the restaurant. Carl Finnegan and Pauline Vidor had supper in the restaurant. And O'Boyd and Neenan had supper in the restaurant. So what if it's not her purse, Neenan? What woman arrives after that? Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy. When does Dennis Burke was suspicious? Completed the assembly. When does the Carlotta arrive? At 10:10, the first guests appeared, including Orloff, Pendennis, and Carlotta. An hour for any further members. The 3 couples referred to above had supper in the restaurant, while the latter comers only arrived in time for drinks. So the only woman who arrives after that is Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Murphy. Is it possible it's the Patrick Murphy's wife's white purse? She's got a dog. There she is. She's got a dog. I don't see a purse. Is it just a red herring that she's got a thing from a restaurant? Angela Sullivan is fair complexion. She would use this. And she was in Liverpool for the trial of her husband. Oh my God, that's perfect. Bingo. But Angela Sullivan would have to have... Okay, well, we can't see any purse, but she might have one. So Angela Sullivan, we have no other evidence for. So I like the idea that it's her purse. She's got a Hungarian restaurant matchbook that could just be a red herring. It's got Player's cigarettes. Do we have any reason to think... Where did we hear about the Player's cigarettes? Was it just... She's not seen smoking, unfortunately. Heinrich Hauser and Angela Sullivan arrived to cover the click and cracked a joke and made them both smile. Let me read about Angela Sullivan. Angela Sullivan, strong with good figure, while nursing. She was in Liverpool for her husband's trials and has remained there since. Has remained here since. Are they all in Liverpool? That's a little confusing. No, maybe not. Okay, it's got to be her with the Liverpool clippings. I like that. So it's her purse. Does that mean... the lipstick card is hers? We don't know. I don't like that she arrived before dinner. I would have been more happy if she arrived during dinner, but okay. So we still think that Carlotta is the best one to give the notes. And now we've got Angela Sullivan. We don't know whose lipstick it is. We don't know who has the Honey Rose cigarettes. Remind me, Jonathan says, could there be some hidden clue with the ledger in all the photos? It's an interesting idea. There is the ledger in each of the photos there that they're not messing with. I would not be surprised if we get asked additional questions after we put these 7 in. So now that we've taken the purse away from Nina, maybe we could give her the lipstick card to be her double evidence. They're all signing in. There's got to be some... How clever is Dennis Wheatley? Is he so clever that he's given us this signature thing and we're not supposed to use it? Or is he so faulty that he's given us this signature thing and he's going to tell us we should have noticed something about it? Maybe he just had his party sign this for fun, and that's all it means. All right, so we've got a blank folded card that we don't know what it's about. Is anyone holding a blank card or something in their thing? We've got the bobby pin. All right, let's throw the bobby pin on someone. I guess, can we throw it on Pauline Vidor, who's the Polish woman who we have no other reason for her, or Carlotta. So Carlotta would use a hairpin, right? I mean, so would Angela for that matter. So would all of these people. How messed up is that? What about a hat? You attach this little hat to your head. How about that? Kathleen Murphy, we already got clues for her. We already locked her in with the dog hair. Who has a blank card? What would they be doing with the blank card? What are we not understanding about that blank card? Hat pin. So you think you want to give it to the woman with the hat. But we don't have anything for Pauline. How are we going to put her? How are we going to clear her? We have no evidence to clear her in that room. What evidence are we going to have to put her in that room? Let's do it that way. Let's think about this game this way. She's got to be in the clear. She's not a man. She's not the big boss. She's got to be in the clear. How do we clear her? Her flowers aren't found. Her necklace isn't found. Her jewelry's not found. She's got white hair, fur of a coat. She looks like she's got a black handbag. How are we clearing her? Huh? Bobby pin, blank card, cigarette. She's with Carl Finnegan. He's got a top hat. He's a smoker. He got his hair cut. How the hell do we clear Pauline Vidor? She's Polish. She's 40 years old, 5'5", blonde hair going white, fair complexion, born in Poland, lived in Paris. Arrived from America, spent 3 weeks in Dublin, staying in a furnished flat. She's a crack shot. Frequently goes down to Bisley to practice revolver shooting. She lives in Southwest 1. That's where the movie theater is. Are they saying they came from the movie? No. They're not, right? First guest arrived. Let's see when she arrives.
Carl Finnegan and Madame Pauline Vidor arrived. He seemed to be very angry with her, but they were talking in a language I could not identify. It was not German. He cracked the same joke. They both laughed. That's it. Why would they be angry? What would that be a clue about? How do we eliminate her? Jonathan says, I don't think the big boss has to be a man. Whoever wrote the message might just think the big boss is a man. Well, that's a good point. Zachary Brown is here. He says, unless she knew her skill would identify her. I can't think of anything to clear her yet, but even if we don't, if we think she's somehow the boss, born in Poland, let's see how she's explained in the beginning of the case as being brought into this. When they first adopted the Milky Way as a rendezvous, Hauser's group consisted of his cousin Carl Finnegan, Madame Pauline Vidor, Captain Terrace. All right, so she was in the original group, in the original small group, but we could use the same logic to ask ourselves, Sean Connolly, the original terrorist, Sean Connolly. Where is he? Like, how do we... Here's Sean Connolly. Okay. How do we exclude him? On what basis do we exclude Sean Connolly? He's the original terrorist. He's big, he's tall, he's a man. And so, I mean, like, the fact that we can't exonerate her, Pauline Vidor, doesn't seem... also holds for Connolly. Sean Connolly, strong, 6 foot, living in Liverpool, born in Liverpool of Irish parents. Remarkable gift for oratory. Seems like he's going to be the leader. Only failing health brought him out of his long career of fanatical patriotic violence. So, I mean, we really don't have any evidence for. She came with Carl Finnegan. So it would make sense that she stayed with him. I don't have any good affirmative evidence. Jonathan says something interesting here. He says, I think someone is supposed to be eliminated by the fact that 2 shots were fired, but I think he was only hit once and he was facing away. He was definitely shot through the back and shot his heart. Maybe we should read the detective summary, which has always been consistent with these previous games. let's read what it says about the shots. Okay, so they hear it. Let's see, what do they hear? Do they hear 2 shots or 1 shot? Okay, he says, guess what? The raid was a failure. They're supposed to come in for a 1 o'clock meeting, last an hour. They make arrangements. At 12:56, officers Goddard and Brent, who were on observation, report that a commotion started in the doorway. 2 detectives hurried up to investigate, forced back by the crowd. Then they hear a large explosion at 12:58. Everyone starts pouring out. They go in, they find Spigot unconscious in the hallway. That's the undercover. The body of Orloff was lying in the passage leading to the masked door. He had been shot twice through the back and was dead when they found him. Shot twice through the back. And Koza photographed the body, and it would appear that Orloff was shot down just as he was about to admit one of the group to the secret door. So he got out his key. He's about to unlock it. The person's right behind him. They shoot him twice through the back. Everyone in the room, they blew out the window, they escaped, they left a lot of stuff behind since they had to rush. They find 2 automatic pistols, caliber 3mm, ammunition, maps, bomb making, etc. Handkerchief with an initial, Liverpool, cuttings, Hungarian restaurant, brand new top hat, Scots of Bond Street, 8 glasses, 5 whiskey and 1 gin and soda. Orloff must have died almost instantly from a bullet that entered his heart. So shot with 2. And it says a shell from one of the 2 bullets with which he was shot found in the passageway establishes the fact the murderer had used a .22. Small caliber, could have been carried by a woman. They find the warning message. It says because of that they know it couldn't have been in some other kind of quarrel. The undercover arrives, he's shaken up. He gives us his story. So the undercover says, I think it was that conversation they had about 0 hour and being sober for it. They must have been planning to blow out the window. So he says, in my view, the explosion was planned with a double motive. In order that it would cause a panic, and if the shots failed to do so, enable the murderer to get away. Then the McKechnie says, I don't agree. Why would they try to kill him on the one night when they're all there and expose them all? So it's more probable that Orloff's connection with us was only discovered when the majority of the group had already gathered in the secret room. Possibly the murderer had even learned that a raid was imminent and shot Orloff not only out of revenge, but to create an alarm, which ensures associates would get clear. I feel that the murder of Orloff was decided upon as an emergency measure, and there was neither time nor opportunity to warn the people already in the secret room. And that these, alarmed by the shots which they took as a signal that the club was being raided and finding themselves trapped, decided to force their way out. It is clear, in view of the warning message, it is clear that he was killed by one of his associates because one or more of them knew that he was squealing to us. Moreover, the warning message indicates that his murderer was the leader of the group. Who would know? How would they find out that he was squealing to them? Okay. Our problems, therefore, are A. Identify Orloff's murderer, which, as we have good grounds for believing him to be the brains behind the group, would in all probability break it up. B. Establish the identity of those members of the group who were in the secret room, as each individual who can be proved to have been in the room can be charged with conspiracy and complicity in the manufacture of infernal machines for felonious purposes. They've all been brought in. All 15 deny ever being in the secret room. Unless, therefore, the signature of the suspects taken at the yard, photographs taken by Spigot, and latest information secured to date, all of which are enclosed, can be construed as positive evidence against any or all of the prisoners, we shall be compelled to release them. Signatures taken at Scotland Yard. So these are not signatures from the book. These are signatures Scotland Yard. I guess they didn't sign in. All right, well, we've got, I think are almost ready to just try this. Could the twist be that they were all in the room and Serge was shot by the dancer he was having an affair with? I think there might be some kind of twist. I agree. Jonathan, someone is supposed to be eliminated by the fact that 2 shots were fired, but I think he was only hit once. Oh, we now know he was hit twice. But anything in this picture that we don't... I do like your thinking, Jonathan, that he was killed by the woman he was having the affair with. Okay, but focusing on the evidence as I've laid out on the table, we've got 2 people that I think we've got no evidence to put them in the room. That is Sean Connolly, who is my best guess for the mastermind, and the Polish woman Pauline Widor. And we've got 3 pieces of evidence. A blank folded card with Ford watermark. Let's look at that again. MS Dasher, your card doesn't have anything that this one doesn't, huh? Where was F found? It's not clear. It says Ford mine. It says ORD for sure. Folded card 1 is off color, but I think that's just because it's been exposed to more air. In our previous games, the part about the clue has been that this is the same stock as something else. It is a card sized. Would it have been a card that contained some information? Recovered from a waste paper basket. So that card was found in the garbage. What was E? There's the lipstick. It's a folded up card found in the garbage. No one's holding that card in their hand as they're coming in. Why would you have a blank card? I wonder if that card didn't have something on it at some point. What would it have on it? I'm going to give the bobby pin to the woman with the hat pin, which is Kathleen Murphy. That gives her 2 pieces of evidence for what it's worth. If they all signed in, can we use that as evidence against them? Like, just compare their fingerprints with the... I wonder if that blank piece of paper was something like a secret message. You know, like, have you ever seen what is it? The lemon juice that you write, that if you hold it with a flame, it shows a secret message? But surely that won't work anymore. Is it possible that that's got a secret message on it? I don't see it. Let's pretend it had a secret message on it and they read it somehow. And then this thing we don't really understand either. Regina Palace Mountain. Can someone look up this acronym to see if it means anything? It might just mean like it's DKAG. D.K.A.G. Or potentially D.R.A.G, but I believe it's D.K.A.G. Is that an acronym for something we don't understand? I'm going to say the blank folded paper is Pauline Vidor's Polish stationery. That the ORD or Ford is some stationery you can only get in Poland. That's the only thing I can think of. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll read the solution, which may be multiple parts. We don't know, but I think we've exhausted our ability to weed through this whole thing. So 10 minutes, I'll see you back here, and we will read the ending. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are ready to read the solution for Herewith the Clues. I've got laid out in front of me. It's a little hard to see. I guess maybe we've got a couple clues we don't really understand. In fact, one of them is top hat, which I haven't written down, but we've got evidence of why we think different people are innocent. Dennis Burke's clue here. Okay, so I've got everyone on their card and what evidence we have in favor of them being in the room. We've got two people that we have no clue about, which is Sean Connolly, the original terrorist who started this investigation, and Pauline Vidor, the Polish woman. I've given her that blank folded card for no good reason. I just have no one else to do it. And I gave the hat pin to someone. I don't know what to do with the gun shell marked E. The top hat I didn't give to anyone. We just wrote it down, who would match that. I do have a feeling that the seating around the table might be significant. But there's a bunch of evidence that we didn't really fully work out. I am going to take this clue about the blank clue, and I'm going to try to light a fire behind it in case it's one of those secret messages. I don't think you'd still be able to see it, and I could start a fire here, but that didn't work. Don't really want to start a fire here. You know, there's what is the thing? It's like lemon juice, right? Isn't there something that you can write with lemon juice, and then if you put it near a flame, it shows up? I don't want to start a fire if I can avoid it. I don't see anything. Okay, I gave up. And there's no fire, so that's a victory. I still, if I had to bet money, it would be that there were drugs in here, because, you know, sometimes you used to fold heroin in a little packet, and we know they're dealing drugs back there. But you might also guess that it's something that faded. Now, one thing I'm still a little bit confused about, I was talking in the chat, could it be, okay, like the game tells us that they find in the purse a whole bunch of stuff and a 20 packet of Players cigarettes with 11 cigarettes remaining. Okay. And then there's a cigarette case who we know who it belongs to. And it has 4 Gold Flake cigarettes and 3 Balcom by Rum cigarettes. Okay. And then we've got this evidence of 3 cigarettes here. And MS Dasher, who has another copy of this, says he can recognize that one of the cigarettes says Players. Okay, it matches the cigarette in the purse. And one says Honey Rose. Doesn't match either. So, I'm gonna say that the Honey Rose is Pauline's Polish cigarette, and it's a Polish cigarette. If I have to give it to someone's smoking that Honey Rose cigarette, although we don't see her with a cigarette in her photo. But I'm just looking for more evidence to get rid of her, and no one else has it. No other woman has a cigarette. No other woman wants to be caught in a photograph having a cigarette. Jonathan says Honey Rose shows up as a herbal cigarette. Yeah, I saw that too during the break. I searched, but it's like a modern herbal cigarette, not a particularly old one. All right, so this book has never been opened, so we're going to open it together. I will note, okay, so we're supposed to list the reasons why eliminating people. 7 people we're supposed to eliminate with 1 clue, and then 7 more with 2 partial clues. I don't think that's what we've got here, but I'm not going to worry overly about that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 people with 1 clue, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 total. We could give Pauline Vidor the other lipstick card. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe we do have 7 of 1 clue. All right, here we go. Let's rip it open. I'll cut it open. 14 innocent of 1 murder. This is, I mean, I think we've got some stuff to talk about. This has been a very different experience compared to the previous cases. And there have been twists in all of them. Let's see if there is one here. All right, so we've eliminated everyone, just for the record. We have evidence, 1 or 2 pieces or so, to eliminate everyone except Sean Connolly. That's the only person that I didn't give an evidence to, but although I gave some fake evidence to the Polish woman who's the crack shot, she could be it. So it's either Pauline or Sean Connolly. That's our primary suspects. Let's read what it says. Are you ready? Jonathan, are you ready? I know you're ready. You're overly ready. Is anyone else ready? I hope it tells us what's on that shorthand. And I hope it tells us what's on that blank card. All right, Jonathan says he's ready. Here we go. To the Chief Commissioner from New Scotland Yard. From the exhibits, photographs, and reports received in connection with the murder of Serge Orloff at or about 12:54 a.m. on the 24th of this month in the Milky Way Club, Curzon Street, Mayfair, we have now deduced the following. The note of warning found upon Orloff's body establishes the motive of the murder and clearly indicates that he was killed by one of the members of the IRA group which used his premises as a rendezvous. No member of that group who was admitted into the secret room by Orloff could have killed him for the following reasons. A, as he admitted each person, he relocked the door after them, and the door was locked when his body was found. B, once in the room, they could not get back into the club by way of the door, as we know from Orloff's statement that there were no duplicate keys to it, and his own was attached to his body. Neither could they get back to the club by way of the shop in Shepherd's Market and walking around to its Curzon Street entrance because the door of the shop was nailed up and, when it became imperative that they should escape, they had to blow out its window. Therefore, anyone who can be proved to have been admitted to the secret room by Orloff is automatically cleared from a charge of actual participation in his murder. Detective Sergeant Spigot's theory that the murder was planned sometime in advance does not hold water. Had that been so, various members of the group would never have left clues to their identity in the room. thereby making themselves liable for terms of imprisonment on charges concerning the illegal manufacture of explosives. It was for this reason that none of the prisoners would admit to having been in the room or any knowledge of it. Fair enough. Detective Inspector Bekechny must be right in his supposition that the murder of Orloff was decided on by the group leader as an emergency measure because he feared that a police raid was imminent. He could have revenged himself on Orloff at some later and more convenient time with much less risk to himself, but having just learned that a detective had been planted in the club, he guessed that a raid would take place on this, the night when the whole group was meeting. Do you think it was one of those criminals who have been locked up and spent their lives in jail who recognized the undercover cop? He just learned that a detective had been planted in the club. He guessed that a raid would take place on this, the night when the whole group was meeting. By revenging himself on Orloff, then he took a great big risk of being caught red-handed, but he succeeded in giving an alarm to his companions, which enabled them to escape before the raid took place. Okay. Fortunately, as Orloff cleaned the secret room each time after it was used, the items left behind by those members, together with the photographs and reports, enable us to establish their identity and, by a process of elimination, lay our hands upon his murderer. Taking the members of the group in order that they entered the Milky Way on the night of May 23rd, 24th, the following deductions can be made. 1. Tony Pendennis can be eliminated because the note of warning could only have emanated from some member of the group who was friendly to Orloff. I said that. And not in sympathy with the terrorist. Pendennis is the only one to whom this applies, and the fact that he inquired urgently for Orloff on entering the club indicates that he was anxious to give him the warning. Okay, so I wrote that Orloff's friends who had to have written the note were either Hauser, Carlotta, or Tony Pendennis, the co-owner, or his cousin. So there were actually 4 people, and then I crossed off Hauser, so 3 people. However, Carlotta was my guess at who warned him. So I don't have evidence against Carlotta now. Maybe one of the lipsticks or something. But okay, so Pendennis. Also, in his photograph, Pendennis is seen to be wearing a carnation buttonhole made up of asparagus fern. Some sprigs of asparagus fern were found on the floor. Okay, so let's look up our Tony Pendennis. Tony Pendennis is here. And we do have that the laurel, evidence L, was what exonerated him. So we got that right and half right with the warning message. Okay. Next. Carlotta Casada can be eliminated because Exhibit E, a sheet of papier poudre, Rachel shade, was found in the wastepaper basket. Carlotta is a black-haired Spaniard with a sun-tanned skin, and none of the other women in the group even approaches a brunette type. Therefore, the Rachel shade sheet of papier poudre must have been used by her. Okay, what? Is that the lipstick or is that the blank card? All right. I don't know. I don't know if it's the Rachel shade in the waste paper basket. All right, we're just gonna... That was the blank card, or was that the... I think that was the blank card. It was supposed to have some shade on it. And I don't even know what it's for. Paper poudre. Can someone look that up? I'll pause. P-A-P-I-E-R space P-O-U-D-R-E. Papier poudre. She's Spanish. Papier. Rachel shade. It must be some makeup thing you use. Jonathan says lipstick. So do you think it was the lipstick colored evidence we found, not the blank card? Is that what you're guessing? I'm afraid it's the blank card and it just lost its color. If it's the lipstick, okay. If it's the lipstick, well, okay, let's see. All right, let's continue. That's the only evidence that rules her out. Okay, Heinrich Hauser can be eliminated because there's a Mad Magazine. Remember Mad Magazine used to have these vinyl records. Jonathan says it's oil blotting paper. Maybe it was not the lipstick, or maybe it was the blank card. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, Mad Magazine used to have these flexible records that you could play, and one is called Incredible Day, or It's a Great Big Beautiful Wonderful Incredible Super Spectacular Day, and your heart is humming and your good time's coming. It's this great fun record, and it's made of plastic, and when you play it, when it gets to halfway in, and then it's got like 8 different endings that it randomly plays. It's like old school technology that had one of 8 different endings. You can find them on the internet, and they're amazing. Each ending is like how things turn horrible. Okay. Heinrich Hauser can be eliminated because that's how the record goes into its second part. He goes, until, and then the bad stuff happens. Okay. Exhibit H, a page of shorthand notes. MS Dasher was right. Shorthand notes was found in the wastepaper basket. This points to Hauser because as a journalist, he would almost certainly be able to write shorthand, whereas there's no indication at all that any other member of the group could do so. These shorthand notes are in German. Their translation being as follows. Oh, here's the German translation. Dragonberg World Press Agency. So if we had translated that, we would know it's him anyway. When the cruise liner Robert Lay reached San Sebastian yesterday, she had a distinguished invalid on board. 2 days previously, Dr. Otto Grossfutter, a prominent leader of the Strength Through Joy movement, met with an accident while playing the new game of Spit at England. He tripped over a replica of Mr. Chamberlain's umbrella, landed face foremost on a replica of Mr. Roosevelt's invalid sticks, in consequence of which his stomach was badly bruised and his nose put out of joint. It is understood that Herr Hitler has wired his sympathy and Signor Mussolini his firm adherence to the Axis. Okay, so it was a note. It was in shorthand German, so that we couldn't decode it. But we did get that correct, so let's find our person. Heinrich Hauser. We said it was the strange writing note, but also we gave him that Munchausen thing. We were wrong. It didn't belong to him, so let's put that aside. The fact that the notes constituted a news paragraph were in German and headed with the name Dragonberg, the news agency by which Hauser is employed, shows beyond dispute that it was he who wrote them. Okay, here we go. Angela Sullivan can be eliminated because the gray crepe de chine evening bag shown in the photograph of the table in the secret room evidently belonged to her. We got that right. That was well done, MS Dasher, for finding the Liverpool. I think that was MS Dasher who found that. Of course, it was I who said we should look for Liverpool. But okay, evidently belonged to her because it contained several press cuttings concerning the Liverpool bomb outrages, on account of which her husband had recently been sent to prison. Also, Exhibit J consists of some black hairs tipped with gray, which were found caught in the woodwork of a chair back in the secret room. Owing to the position in which they were found, they could only have come from a woman's fur. And the coloring shows they come from Angela Sullivan's Silver Fox cape. So we were wrong about the dark gray hair of Carl Finnegan. That's trouble because we got nothing else. All right, well, he had got a top hat and he's a smoker, but we thought the hair belonged to him. It actually belonged to Angela's fox fur coat. Really? It's a little hard to see in that photo. Okay. Pauline Vidor. This is the one we weren't sure where we got evidence for. It can be eliminated because Exhibit N, a silver-dipped hairpin. We did not give that to her. We gave that to someone else. We gave that to Kathleen Murphy. All right, we're going to give that to her. That's for her now. Silver-dipped hairpin was found on the floor of the secret room. Madame Vidor is the only ash-blonde, silver-haired woman in the group, and therefore the only woman who could have used and dropped a hairpin of such an unusual type that it is not even stocked by the majority of hairdressers. Really? Really? Well, we didn't even pull it out of its thing, which is, shame on us, I suppose. But, silver dipped, really? That's not even stocked. Like, we're supposed to know what hairpins they stocked in London in the 30s. Let's take a look at this fancy hairpin. All right, here is our hairpin. There is nothing special about this hairpin. Silver dipped. It's not even silver dipped. I don't know what it is at the edge of those. There is nothing. Okay. All right. It's copper. Okay. All right. A bit of a miss there, but we got the other piece of evidence. Let's continue. The only woman who could have dropped a hairpin of such an unusual type that it is not even stocked by the majority of hairdressers. Next. Terence Boyd O'Dare. Okay, we said it's a cigarette case. Can be eliminated because he was at one time in the Royal Ulster Rifles, and the crest on the cigarette case shown in the photograph of the table in the secret room is the crest of that regiment. It is also mentioned as an RUR crest in McKechnie's report. Yes. Also, Exhibit G, the two halves of the cinema tickets found in the wastepaper basket. These could not have belonged to Masters because he sat with his girl in 5-pound seats. Boyd O'Dare, however, entered the club with Nina DeLise, who said in Detective Sergeant Spigot's hearing, "I don't know when I've enjoyed a flick so much." Clearly, they had just come from a cinema, and being in evening dress, would have sat in the most expensive seats. Interesting. Okay, well, we reasoned by their neighborhood that these should belong to who it says it belongs to. It's just, in the end, I had nothing else to point to the other guy, so I shifted it to him. But let's give that properly to who it belongs to. Where is that? Here's the movie tickets now. Belong to Terence O'Boyd. So now we have no evidence against A.B. Masters, the cat burglar. I wonder who that's going to go to. But we did get the cigarette case, right, of course. All right. Nina DeLise can be eliminated because although she is not cleared by the cinema tickets, as the man always carries both counterfoils when he takes a woman to a show, we do have Exhibit K, strand of ostrich feather, which was found on the floor in the secret room. In her photo, Nina is wearing an ostrich feather cloak, and obviously the strand comes from this. Yes, okay, so we got that right. Where's she with her ostrich feather? We also gave her the lipstick card, so I guess the lipstick card belonged to we think now, the Spanish woman, Carlotta. Okay. Scab Wilson can be eliminated because the report states that Scab was a professional safe bar and when out of Gal spent much of his time stealing explosives from engineer stores. In Detective Sergeant Spigot's hearing, Scab spoke of his work in the quarries, of just having arrived in London from Weymouth, which is nearest mainline station to Portland. It is there that the great cement factories are situated. Exhibit I is powdered cement collected from a leather chair seat in the secret room. In view of Scab's activities that day, his gray suit would have been impregnated with powdered cement, so it was clearly he who occupied the chair. Okay, we got that right. That is Scabs. Where is he? Scab. Here we go. That's his gunpowder or quarry dust. Okay. All right, now we're getting interesting. Mug Masters can be eliminated because Exhibit F is a screw of plain paper. Oh, here's the plain paper. Okay, here's the plain paper explanation. Exhibit F is a screw of plain paper found in the wastepaper basket, has invisible writing on it, which it once becomes apparent if the paper is dipped in water. The writing is a personal note to Master, summoning him to the full group meeting to be held on the night of the 23rd. So obviously it was he who threw this paper into the waste paper basket in the secret room. Okay, so apparently not fire, but water was supposed to do it. So let us see if it still works. I don't think so, but we're going to find out here live. Okay, here's our piece of paper. We're going to put it with some other paper behind it. All right, does anyone want to take any bets as to whether this is going, any message is going to show up here? I bet good money it's not, but I can't be sure. All right, I happen to have some carbonated water here. We're just going to put a little bit on this. Whoa, okay. Guess what? I can read it. Holy cow. It's actually writing you can read. I would not have expected that. Okay, let me show it to you so you can see it. Can you guys see that? That it's actually quite clearly text. What does it say? It's hard to make out exactly what it says, but there is absolutely text there. It says the date. It says Dear, oh, here it is. It's upside down. Dear Masters, this is to inform you that the next full, let's see if you can read it this way. What's the best way to do this? On white background? This is to inform you that the next full meeting at which your presence is required is to take place at the Curzon Street headquarters on the night of the 23rd to 24th instant this month. We shall sit down to business at 1 o'clock, so you should be in the club by 12:45. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. In white text. Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. However, what did they want us to do? Blow it up in a million different ways? Put water on it? Who's going to put water on something from 1930s, 1970s? Craziness. Craziness. I tried lighting it on fire. That didn't work. Water. Okay. Well, I had a suspicion it was a secret note, but I wasn't going to put water. I mean, I guess we should have put water on it. That's pretty impressive to put that in a game. Okay. That must have been difficult to produce, but worry about that later. Okay. Personal note summoning him. Obviously, he threw it in, so it had to be him. Okay. Dennis Burke can be eliminated. Okay, so my only answer here was that he was suspicious of the guard. Dennis Burke can be eliminated because one of the glasses in the secret room contained pure Jamaican rum. Oh yeah, we knew that. Where did we put that? A somewhat unusual drink to find in a nightclub, but one particularly favored by sailors, and in the early days, O'Leary, alias Burke, was a sailor. Well, we looked up that he was a sailor, and we found that. That's who I thought it was, and then someone in the channel pointed out that, yeah, but someone was a rum runner, so we did that, so we went with him instead. Okay. Also, it is known that his hobby is cabinet making, yeah. And then he used this accomplishment to obtain a job as a frame maker with a firm in Great Marlborough Street as cover. Exhibit D, a sample of picture beating left on the table of the secret room, therefore would have emanated from him. I believe that's our German thing. What? Okay. You know what D was? Okay, so we had a lot of confusion with this piece of evidence, right? This was the weird white irregular photo. And we were confused about whether this was a mistake in the game. And the game said it found it, but really we were thinking, okay, maybe it was just a photograph of it included. But now what they're saying is that, come on. Now what they're saying is that this is the actual sheet of paper that was found on the table. And what we're supposed to intuit this is a photograph of picture framing that he would have taken with him to demonstrate a sample of picture beading left on the table that came from his job as a frame maker. Wow, that's a rough one, Dennis. That's pretty rough. All right, let's continue. Patrick Murphy can be eliminated because Exhibit A, the torn off cover of a booklet of matches. Okay, so the weird thing here that looked like it was German was a torn off cover from a pack of matches, bearing the words Regina Palace München in German lettering might at first be taken to indicate Hauser or Finnegan, but on closer examination, the initials of DKAG are observable on its lower margin. Remember, I asked if someone could look that up. Murphy's present firm are book match importers. We probably should have paid attention to that. And agents for the Dusker Kunst Allgemeine Gesellschaft, with whom he was previously connected. So this exhibit obviously came from him. All right, that's the one piece of evidence that I kind of wish we had connected. We should have been able to connect it to possibly being a matchbook, and then connected it to the guy who did matchbook imports. And then if we had double checked the DKAG, we should have been able to find it. So we should have been able to find it. But it says also Exhibit C. All right, so we got this one wrong. A doodle found on the table of the secret room. This was scribbled with a stylo pen, which does not show any thin upstrokes or thin downstrokes. The only member of the group who uses a stylo pen is Patrick Murphy, as can be seen from his signature taken at the yard. So we should have known from his signature that he used a stylo pen, which does not show any thin upstrokes or thick downstrokes. What is that all about? A certain pen which doesn't show thin upstrokes or thick downstrokes. That's weird. Patrick Murphy. There was one signature that did have some interesting dark and light strokes, but it was this one. And we're talking about Patrick Murphy. Where's Patrick Murphy's signature? Here. Oh, come on, guys. That's ridiculous. We're supposed to know that's a stylo pen. All right. Okay. Maybe in the 30s you would know that. Jonathan says, we had the idea of comparing the signatures in the doodle, so we get half a point. Okay, I like it. Kathleen Murphy can be eliminated because the white hairs recovered from the floor of the secret room indicate her presence there. In view of the fact that Finnegan has white hair, and had it cut much shorter on the afternoon of the 23rd, it might at first be thought that these hairs were which the barber had failed to brush away from his neck, or if they had been somewhat longer, that they came from Madame Vidor. But the texture of these makes it quite clear that they are not human hairs at all. They come from the white chest or paws of the Pekingese, which Mrs. Murphy is seen carrying in the photograph taken of her when she entered the club. All right, so we got that one right. Sean Connolly, where's Kathleen Parker? All right, we got her dog here. Sean Connolly, oh, this was the guy I thought was the leader. Okay, he can be eliminated, okay, because Exhibit B, the cigarette butts, prove that he was in the secret room. 2 of them are ordinary Virginian tobacco. The third, which can easily be ascertained from the smell of the smoke when a match is applied, is an herbal cigarette. So it was an herbal cigarette. Connolly is a martyr to chronic asthma, so this was clearly smoked by him. What? He's in asthma. He suffers chronic asthma, so obviously he smokes cigarettes, but just the herbal kind. That's safe for asthma, right? That's well known. Really, guys? He's got asthma, so of course he smokes. But he just smokes the herbal ones. Makes sense. Makes sense. And we were supposed to know they're herbal even by looking them up. Okay. All right. So Sean Connolly is not our leader. It's his herbal cigarettes. All right. And we should have, and if we had lit them and smoked that, we would have known it was herbal. Okay. You'll also die if you try to smoke those old cigarettes. William Benson can be eliminated because when he arrived in England some months ago, he's practically penniless, and we have reason to assume that he joined the IRA group mainly because no other way of raising funds. But he has since come into a great deal of money. His love of adventure may have kept him interested, or once committed, he may have found it impossible to withdraw from the group. Yet it is scarcely probable that any man would deliberately risk his neck by committing a murder just after having been lifted from semi-poverty to affluence by being bequeathed a fortune. Also, the top hat in the photograph of the table in the secret room has a narrow hat band. Benson's hat from his photograph clearly has a narrow band. We really couldn't tell that. Whereas Finnegan, the only other member of the group with a top hat, has a decidedly broad band on his, as is seen in his photograph. It is therefore Benson's hat which was left behind. Well, we did write down that he had a top hat, but we also thought it was his doodle and his Jamaican rum because of the will. They didn't explain why the Flanagan was writing the word will in it. Why was Flanagan writing the word will? That's weird. Okay. Here we go. Carl Finnegan is the only remaining member of the group and the only one who cannot be eliminated by any information in our possession. There are therefore the strongest grounds for supposing that it was he who murdered Orloff. The 14 prisoners proved to have been in the secret room have now been committed for trial on charges of conspiracy, etc. It is to be hoped that their examinations, together with our further investigations, will enable us to bring a capital charge against Finnegan. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant. Okay. P.S. Detective Inspector J.D. McKechnie has reported to me that on visiting Finnegan's lodging, he found there a .22 automatic and 43 rounds of ammunition for it. The ballistics department now informed me that the rifling in the barrel of this weapon marks bullets fired from it in a precisely similar way to those which have been extracted from Orloff's body. The weapon may have belonged to Madame Vidor, but she could not have shot Orloff with it because we have proof that she was in the secret room, and to clinch the matter, Finnegan's fingerprints have now been found on the automatic. And then RF writes, so we've got him, and the rest are in the bag. Good work, eh? Okay, you're something. How about lunch at Boodles? RF. And that's it. Over 400,000 copies of Dennis Wheatley's books have been sold. This dossier is unique as although many famous people have participated in amateur theatricals, it is the first time that such a cast have ever appeared as the characters in a murder story. The distinguished people who so kindly posed for the photographs herein are Earl Poulet, Doris Zinkstein. So he just gave credit to his friends, including himself and J.G. Links. All right. Well, I think we've got some stuff to say about this, but I think we'll take a 5-minute break. We come back and we give our review. So I'll see you in 5 minutes, and we'll review and talk about our game and experience. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've finished Herewith the Clues, the fourth and final book by Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links of their crime dossier books, the series that really introduced this whole idea that has been actually copied and seems to be the progenitor of the modern murder mystery suspect cold case document type game. And now we're going to talk about our feelings about it. Spoiler filled, we'll talk about details. But if you're curious about a bigger picture review, spoiler free, of how this relates to the previous three books, you'll have to watch my video about that coming soon. Let's start, however, with some comments from Jonathan Warner, who's played all four games with me. He says, I'll list some thoughts. Mixed feelings overall. Espionage elements, like them in the beginning, but the crime did not feel like an espionage crime. Another mixed comment. The evidence system, I don't hate the idea, but it was overly complicated. I think it would have been better if there was just one piece of evidence to rule out each innocent. Jonathan says, instead of one piece for 7 and 2 pieces for the other 7. Yep. Con, too many characters again. Con, did not take advantage of the espionage tropes. No question of loyalty or motive. No suspicion of the mole, etc. As a pro, you have to admire the experimentation. Another mixed comment. Some cool evidence, but also some very oblique evidence. Yeah, let me give my thoughts here for a bit, and then we'll come back to Jonathan. On the positive side, you really have to admire that they tried different things in each book. Completely different framing, mechanics, and the whole structure of each of these 4 books is completely different. There's no interviews with people in this one. It's just, in this one, half the first half is reports from the detective in charge and the detective on the scene, and then the second half is background information on each of the suspects. Completely different format and completely different focus. This really feels much more like the modern mystery suspect games. Basically, at the end of this, you're told you got 15 suspects, you got to eliminate 14 of them based on the evidence you find, and whoever's left is the guilty party. That really feels like how these modern cold case games are structured. It's interesting, therefore, that it doesn't work very well, in my opinion. It's the worst of all 4 by a wide margin for me, but it is the most game-like. And in fact, it's quite fascinating that not only has he structured this more like a game, it feels like this was designed to be played by a party. And you can see he's even giving you these score sheets. And in fact, in a way that's better than many of the modern suspect games, it's got a very full, rich scoring system. You're supposed to come up with 1 reason for 7 and 2 reasons for the other 7, and you would get scores based on all of that. So you might only find 2 pieces of evidence for 1 suspect, and you would get half the points for that. So you could obviously you could play this in a party, and people would get different scores, and you'd have a winner, whoever got the best score. And this could absolutely be played that way, and no doubt was by some groups. And that could have been, that's a cool idea. And you could absolutely see making the case, like when we played this, some of that evidence was ridiculous. And there's no way we would make those leaps now in 2022, but maybe even in the 30s, some of that seemed very far-fetched. However, you could completely justify that. If you're coming up with the score, and you're going to get a perfect score if you find all the evidence that points to all the people, you want some of that evidence to be incredibly difficult that 99.9% people won't ever get. So that's justifiable. You could say that's the way the game is designed. The game is designed so that most people, when they play it, will get half the points. because they'll miss half the connections. So I think that's justifiable as a game design element. I do agree with Jonathan that this part about how 7 people have one thing that definitively identifies them and the other 7 have 2 things, that's bizarre. I mean, not bizarre. It was just an overload. And, you know, for example, there were a couple pieces of evidence that I thought implicated someone that weren't mentioned in the evidence. Like, we were told that 2 people were suspicious. So I thought that would rule out someone. The person who was suspicious would be ruled out. So there were pieces of evidence that weren't provided in the explanation. And then there was a whole bunch of evidence that was not very convincing. Like, there was one hair that was black with white stripes, and it made sense to think of it as the guy who got his hair cut that day had some piece of hair on it. But then it was this game said it came from the fur coat of the silver fox, and the hair clip was supposed to be silver tipped special hair clip. There was a lot of stuff in the blotting paper. A good chunk of the evidence did not hold up from the reprint in 79. God knows how it would hold up from 35. The cigarettes didn't have the wording on them. So there's a whole bunch of evidence that actually didn't survive the 50 years since the reprint, or whatever, 40 years. And then a whole bunch of evidence that feels like it wouldn't have worked even the day after it came out. And there was just too much. Having 15 suspects was too much. So that's to the mechanics of it. Although it was nice having these 2 places where there's information in the summary of their backgrounds and in the story. Okay. But then there's something else. You can see why people describe it. The people who have written blogs about this series. You can absolutely feel, Jonathan, see if you feel the same way that I do when we played this, especially when we read the end. I got the real feeling that this is sort of like running out of energy. Like, it was short. It had none of the flair of the ending stuff. Like, it felt like it wasn't written by Wheatley. Like, Wheatley likes writing. And in all these other ones, we got these long discursive discussions of things, a nice epilogue story that filled out, and personality. And this is all like, it's not there. It's a very flat story. There's no humor. There's no interesting humanity. All of the characters are very thin, very flat. None of them fleshed out. None of them have interesting backstory, personality. It's just all missing. It's as if this was someone else wrote this and is not the Wheatley we've come to see from the previous books. And that was weird. It was like all the things that were great, all the best parts of the previous books, which were the writing and the humanity and the story, were completely missing from this. And I will echo what Jonathan said. In the beginning of this, it's actually framed in a really interesting way. This idea that the police have picked up this known terrorist coming to this bar, and that's why they've started observing. And then by more observing, they've discovered this little cell, and they figure out a way to turn the owner of the bar onto their side by pressuring him. All of that felt very real and very believable and very interesting setup. And then just when it's set up, the game says, go find out which 15 were in the room. Nothing to do with the story, nothing to do with espionage, nothing to do with any interesting plot, nothing. It's just find out who was in the room. And that was really sad because the setup was very compelling. This idea that there's this secret cell and that the police have very cleverly infiltrated it, and then to just end it as, it's almost as if he had a good story planned, and then when they said, all right, just make it into a book, it's time to publish it, he just said, oh, just make a murder and make the game figuring out who's in the room. It really felt like a poor setup for throwing away the whole interesting setup to this closed room thing. Much too many people involved, too many suspects. No twist. Every other game in this series has had an interesting story twist. Just nothing here. It's just all straightforward. All exactly what you would think. No surprise murderer, nothing like that. Just bizarre. Almost as if they said, well, you can have a good story and no evidence, or we're going to stick 15 pages of evidence, but we can't afford to spend any time on the story. Weird. Here's another thing that was missing about this one. That was wonderful in the previous ones. Passage of time. In the previous books, we have loved seeing the passage of time. New developments, new reports, new things happening. In this one, there was just the one element, which is we watching the reports and then the guy gets killed. So it's just the setup. The setup was the cops infiltrating the cell, and then it's a little bit of a cool surprise that this guy gets murdered, but that's it. It's just one hitch in time, and that was unfortunate. What else? Jonathan says, I agree, we lost the character writing of Wheatley. Advice, put the rules for scoring near the beginning of the game so there's some warning we need to be taking much more detailed notes this time. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, especially since it's such a divergence from the previous 3 games. I mean, I guess that didn't bother me so much because I knew we would have to go back to the beginning. We would have to reread that stuff anyway. But this part of these games are the part that's not so enjoyable. Like the part where you're told everyone's hair color and you have to go back and read and figure out whose hair color would it be. We're told the hat brim sizes. There's a lot of stuff occasionally in these books. The photos are hard to see, and we're supposed to see something in the photos, whether there's a narrow band or a wide headband. It does feel like, it's interesting when we look at these 1930s books and then what the modern stuff has brought us. I feel like the modern games have not improved and have gone worse in terms of quality of writing, of characters and story and novel compared to the previous 3 books, not compared to this one. But the modern games have gotten much better about evidence and making sure that the evidence you get is what's the right word? Like exploitable, clearly visible. You don't have stuff like lipstick on a card that's going to degrade, or a photo where you can't make out stuff that you're supposed to make out. Like it's clear they're much more attuned to giving you evidence that you could reasonably make conclusions for. And it seems like back in the 30s when Wheatley was doing this, and this is the first of its kind, they didn't calibrate properly how good the evidence has to be matchable to clues. Things like the hat band size and stuff is just not stuff that you could infer from the photos. Which again, in the previous books, if the evidence wasn't clear, but there's this wonderful story behind it, we forgave all that. But here, there's no interesting story, nothing. Just lots and lots of little details about how this hat pin belonged to this woman with silver hair. Just didn't work. John says, there was that clue with the 2 tickets, but it counted as one evidence because the guy had both tickets. Yeah, that was a little weird. The paper that when it got wet revealed a message was super cool. It was super cool because I didn't believe that it was still going to work 40 years later. But it did very clearly, and we could read it. That was very cool. But what are you supposed to do? Are you really supposed to... I don't know. I heard of the flame behind a message, but wedding a paper I hadn't heard of, and maybe in the 30s you would have known of that secret method, but I'm not going to complain about that. If you had a group and you were taking your time, maybe you would try different ways. We did guess that maybe there was a secret message on it. So maybe you try different ways. I know in the future, if I get a secret message, I will try putting some water on it. But there were a couple things like that. Don't forget, Jonathan points out the clue with the 2 tickets. The other reason we were supposed to associate it with one, we recognized it could belong. We saw both mentions of the movies, and we mentioned it. We realized it could belong to this group or this group, and we associated it with the correct group based on their neighborhood. But the game didn't even mention that. The game mentioned that these are expensive tickets, and only the rich people would have gone to the expensive tickets. But the other guy talked about spending money on tickets, so. In terms of lessons going forward, I mean, the lesson that I've gotten from the other Wheatley books is spend your time on character, story, humor, have some humanity, character development, have time pass. None of that was here. And the lesson we see from this that we've seen in lots of times is you shouldn't have 15 suspects. That's too many. You just can't. It can't be fun to manage 15 suspects. And the other thing was it's very unsatisfying to say, okay, the way you're going to find the murderer is because we're going to give you this very artificial thing. We're going to tell you that the 14 people in the room were not the murderer. So you don't have to find any evidence of the murderer. You don't have to know anything about why they're the leader, how they killed them, nothing. You just have to match these pieces of evidence to these 14, and whoever is left is the murderer. That's not a very satisfying way to solve a case. So if I were to rank these, this would be 4th place by far, and I would say don't play it. I would suggest, I would not, there is no need to play this. There is nothing new you get out of this book about this Wheatley historical system. There is nothing important to get out of this book. The use of documents to eliminate suspects and alibis and whatever is done much better in most of the mystery suspect cold case games. There's nothing you get out of this that you won't get out of those games better. And the evidence does not hold up from the 30s. There's a lot too much information here that you won't make sense of playing it now in 2022. And it adds nothing, and there's no reason you have to play it. It doesn't even provide much historical interest. There's some interesting stuff about the Russia and Trotsky and stuff, but nothing that engaging. Just a little bit of facts of the time. Jonathan, would you agree with that? You'd put this last and don't recommend it? Or I know you like the game deduction elements maybe more than me, or you care about them more than me. So this one actually had a game you could play. You could play this as a game and figure out, and maybe if you spent more time, maybe you would get everything right. I don't know if you could get everything right with some of these clues, but where would you rank this, Jonathan? Jonathan says, could it be for someone who just wants an oblique challenge, the pure challenge of matching the clues to the suspects? The only thing I would say, though, with that is that there are better games for this. All of the cold case games, almost all the mystery suspect cold case games, the unsolved mysteries, the hunt to killer standalone box, they all have this flavor of here's the evidence, try to find which evidence tells you some person was not the person, and then who you're left with is the criminal. I mean, that's sort of the framework of the modern cold case mystery suspect games, which is what really this is. So it is interesting to see that the fourth book, he sort of made the game, whereas the other ones might not have been solvable. This one is solvable as a game and evidence, and it feels much closer to the current games, mystery suspect games, cold case games, but with none of the flair and story of his originals. It would have been nicer to see him marry those two. This has got like 4 times as many suspects as the previous books. Maybe not 4 times, but somewhere between 2 and 4 times the suspects of our previous games. It was just too much. Too much, and none of them, like, each person had like one line of dialogue in this whole story when the guy comes in and greets them. Some of them never spoke at all. Weird. A weird divergence from the whole system he had developed, but he was experimenting. You could see he was experimenting. However, he must have known by this fourth book, he's done. He's done with it. Jonathan says, I would rank it last. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't just rank it last. I would rank the first 3 as historically significant, interesting experiences whose mechanics are interesting and you could learn from a writing perspective, from a structuring of these kinds of stories perspective. Whereas this one, I don't feel like there's anything you can learn from it, other than that the modern games have followed this model. You could learn what not to do in terms of having 16, but I really don't think there's much to get out of this fourth book. Whereas I have no hesitation recommending the first 3 historically as a precursor to the current games. And 2 and 3 I would recommend. It's interesting that the Malinsay Massacre, book 3 that we played last week, some people, some blogs have said that that's their least favorite, right? Jonathan, isn't that right? Jonathan says, the ending is not even satisfying. It's like, hey, we were just fingerprints on this gun. We know we had to point them to the gun, but still it's like after all the work, they get the real evidence. Yep, the ending feels like it was tacked on by someone else, that little epilogue. It's like a half page. It's totally out of character for these Wheatley books. It's totally unemotional. We don't care about anything. There's no interesting story. There's no humanity, nothing. It's just a little wrap up to say, yes, you were right. No twist, no emotion, no caring about anyone. The guy got killed who worked for us. Everyone else is locked up. Odd. John says, I think I agree with you that the other books are more interesting. Yeah. No humor in this one at all. This is like the tell of one of these games for me. One of the things you can see in the best caliber games with the best writing is there's some humor in there that works, that lands. And that's sort of the difference between these games that are made by amateurs and the games that are made by the pros. That the professional people have one foot over in the real writing, in real dialogue and story pacing and writing, that you see them sort of on top of their game enough that there's some humor introduced. And all of the other Wheatley books have it. I don't remember a single... What was the only thing we were laughing at this one? It was based on the clues being ridiculous. So unintentional humor with some of the ridiculous evidence. You have to be impressed by all of the physical evidence that they got into this book. I mean, that is pretty impressive. They've got a 22 caliber bullet casing in this book. Bobby pin, a message with secret writing, a packet of cement, a plant, a real flower piece, movie tickets, hair, fur, 3 cigarette butts. I mean, you have to be impressed by that. But that's where all their time and effort went. Jonathan says, like I mentioned earlier, only for real masochists who want to try burning, then wetting a note and translating Greg's shorthand. Yeah. And some of that, though, the blotting paper, there were some pieces of the evidence that just did not. The cigarettes in this copy had no writing on them, so there was no way to know that. Only MS Dasher told us the writing on the cigarettes are the only way we knew what the cigarette said. But I'm not. Those weren't even. Remember, don't forget, one of the cigarettes we were supposed to know, if we fired it up, would smell of herbal cigarette, which we should have known was smoked by the asthmatic. So maybe for the amusement value of thinking back to the 30s when people got this, were they smoking those cigarettes? And did some of them, it would have been pretty cool if you dipped that card in water and got that message. That would have been a fun activity if your group had tried that. And I will say, I mean, there was some fun to writing down all the names of the different people and what clues we thought belonged to them. There was some enjoyment of that idea. And in fact, let me take it back. I'm not sure I've played another mystery suspect games that has this matching element. That's interesting. So it's very common for these mystery suspect games for everyone to have an alibi and you to find the one piece of evidence in all the documents that that contradicts their alibi or confirms it. And in that way, with each suspect, you cross them off. This has that same flavor that with each suspect, you're crossing them off because of a reason. But actually, this may be the first time I've played a game where you're in a room with 14 objects or so, and you're trying to find which object belongs to which person, and that will verify them. So maybe I have to eat my words a little bit in terms of a new mechanic, because I'm not sure that mechanic, I've seen that mechanic again, at least not this substantially, and it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. You could see this idea being done again in a game, either as the main part of evidence where it was here. It was the only system here. But you could see it as part of another mystery game. And you could easily you could take this formula and make a modern mystery suspect game of it. Frame a different structure that says, find the thing that matches each person in this room and you'll know who wasn't in this room. It's not a bad idea, Jonathan. I hadn't thought about this as much as I should. Maybe this is worth pondering on. This system, this idea of saying, here are the people that could be in this location. Here's a bunch of evidence found in this location. Now match up each person with each object, and you'll find out who the outlier is. I thought the game was going to make us tell who was sitting next to who in an interesting way. It didn't. But that's actually not a bad mechanic. And there is some fun, there is some constraint satisfaction fun to saying, well, this could be for this person or for this person. Let's say it's for this person, then that means this should go to this person. There's some parts that are pretty cool. Yeah, I could see that being used in another game. Anyone else want to make any comments? Jonathan says, we touched on it earlier, but I feel like the game thinks that dividing 7 with single clue and 7 with 2 clues helps you use logic, but it did not seem very helpful. Yes, I mean, I completely agree. I think that was confusing. It was confusing because there were people that we thought we had multiple reasons to suspect them, and the game really only wanted us to find the one. And there are people that we thought the one locked them in, but the game said, here's 2 you could have thought about. So I think it would have been simpler to say, here's a list of the suspects. Write down the things you think, rule them out. The things you think mean they were in that room. And then for some people there would be 1, for some people there would be 2, for some people there might be 3, and then you would get points based on how many of each person's clues you found. But the strict 1 versus 2 and telling us that 7 had 1 and 7 had 2, that was needlessly confusing. Yeah, needlessly confusing. It made things worse because then we started having to think, is this clue a partial clue and we should be looking for a second and only one more? Or is this 100% clue? And that seemed to be very subjective. I don't remember another game where we were asked at the end to rule what evidence rules each other suspect out. Every other of the mystery suspect games are like name the criminal, and some of them say name the evidence that would prove the criminal. It's a very unusual thing to say you're not going to find any evidence to prove the criminal. Just list the evidence of the people who didn't do it, all 14 of them. And I do admire the idea that if you were playing this with a party, you would have different scores, right? You could absolutely imagine if you set everyone out with their sheets to fill it out, no one would have the exact same score. And there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for that, and there's something to be said for this idea that if you say that this is this person's alibi, then it's necessarily not this person's alibi. So there was a little bit of interest there in terms of who do we think it's most likely. Jonathan says, I think that hunt-to-killer seasons are about eliminating one suspect per box. Yes, you're right. We have been told that. Not the standalone boxes, but the season 1. Yes, that's a great point. The subscription boxes seem to possibly be about eliminating one suspect at a time. That's a very good point. That might be closer in spirit to this. I have to say, I have loved playing this set. I'm thankful to Jonathan for bringing it to us. And it's been surprising how much of Dennis Wheatley I feel like we've gotten the experience of with this 4 books. This one, not so much, but seeing him try these different things, seeing this evolution of the system over this course of these 4 books in 4 years, and you can feel the writing of a voice. You can hear a voice in the writing, and that's been thrilling. And I'm looking forward to trying to put together some kind of review of these 4, spoiler free, and say something about it. We've talked a lot about them. The review will be short, but it has been a fascinating experience. And not only that, but it's been sort of I feel like we've got a foundation now for these dossiers, and I'm sort of curious to see the more modern versions over the years and see how having this anchor of the Dennis Wheatley series to refer back to. It does feel like we've sort of learned a vocabulary, a framework for talking about these games in a useful way. And that has been a real joy. Anything else, Jonathan? Anyone else want to chime in and talk about? I mean, I guess if you weren't sitting here with the whole thing, it's hard to say something meaningful. This part about how they use the photographs of Wheatley and J.G. Links, that didn't bother me. And in fact, if you think of this game as being the 4th and final of these crime dossiers, and he never did another one, this was his send off of his friends and his groups that probably love this kind of stuff. It's kind of fun to imagine them having this little party at his house with all his friends. It's kind of cute. I don't hold it against him. I do wish there was more of a discussion from Wheatley and J.G. Links about the format of this book, like we got in some of the other ones. So Carl Finnegan was the main guy, huh? I assume he was in the original group that was all started out. One question is what to play next. I am nominating that we play the File on Rufus Ray. It's big. It may take us 2 sessions. It's the American spin-off of this series, contemporaneous with these 1936-38 Dennis Wheatley books, written by Helen Riley, is it? Woman's perspective. It's set in New York City. So I suggest that we play that one next week. Jonathan says, which dossier felt like it had the most reasonable evidence explanation to you? Let's think back. Well, File on Bolitho Blaine, a.k.a. Murder Off Miami, was the one that we thought we solved pretty handily. So that evidence felt like it was a little easy, but we know one of the blogs said they didn't solve it. So I guess I would stick with that one. And Robert Prentice felt like they just hid most of the evidence from us that was important. And Malinsay Massacre a bit similarly. So I would say File on Bolitho Blaine might be the one I would suggest if you want to try to solve a mystery. MS Dasher says, I love them all. Have to catch up on the solution yet, as had to nip off. We'll let you have thoughts in the comments later. Great. Yes, please do, because I would like to steal them all for the review. But to answer Jonathan's question, I think the first one might be the one that I would suggest if you want to solve the mystery and feel good about figuring out the solution to the mystery. It might be too easy, but it might not. There might be some people who don't get it. I would skip this one. I would just skip it. I mean, if you want to play all four, play play the other three. Save this one for last if you just want to, if you're a completionist. But I just don't think there's anything here really to get. But there is something to get from the first four. Absolutely. The first one because it's so historically significant and it's a solvable mystery. There's enough evidence in the first one to make sense of and solve. I am with MS Dash. I've been very negative about this one, but I had a blast playing it, mainly because of its historical, where it fits in to the rest of these. I'm not sure how happy I would be if I played a modern one-off game that was this. I guess it was a little fun to see this evidence that was so dated that just made no sense to us, right? Like there was something amusing about getting this hairpin, and it's like, it's obvious that this hairpin wouldn't be carried by a normal shop. And the cigarette we were supposed to smoke to tell it was herbal, and we were supposed to know that an asthmatic, this is the cigarette they would be smoking. And the blotter paper that only a suntanned woman, a European woman, would use. Like, that kind of stuff. It was kind of funny that the evidence was so crazy. Jonathan Werner says, I'm down for Rufus Ray next if that's what you want. Yeah, okay, I think we'll do Rufus Ray next then. We'll do Rufus Ray, and then we'll decide whether we want to play the rest of the Americanized crime dossiers. I'm very hot to play the 1950s murder memo to the commissioner because it's 10, 12 years after these. Now, there's one problem with playing the American ones is that we can't play them, is that I don't have one of them, Fenton Farr. Number 3, I do not have. So we can play number 2, Rufus Ray, and we could play, if we want, number 4, which is File on Claudia Cragg by Q. Patrick. But we'd have to skip Fenton Farr, which I think is okay, but I couldn't do a review of all 4 of them. But I'd like to do Rufus Ray. I'd like to see how it compares to Dennis Wheatley's set. And then maybe we'll break off and try a modern game. Jonathan says, Rufus Ray looks like it might be a couple of streams. Yes, I agree. I really hope that we can see some of the writer's personality in that one, the way we could see Dennis Wheatley's personality writing the others. And it would be nice if we got sort of a woman writer's perspective, and it would be nice if we could feel a different personality behind the writing. "1938, these were written. 80 years ago. More than 80 years ago. 83, 84 years ago. Everyone dead involved in this. Pretty fun, pretty cool experience. Last chance, any last comments? White print on this piece of paper that you wet down. How did they do that? How did they print the words in white. I still don't quite understand that. Jonathan says the page boy might still be out there. You know, it's a shame they didn't put his name. He did not get credited. But if it's 80 years ago, yeah, he could be alive. You're right. He could be alive. Just barely, though. Just barely. 90 something. Well, he could have been like one of Wheatley's grandchildren. Any last comments? Anything else you want to talk about? We talked about movies watched, books read. We've been on air about 9 hours. Oh, okay, so this is approaching our maximum length for our streams, which is a little unusual since it felt like such a short game. But maybe it means we should wrap it up. Okay, MS Dasher, I'm looking forward to hearing you posting your comments after you watch the solution. There were some funny parts. No, there's nothing funny in the book, but it was funny hearing some of how the evidence was supposed to connect in ways that didn't make any sense to us. And with that, I guess we will wrap it up. We're going to play, it seems for now, we're going to play Rufus Ray next. Okay, good. This is a good reminder. MS Dasher says, but bring on Rufus Ray. I did find a download of that. Not quite the same. Yes, there is a download of Rufus Ray on one of the Internet Archive sites. I will post it somewhere in the comments of Rufus Ray. So if you're interested in playing Rufus Ray along with us, you'll be able to download a giant PDF of it and follow along. And with that, I will see you next time, next week, or this coming week. I don't know. We haven't figured out when we're going to play Rufus Ray, if that's what we play. Thanks for joining. We'll see you next time.